Who is it? This is a doubt that rises in everyone's heart at the same time. You can't scan people with knowledge, but listening to voices is definitely by your side. And it's a very young voice. Everyone in the Buggy Pirates can guarantee that they have never heard this voice before. With the memory of these people, it is impossible to forget that there is such a strong man. There are not many strong people in the whole world who master knowledge killing, right? Could it be Shanks? But it doesn't sound like it. Or, is it the people on Shanks' boat? Obviously not. Just when everyone was wondering, they suddenly saw a burst of black air surging in the space behind Buggy, and then a terrifying attack punched Buggy's back from the black air. Even though they were on the 100-meter Atom God Tree venue, they could still feel the tyrannical conqueror's hockey and the terrifying armament hockey. If you add this guy's previous experience and knowledge, everyone felt a chilling feeling. Hockey is so scary. Who the hell is this guy? Could it be that some powerful person from the world government came to sneak attack? Maybe this is the only possibility. At this moment, all the people watching the live broadcast all over the world were shocked. Almost everyone thought that Buggy was going to be attacked successfully. Boom. In the next moment, Buggy seemed to have eyes behind his back, and when his neutral color failed, he came first and directly remembered that Hockey's roundabout kick wrapped in purple-black lightning and armed with the God of Power slammed on the punching fist. Bang. A huge explosion sounded in the sky, and the purple-black conqueror's hockey collided with the black-red conqueror's hockey. The sky was stirred and the wind howled. At this moment, everyone seemed to feel that the sky was about to collapse. This terrible hockey collision simply made everyone's scalps tingle. Look. Space is shattered. As a shocking exclamation sounded, everyone looked up and could see that there were already dark cracks around the sky where the fists and kicks clashed, like smashed mirrors, extremely terrifying. After a few seconds of stalemate, the sneak attacking figure was still kicked by Buggy for nearly 1,000 meters, and stopped in the distant sky. Hurrah! A burst of black air surged, and a burst of laughter came from inside. Ha 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 ha, Buggy, you really are a pervert. In just a short time, your hockey and physical skills have completely surpassed the old man. I am really convinced now. Crash. After the words fell, the black air dissipated, and a young face that no one had expected appeared in. But among these people, someone soon recognized him. Akainu, Suru Vice Admiral, Aokiji, and Jabba, Bullet, Duolingo, and Sunbell on the Buggy boat who watched the live broadcast all over the world exclaimed at the same time. Beloric Redfield. Ha ha ha. Redfield laughed proudly at Buggy, his figure flashed in the black mist, and instantly crossed a distance of 1,000 meters, and came directly in front of Buggy and said with a smile. Didn't expect it. Old man. I will appear in front of your eyes. Ha ha ha. Buggy also laughed out loud, then opened his arms and laughed. Congratulations, you have gained eternal life. Snapped. Redfield also showed gratitude and gave Buggy a hug. He is very grateful for Buggy. Not only brought him out of Impel Down, but even pointed him to find the Bat Fruit Devil fruit in the form of a vampire of phantom beasts, that he had been pursuing all his life. It can be said that his life has no regrets. Originally, he wanted to find a chance to repay Buggy. But he found that in the past 2 years, Buggy not only developed rapidly, but even built a huge empire by himself. It can be said that Buggy has really fulfilled his own dream. At least he took the first step bravely for his dream, and this step is undoubtedly very successful. In fact, 1 year after the Scarlet Empire was established, Laidfield had already come to the Scarlet Empire hidden. He likes such a peaceful and stable country very much. If it wasn't for him wanting to develop more fruit abilities and improve his strength to a higher level, he might have already come out to help Buggy. But he is very glad that he did not rush this year. Because in just over a year, he has developed this vampire form, devil fruit to the point of awakening. As Buggy said, he has gained the foundation of immortality. It's just that Redfield still has some regrets. Originally, he planned to find Buggy recently and give him a surprise. Unexpectedly, this guy has come back from Raftel, and he has done such a heaven-defying event. He knew that this time was when Buggy needed help the most. If he hesitates at this time, he will lose his last chance to integrate into this team. As for marking the red line and killing the Holy Land Marie Joys? Will he Lonely Red be afraid of these? Aren't you going to declare war on the world government? Aren't you going to kill the Holy Land? So, how about counting it as God? Redfield smiled confidently. After looking at him in surprise for a few seconds, Buggy nodded and said, Okay. With the addition of your Lonely Red, then, I am a little more sure of eradicating the celestial dragons from the world today. Hiss. Even Redfield couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. Hey guys, just to wipe the celestial dragons from the world? Wouldn't this be a little too harsh? He thought it was just going to the Holy Land to mess around. What? The famous Lonely Red, aren't you afraid? Buggy teases him. Stop joking, who do you think Labor is? Open the door of space to me. Redfield felt that he was underestimated, and suddenly looked down at Blueno unhappy. Blueno turned to look at Buggy. Buggy was about to nod for him to open the door to Marie Joy's when his phone and Bugwatch rang. Blue 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 click. Buggy answered the phone subconsciously. Let Blueno pick me up, you have my life card, I have to go see my son and keep him safe. After hearing the cold voice on the other end of the phone, even Buggy couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Good guy, is Hawkeye this ruthless? Are you sure? If my guess is correct, you should be watching the live broadcast right now? Buggy said seriously. My action this time is to erase the celestial dragons, so you still want to follow me? The corners of Hawkeye's lips turned upward. I heard that one of the 5 elders among the dragons, Izanbering v Nashao Langshang, is a top swordsman, and this time he wanted to test how strong his swordsmanship is. Ha ha ha. Buggy looked up happily and laughed loudly. Before there was the Lonely Red, and later there was the world's #1 swordsman. With your joining, our trip is even more powerful. Blueno, open the door. Yes. Following Buggy's words, Blueno stretched out his hands without any hesitation and opened the 2 space doors with a bang. Whoosh! In the next moment, Hawkeye's voice appeared directly on the venue of the Atom God tree. After seeing the appearance of Eagle Eye, everyone watching the live broadcast from all over the world suddenly felt their scalps go numb. Originally, the strength of the Buggy pirates was terrifying enough. Now even the legendary Lonely Red has been added, and he seems to be even stronger. Now comes the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk? This. Can the world government really beat it? However, everything is not over yet. Long also got up at this time, nodded to Blueno and said. Let's get started, Blueno, all the cadres of our revolutionary army have already been prepared. Bang 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 as Blueno tapped the space gates several times in a row, one after another space gates were opened, followed by, one after another, well-known figures in the world walked out of the space gates. Revolutionary Army Grand Line Commander, Emporio Ivankov. Revolutionary Army Grand Line Deputy Commander, Lightning. The Commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Bello Betty. Deputy Commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army Ashilu. Revolutionary Army Confederate Commander, Lindbergh. Deputy Commander of the Southern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Gambling and Football. The Commander of the Western Army of the Revolutionary Army, Mori. Deputy Commander of the Western Army of the Revolutionary Army, Usialo. Revolutionary Army Northern Army Commander, Crow. Deputy Commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Jilong. And the Revolutionary Army Cadre, former Shichibukai, Bartholomew Akuma. The last one who came out was the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Yuyuguru Copy Phantom Beast Azure Dragon Form Capabilities Sabo. Come out with this one individual. The faces of the Marine executives and the 5 elders watching the live broadcast became even uglier. Meanwhile, Buggy's phone watch rings again. Hey, Buggy opened the door for us too. Marco's voice sounded over the phone. My father's hometown, the place where you came to worship last time. Good. Buggy smiled. He didn't refuse, and knew the determination of Marco and Ace. Immediately nodded at Blueno. Soon, the former captain of Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division, Phoenix Marco, and the 2nd Division captain, Fire Fist Ace, just walked out of the space gate, causing a sensation in the world again. People watching the live broadcast are numb now. They were stunned by this time. Just when everyone thought the matter would end like this, Buggy's watch phone bug rang again. Blue 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 when hearing this voice. 5 elders in Akainu, who were watching the live broadcast in the Holy Land of Marie Joy's, couldn't help but swear. Isn't it? Come again. How many reinforcements does this guy have? Damn it. God's Punishment Army. Hurry up and let the God's Punishment Army prepare. The God's Punishment Army has a use for nothing. Hurry up and invite Lord I Am. Who is Master I Am? Shut up, Sakazuki, go back to Naval Headquarters and call someone, hurry, hurry. The 5 elders were no longer as calm as they used to be. Sweat dripped from their foreheads. This time the war came too fast and too anxious. They hadn't even thought of the Madonna of Galasconi. Lai Yan, Raging Flames, not only didn't work, even the Black Dragon itself was directly blown to death by Buggy's move. This Buggy is just too strong. Akainu didn't bother to bicker with these four old men at this time. He knew that if it was later, the Holy Land would have been taken away. Just as Akainu walked out a few steps, a CPO member rushed over and said, "Marshal Sakazuki, you don't have to go back to Naval Headquarters. Just a few minutes ago, Crane Vice Admiral had arrived at the Holy Land Marie Joyce with Marine forces." Hearing this, Akainu couldn't help being stunned for a moment, thinking that grandma he is really reliable. Unlike Garp, Sengoku, and Kizaru, who have only left Scarlet Empire for less than a day now. By the time they get to the Holy Land of Marie Joyce, the day lilies will be cold. Just thinking of this, Akainu couldn't help being surprised. My heart said, could this be Buggy's calculation? Good. He Vice Admiral is indeed a very reliable person. In this way, we will be more confident. Go and bring out the second and third teams of the Knights of God. What? The second team and the third team haven't fully trained yet. What time is it now? No matter what kind of training they have, that guy Buggy has so many top combat powers, if you don't pull them out, you can't stop them at all. It's true. Then CPO, you go and call out all the gods' punishment army to prepare for battle. After hearing the orders from several five elders, the CPO left immediately. Yes. Akainu took a look at the old men sitting inside, then turned around and walked towards the high-level marine. He doesn't want to be with these old men now. He had detected a very strange aura from these four old men before. That kind of feeling can't be expressed, but since the experience has given feedback, naturally you don't have to trust your intuition. Click. After Akainu left, the five elders directly closed the door of the conference hall. Then, they put the phone bug on the coffee table between Nishoro Shang and Peter Shang on the long table, and immediately the finalist Li Shang said in a deep voice. "Master IM, you should have heard it, right? We celestial dragons have come to the most dangerous moment in over 800 years. Lord IM, I'm afraid I need your help this time. Otherwise, there is a real possibility that our people will be killed by those rebels like Buggy the Clown." After a few seconds of silence on the phone bug, an indifferent female voice came. "M doesn't care, but IM will make a move. Those who challenge the majesty of God, die." Yes. The 4-5 elders drank in a low voice. At the same time, in Pangu City, in a large room filled with lilies, a woman with a high crown stands quietly. She is IM. Nerona. IM Street, a woman who sat on the void throne of this world for 800 years. It can be said that she is the king of the world right now. After a while, IM turned around and walked to another room. In this room, there are huge metal boxes, and on these metal boxes, there are glass screens and buttons. If Buggy is here, he will recognize that this metal box is similar to the previous Galaxy supercomputer. Definitely a sophisticated computer. Beep. After IM raised his hand and pressed a red button on this sophisticated computer, a radio wave signal shot straight into the sky from the room and broke through the planet in the blink of an eye. In the atmosphere to the dark depths of the universe. Immediately afterwards, IM raised her eyes to look at the void. Her expression was stern, and there was a ripple in that always indifferent voice. Buggy the Clown, the only variable after more than 800 years. You can't stop the coming of the Lord. The bugs in the lower dimensional world, I'm afraid they don't have a planetary level, and they want to destroy celestial dragons? Ridiculous. Buggy, open the door. Just as Buggy answered the phone, he heard the familiar voice of the red hair coming from inside. After 2 seconds of silence, Buggy said, "Are you sure? That's your former family there." Hey, I said, "Buggy, can you talk nonsense like this? Did you forget that you are live broadcast now, bastard?" Shanks gritted his teeth. "Ah, sorry." Buggy slapped his forehead and said, "But it doesn't matter. Celestial dragons are going to be extinct anyway. Shanks, you know me, I won't keep it." Shanks shrugged. "It doesn't matter, anyway. My parents died since I was a child. The relatives of those celestial dragons are basically strangers to me. After all, I was thrown into the sea since I was a child. I'm red-haired, Shanks, and have always been a child of the sea and Captain Roger. Celestial dragons have nothing to do with me." Wow, everyone watching the live broadcast from all over the world thought they were shocked, but when they heard the conversation between Buggy and Shanks, everyone felt shocked again. What did they just hear? 4 emperors red-haired Shanks was celestial dragons. The whole sea exclaimed again. 4 emperors redhead Shanks are celestial dragons? Liar. Didn't he say that he was thrown into the sea since he was a child? He said he was the child of Dahai and Roger. This is the Shanks I know. It's really shocking. I didn't expect Shanks to have such an identity. But is the world really going to change? If even Shanks chooses to join Buggy, the world government is completely hopeless, right? The combat power has been completely crushed, and naval headquarters is not enough. Ha ha ha. Celestial dragons are finally going extinct. Great, this kind of garbage should wipe them from the world. The whole world fell into a jubilation. If it turns out that they only had a little confidence in the Buggy pirates, now that the addition of the red-haired Shanks has completely tilted the scale to the Buggy side. At the moment they all hope the live stream will not end, and they also want to see how the celestial dragons are wiped out. Buggy spoke again. Since you have made your decision, come on, and join me to overthrow this ridiculous world. Ah. Shanks nodded slowly. Crunch in the next second, a huge space door was opened in the center of the meeting place of Adam God Tree. It's just that the person who appeared next shocked everyone. Because not only the members of the Shanks pirate group came, but behind him were dozens of giants with a height of more than 10 meters and armed with swords and shields. Hiss after seeing the person coming, a kind of person watching the live broadcast frantically gasped again. Even the giants are dispatched. It is said that the real power base of the red-haired Shanks is in Elbaf, and now it seems to be true. Just when everyone was shocked by this, 2 male and female giants, one fat and one thin, rushed out of the human race and rushed towards Juan. Under the latter's bewildered gaze, he hugged Juan in his arms and burst into tears. Juan, you little bastard. Have you forgotten your parents? I am your father. It's because your mother didn't take good care of you back then, so you were abducted by the human traffickers of the world government. I didn't expect that the fat baby back then has become so powerful now. We wouldn't have believed it if Shanks hadn't told us about you. Even Buggy was a little bit taken aback by the scene of kinship recognition in front of him. He couldn't help turning his head to look at Shanks, asking what's going on with his eyes. Shanks shrugged. After I heard what you said about Juan's experience before, I thought of my giant friends who once said about their lost children, and I felt like I told them about it. It's just that they didn't expect that Juan was really their child. Never mind. Buggy waved his hand and said. It's good to be able to find my parents, but I don't have time to celebrate them right now. Now is the best time to attack Marie Joyce. Shanks said in surprise. What does it mean? Garp, Sengoku, Kizaru, and Momosagi just left our Scarlet Empire for a day. Hearing this, Shanks understood. He didn't think Buggy was afraid to fight Garp. Not to mention before, now that Ladefield's strength has been improved in an all-round way, it is not certain whether Garp is still his opponent. He is familiar with the Bat Fruit Phantom Beast vampire form, Devil Fruit. A devil fruit with historical records that can make people live forever, return to the peak, and even reach a higher level. No matter how strong Garp was at the beginning, now his strength will decline with the passage of time. And Redfield not only did not decline, but rose. As long as you think about it carefully, you will know that the current Garp can no longer be the opponent of Redfield. Shanks saw how strong Redfield was when he was young. How terrifying is the strength of a man who can single-handedly fight against the entire Roger pirates. In order to catch this man, Marine not only dispatched Kong, the strongest general in Marine, but also Garp and Sengoku. Redfield first fought with Sora for several days and nights, but in the end he was defeated by Sora, and was taken advantage of by Garp and Sengoku. That's how fierce the lonely Red was when I was young. Now that he has eaten the vampire fruit, his strength has at least returned to the peak, plus Devil Fruit's various fancy abilities. How could Garp be able to beat it? In any case, now is the best time to fight the world government. Not only because he didn't want to confront Garp head-on, but because he was the dragon's father. Buggy doesn't want Admiral, who is under him in the future, to see his father being killed. Moreover, it can reduce the combat power of the world government and reduce some troubles, so why not do it? Even if Garp isn't Redfield's opponent, it won't be that easy to take him down. Delayed combat power is likely to cause variables. Although Buggy thinks he has absolute strength, he will not underestimate the 800-year heritage of world government. Looking at the hundreds of people heading to the holy land of Marie Joyce this time, the corners of Buggy's mouth curled up. Can celestial dragons withstand the high-end combat power of hundreds of people? Bluno. Open the door. Yes. With Buggy waving his hand, Bluno immediately opened the door of space. Immediately afterwards, people watching the live broadcast from all over the world were pleasantly surprised to find that the live broadcast had not been cut off. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Looking at the red line opposite the space gate, everyone showed excited smiles. The battle is really about to begin. Is the celestial dragons defeated, or the Buggy pirates defeated? Blah blah. As Buggy stepped forward, Shanks, Empress, Dragon and others on both sides of him also followed slowly. A group of hundreds of people passed through the gate of space and came to the Red Line. The location where Bluno teleports to Red Line can only be not far above the human elevator. Because his CP9 status has only been to this place the farthest. And Marie Joyce and Pengu City are still in the depths ahead. In other words, if they want to destroy the celestial dragons, they still have a way to go. But even when they first came here, these powerhouses almost subconsciously spread their observation hockey. With this sweep, the human elevator below and the slave cells not far away made them frown. It is true that the guarding soldiers did not treat people as human beings at all. Obviously those slaves were turning the elevator, they kept whipping them with barbed whips, and at the same time they were smiling ferociously. This is no longer as simple as punishment, it is simply abuse for the sake of abuse. Especially when they found out that if a slave was smoked to death or unconscious, they would throw the slave into the cell, then grab another slave from the inside and fill it back in. Enterprise. You know, these are just soldiers of celestial dragons. Those celestial dragons will no doubt be even more pervert. Just in the cell next to the human elevator, everyone can feel a surge of resentment and hostility. What would happen in the slave cells of the celestial dragons? No one dared to imagine. But after discovering this scene, the powerhouses present were furious again. But the boss of this trip is Buggy, he didn't speak, so they won't mess around. After all, they are cadres, and the work of rescuing slaves should be left to their subordinates. But then they saw Buggy turning his head to Crocker Cadal and Enel and said, "Lao Sha, Enel, you split up a few clones and destroy the elevator." The soldiers drained and dropped the Red Line to feed the fish. Let the slaves out, and let the others do as they please. Yes. After hearing Buggy's words, Crocodile and Enel didn't hesitate at all. Under the surprised gazes of the crowd, following the sounds of Shushasha and Chichichi, 3 people who were exactly the same as Crocodile and 3 people who were exactly the same as Enel appeared in everyone's sight. Whoosh whoosh. Afterwards, the 3 crocodiles and 3 Enels directly took off and flew towards the human elevator under the signal of the main body. Seeing this, Buggy nodded, and led everyone to continue walking towards the holy place ahead, Marie Joyce. They had just walked not far away when they heard the sound of explosions from the elevator behind the human body, as well as the reference area. These people have observed the situation with observation hockey without even looking back. The entire human elevator was destroyed, and the soldiers were either beaten to death by Crocodile, or electrocuted by Enel. In less than a minute, hundreds of soldiers in the human power department were all killed. Under the curious eyes of those slaves, Enel threw one key after another into the cell. At this time, they finally understood that these 6 ability users were here to save them. You are the cadres of the Buggy pirates. The king of the desert, Crocodile, and Enel the god, right? I know you. Thank you, benefactor, for saving your life. Woo, we are saved. Why do you appear here? Is Lord Buggy really on the Red Line? Thank you, benefactor. Bang bang bang. Crocodile and Enel, who were about to leave after killing these soldiers, looked at each other. They didn't expect that someone here would recognize their identities, but it wouldn't be surprising if the other party was a pirate. Just watching these people kowtow to thank them, Crocodile frowned and shouted in a deep voice. Don't kneel. Enel also folded his arms and said with a smile. Old Shaw is right. Our Captain Buggy doesn't like others to kneel down at every turn, and saving you is just a matter of convenience. There will be a big battle here soon, hurry up. Leave. Hearing Enel's words, everyone was shocked and moved. Did they rush to think that someone would really dare to kill the Holy Land Marie Joyce to trouble the celestial dragons? If this kind of behavior is someone else's, it seems to them that it is no different from courting death. But if it's that man, almost everyone who knows Buggy has confidence in him. Afterwards, the avatars of Enel and Crocodile left the human elevator with the gratitude of everyone, and soon caught up with the front and strolled, as if they were here for sightseeing. The Buggy party. After reporting the situation for a while, they merged into the bodies of Crocodile and Enel again. Seeing this scene, many people fell into deep thought. Can devil fruit still be developed like this? Why didn't I think of it before? Of the hundreds of people following Buggy, it can be said that most of them have the ability of devil fruit. Therefore, the ability of Crocodile and Enel's sand clone and thunder clone gave them a lot of inspiration. Just when the Buggy gang was on a sightseeing tour of Red Line, the live broadcast screen of the people watching the live broadcast from all over the world flashed, there are actually two perspectives. On the left is the perspective of Buggy and they are advancing, on the other side is UTA, and the perspective of the Vegapunk itself being pulled over. At the beginning, everyone's eyes were on Buggy and the others. After all, there was still a long way to go to Pangu City after the human elevator. Coupled with the fact that Buggy and the others were not in a hurry, many people turned their attention to UTA and the others. At this time, everyone was also very curious about where UTA and the others were live broadcasting. After all, I didn't notice where UTA appeared before. Soon, they not only saw UTA, because there was a man with green hair walking slowly behind UTA. Seeing this, UTA couldn't help but smile slightly and said, "Compared to now, everyone is curious about where we are, and why we can live broadcast Captain Buggy's actions from a bird's eye view, right? Before the battle starts, UTA will take everyone to visit the place where I am. Oh, you are probably still curious, who was that guy who walked past?" While speaking, UTA stood up, and the camera immediately moved with her. Soon everyone saw clearly where UTA was, which seemed to be in a very big bed full of future technology. "Tezzolo, say hello." As Uda's voice sounded, the angle of view also shifted from Uda's side to the front, and then people watching the live broadcast around the world were shocked to find that the man with green hair. He was crouching on the railing, looking down at the bottom. After hearing Uda's voice, he waved his hand sideways at the camera and grinned. Tianfen said coquettishly, "Dear viewers, hello, I'm Tezzolo. That's right, it's the king of the underground world you're thinking of, the owner of Gulan Tezzolo, the Golden Emperor Gildart Tezzolo. I'm honored to be part of the Buggy Pirates." Wow! As soon as this statement came out, the people watching the live broadcast were in an uproar again. However, their shock was not over yet, because after Tezzolo's introduction, a woman with beautiful blonde hair, wearing a tight white suit, a miniskirt, and a pair of white suspenders and stockings on her big white legs. All kinds of emotions appeared in the eyes of everyone. Then she said playfully, "Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Stussy, but people seem to prefer to call me another nickname, Queen of the Pleasure District. As for my real identity, well, the former world government CPO agent, and now the chief intelligence officer of the Buggy Pirates. Another king of the underground world is under that man. How many cards does this man have?" Soon, UTA introduced the penultimate hole card to them. She came to the side of Pluto's boat, and then the phone bug was drawn downward by Pluto. Solemnly introduce, we are now on the battleship of the Buggy Pirates, the Pluto. At this glance, coupled with Uda's playful voice, it will directly shock the world. Pluto. This name seemed to uncover the dusty history of more than 800 years, and it made everyone remember this name in a flash of memory. Pluto, one of the three ancient weapons. After reacting, people couldn't believe it at first. But thinking that the people who mastered this ancient weapon were the Buggy Pirates, they suddenly felt that it was acceptable. In fact, most people still don't know much about Pluto. After all, this is a world where islands are distributed, and the information is too occluded. If it weren't for the extraordinary ability of Morgans, the News King, it would be difficult to spread the news all over the world. Not to mention letting the residents living on the small island learn about news and learn about history. Therefore, only a small number of people in the world will be shocked by these contents. Most people are shocked because of this big ship floating in the sky. With the assistance of Jabba's lion fruit ability, Pluto is suspended in the sky at this time, and is following Buggy and the others at a slow speed. And people all over the world have also seen the whole picture of Pluto through the shooting of the video phone bug. A gigantic pitch-black warship with a length of 1,000 meters gives people an extremely strong sense of oppression. What's more, at this time, Pluto was already in a state of combat readiness, and countless gun barrels protruded from the surroundings of the hull. Moreover, this kind of gun barrel is different from the cannon in the common sense of ordinary people. It is thick and long, like a long black iron pillar. However, no one dares to underestimate the power of this barrel. Because UTA has made the basic information of Pluto public. Pluto, one of the three ancient weapons. One shot can destroy the existence of an island. At this time, ordinary people, no matter how ignorant they are, will know the power of this huge battleship. What is the concept of destroying an island with one shot? I'm afraid it's almost the same as the black dragon that celestial dragons used September 17th to deal with the Scarlet Empire before. Did the Buggy Pirates also master this terrible weapon? No wonder they're not afraid of celestial dragons at all. At this time in Pangu City, the expressions of the 4-5 elders in the conference hall changed drastically. Damn it. How the hell did that guy Buggy find an ancient weapon like Pluton? Nico Robin. That damned woman must have helped him decipher the historical text and find Pluton. Is this big ship really a Pluton? If so, why didn't Buggy shoot us? This is indeed a bit confusing, but in terms of appearance, it is very similar to Pluton, and didn't UTA say it in the live broadcast? This is Pluton Pluto. HMPH. No matter what reason he didn't fire at us, since they've already arrived, let the second and third teams of the Gods' Knights lead the 100,000 Gods' Punishment Army to kill them. That's right. No matter what, we must at least hold them back and let Marine call Kizaru back first. Garp and Sengoku are too late to forget. Where's that Blackbeard guy? Didn't he promise to come over when the battle started? Where's he? There is no news at all. I have asked the Crow to check. Pirates are really unreliable guys. The 5 elders and celestial dragons are finally panicking. Although they didn't figure out why Buggy didn't go to the Shrine of Marie Joyce to fire, they still had to deploy their troops immediately. In fact, it is not only 5 elders who has this doubt, but also the Marine book. If that giant warship is really an ancient weapon, why didn't they just bombard the Holy Land? What are these people waiting for? At the same time, Sanctuary, inside the Marie Joyce, Red Line underground efforts in prison. Shish. As soon as he stepped out of the luxurious office bathroom, the mirror surface of the mirror suddenly spun like Uzumaki. In the next second, an ugly woman like an old witch appeared on the mirror. After a quick look, she retracted into the mirror again. Then, there was a conversation in the mirror. Brother Katakuri, Sister Stussy, there is no one outside. Are you sure this is an underground slave prison? It's confirmed. What I perceive is the position of the mirror at the bottom of the Red 10 continent. Very good. Don't worry, Mr. Buggy promised to give you all Charlotte brothers and sisters a stable and peaceful living environment, and he will never break his promise. I believe in Buggy, but I don't believe in you. Before I act, I want to hear that man's promise, otherwise I dare not let my brothers and sisters take this risk. Well, Katakuri is worthy of you, you are really cautious, but it doesn't matter, I will call Mr. Buggy now. In the mirror space, there are dozens of people standing at this moment. Among these people are the former members of CP9 headed by Stussy and Khalifa, as well as the former children of Big Mom, that is, the Charlotte Pirates headed by Katakuri, who now occupy 1/3 of the world. These people are all composed of the former children of the Ant. These children can't say how sad they are about the death of their aunt, they can only say that there is no disturbance, and they are even a little happy. There is no way, a mother like Ant who takes away a child's soul from time to time, no child can respect her. Many children even wished for her to die. Almost all children live in fear of their aunt. After knowing that it was Buggy who killed their mother, not only did they not have the idea of revenge, but they were a little more grateful to this man. Because after this man killed the aunt, he didn't kill them all. It just allowed Katakuri to give up 2/3 of the 10,000 Kingdoms domain, reducing the fighting among the pirates who entered the New World. While Katakuri doesn't understand why Buggy would do this, it's good for him. Of course, Buggy is no philanthropist either. There are 2 conditions for agreeing not to kill them. One is to give up 2/3 of the 10,000 nations domain, and the other is to ask his sister Bule to do him a favor in the near future. Moreover, this help is still paid. He promised to give the children of the Charlotte family a quiet and peaceful living territory, as long as the future belongs to his jurisdiction. Katakuri immediately thought of the role of Bree's ability. It's just that before he spoke at that time, Bree agreed to the matter. In the end, this was the condition. This is why Katakuri, Bree, and Charlotte's children appear in the Red Line underground slave prison. Blue blue blue, the voice of the phone bug sounded, and soon the other side was approached. Click. Hello. After hearing the voice of Buggy on the opposite side, Stussy smiled and said, Mr. Buggy, it's me, Stussy. Oh, have you started to act? Hurry up, Pluto probably can't wait. Buggy chuckled lightly. We've been going as slow as we can, going from capturing the Holy Land, Marie Joyce, to being a tourist group. He. As expected of you, Mr. Buggy, that's right. Katakuri asked to talk to you before taking action. Stussy spoke directly. Okay. Let him answer the phone. Buggy didn't hesitate either. Katakuri took the phone bug and said in a deep voice. Mr. Buggy, do you mean what you said? Give our Charlotte pirates a quiet and peaceful territory. Certainly. Buggy restrained his smile and said in a deep voice. Your actions today will be broadcast live by UTA to the world in a short while. The world will remember you as slave-saving heroes after Fisher Tiger. I will remember you too. You guys should also know that I own the ancient weapon, Pluto, right? Why do you think I haven't opened fire on the Holy Land, Marie Joyce? After hearing Buggy's words, Katakuri immediately understood. After pondering for 2 seconds, he sighed and said, I really didn't expect that those slaves would stop the pace of a man like you. I understand. That being the case, we will do our best to rescue all the slaves quickly. Please. Buggy smiled. Katakuri and all of Charlotte's children were taken aback. They never thought that the man would say, please, to them. For a moment, even they had the thought of fighting for this man desperately. Is this the personality of Dreamer Buggy? No wonder there are strong men gathered around him one after another. Maybe that's why. Leave it to us. Katakuri responded with a deep voice, then hung up the phone. He was worried that if he continued talking with this man, he might even have the idea of wanting to do things for him thoroughly. Perhaps this man's personality charm is even more terrifying than his strength. Stussy looked at them with a smile on his face and said, So, everyone, can we act? Action. Without further ado, Katakuri was the first to leave the mirror world. With the strength of their squad, facing the soldiers guarding the slaves of the celestial dragons as a massacre. For these soldiers Katakuri they didn't hold back at all. Especially when they saw that some soldiers were still inflicting various inhumane punishments on slaves, they became even more vicious. If it wasn't for Stussy telling them to act quickly and ruthlessly, and try not to make any big noises, they would even want to torture and kill these celestial dragon soldiers. No way, the methods of these celestial dragon soldiers are too cruel. Even in the face of young children, they still started extremely cruel abuse. Even though they are pirates, they all feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, after the massacre, many of their discomforts were relieved. When the prisoners saw that someone was killing celestial dragon soldiers, they were terrified at first, but when they realized that the soldiers had been massacred one-sidedly, they started to shout. Not even the yelling from Charlotte's children could stop the slaves from being excited and wanting to vent. Shut up. In the end, the red-eyed Katakuri used the shock of Conqueror's Haki, which made these people calm down. At this time, the entire underground slave prison is already bleeding like a river. Few of the countless corpses of celestial dragon soldiers were intact on the ground. We were sent by Mr. Buggy to rescue you. Soon there will be a space door. Everyone will line up in an orderly manner to enter through this space door, and then go out through another space door. Understand? Katakuri was covered in blood, and with his indifferent words, even the masters among these slaves were silent, nodding their heads one by one. Such as pounding garlic. Click 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 click. Soon, the doors of the cells were opened one by one, and the slaves lined up in order. Crunch. Then, as Katakuri said, a 10-meter-high space gate appeared in the front. And the people at the front have already seen the blue sky and white clouds opposite the space gate. After seeing this scene, the leading slave glanced cautiously at Katakuri at the door, but the latter calmly nodded at him and said, You can go out now, don't make a mess, everyone can go out safely. Thank you, my lord. The leading slave gritted his teeth, suppressed the desire to scream, bowed to Katakuri and the others with tears streaming down his face, and rushed out quickly. Then came the second, third, fourth. Almost every slave who went out bowed to thank Katakuri and Stussy who were guarding the door. A kind of treatment that Katakuri and the others have never experienced. An inexplicable feeling rose up in their hearts. Seems fine. At this time, on the other side of the gate of space, it is the Pluton floating above the sky. Another space gate also appeared on the bow of Pluton, and the span between the two space gates was nearly 1 kilometer. In fact, it is the distance between Pluton's bow and stern. The idea was to keep the slaves as long as possible and give Uta, Robin and Shirahoshi enough time to shoot. After the slaves came out, they suddenly became nervous when they saw the three beauties taking pictures with their phone bugs. But I heard the girl at the head smiling at them and saying, Don't worry, we are all Mr. Buggy's people, and we are here to live broadcast what saved you to the world. We, Mr. Buggy, don't let our heroes get dusted. Nor let evil escape. Now, you are free, no one can take it from Mr. Buggy. After hearing Uta's voice, the restless mood of these slaves suddenly calmed down a bit. After their moods settled down, they couldn't bear the excitement completely, and one by one began to shout excitedly. We're finally out of hell, ha 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 ha, thank you Lord Buggy. Damn celestial dragons, go to hell. Whoa, my child was abused to death by them. Ha ha ha, Master Buggy will win. Long live Master Buggy. Long live Master Buggy. Originally, the escaped slaves just cheered individually, and finally gathered into waves of neat cheers, echoing above the sky of the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Everyone who watched the live broadcast was dumbfounded. They didn't react for a while, until those who watched the live broadcast saw the Celestial Dragon's exclusive, Sky Dragon's hoof, printed on the back of some shirtless men. At the time of the slave mark, everyone was bewildered. At this time, UTA also opened Shikai and said, presumably everyone is wondering, where do these people come from? I'm afraid, before that, there will be another question that many people will wonder. Why don't we have Pluto, one of the 3 ancient weapons? Why don't we directly ask Street? What about shooting? Now I'm here to tell you, here's why. Because Master Buggy doesn't want these slaves imprisoned in the underground prison by celestial dragons to die with this garbage. Now that all the slaves have been rescued, we will have no scruples. When she said this, Uda's face was already full of frost. After a pause, she spoke loudly again. Then, remember the names of all the owners of this special squad that rescued the slaves. They are Stussy, Khalifa, Bree, Katakori. After each name was pronounced by UTA, people watching the live broadcast all over the world suddenly became excited, and everyone was roaring and venting. Looking at the miserable slaves, many people hated the slavery system led by celestial dragons. After seeing those slaves being rescued at this moment, they were equally excited, and many people even saw their relatives who were captured as slaves in the live broadcast. This made those people deeply remember the names of all the people who saved the slaves. Some people have begun to transcribe their names, vowing to write them down and pass them down. After a burst of excitement, cheers of "Long live Mr. Buggy" sounded from all over the world at this moment. At this time, Buggy, facing Marie Joyce in front, raised his finger without hesitation and shouted, "Fire! Red line! Holy Land Marie Joyce Pangu City, in the 5 Elders Meeting Hall. Damn it, this clown Buggy is always doing something new for me. I didn't expect that the reason why he was so slow was to attract our attention and let other people save some untouchable Kong. Ha, it's really funny, it's just a pirate, what kind of hero is it? It makes me sick. Why don't you shoot for a bunch of untouchable slaves? Good. Keep putting it off. Soon you will pay for your stupidity. If he wants those slaves and untouchables, he can give them to him. Anyway, the delay of time is beneficial to us. Now it seems that Saint Satan may have been murdered by the Buggy pirates. If he has the support of so many people today, it is not impossible to kill Saint Satan. It should be like this. It's a pity that he can't see the magical skills that Lord I Am will show. Ha ha ha, can you see again? A technological weapon that surpasses Vegapunk. That is the power that God should control. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Marine camps. At this time, the Marine executives, as well as Akainu who just came here, are watching the live broadcast here. When they saw the slaves being rescued from the slave prison below the Holy Land Marie Joyce, and when they heard UTA say that the reason why Buggy didn't let Pluton fire the cannon was because he didn't want these slaves to be buried with the celestial dragons, all Marine executives all fell silent. They never thought that a pirate's love for human life and slaves would surpass their Marines, and even far better than their Marines. At this moment, someone in the silent Marines suddenly said a word. Anything that benefits the people is correct. From the people, to the people. This man has been adhering to his philosophy from the beginning to the end. But compared to him, what is our Marine now? Justice. Us? Swish. Almost at the same time, all Marine executives turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. Scoff at the same time, a golden light appeared above them. Although everyone knew at this time that Kizaru Admiral had returned, but no one was in the mood to welcome him at the moment. Everyone looked at the man with shocked and complicated eyes. Marine Admiral Aokiji. Saying such words at such a critical juncture is indeed very damaging to morale, and the most important thing is that the already shaken Marine executives are struggling in pain. Kuzan, shut up. In contrast, Sakazuki was completely angry, and without hesitation punched Aokiji in the face. And Aokiji did not show any weakness, his eyes were cold, and he raised his hand and punched him. Although neither of them has the ability to use it, their haki is extremely powerful, causing the hair of the top Marine executives around them to be blown back. Scoff boom. Just the next second, Kizaru appeared in the middle of the two in a flash, with his hands open to directly catch the attacks of the two. The shadows in his eyes flickered and sighed. It's about this time. Why are you two still messing around here? Let the old man calm down. After Kizaru finished speaking, a golden light flashed, and 2 roundhouse kicks hit the chests of both of them almost simultaneously. Scoff bang. Bang. Whoosh bang. In the next moment, the bodies of Akainu and Aokiji turned into a golden light and flew out from left to right respectively, smashing down several walls before stopping. Seeing this, Crane Vice Admiral couldn't help sighing and said, "Fortunately, you came back in time. Where are the 3 of them?" Kizaru sat down next to Suru Vice Admiral and sighed after 2 seconds of silence. "They're too late." "No." Crane Vice Admiral crossed his hands on the table. Although Akainu and Aokiji calmed down a lot after Kizaru's shot, Aokiji's words still had too much influence on the Marine executives. "Long live Katakuri-sama. Long live Lord Bree. Long live Master Stussy. Long live Lord Buggy. Long live the Scarlet Empire." Especially at this time, in the live broadcast screen, the grateful and painful wails of the slaves kept coming. Looking at the tearful slaves, and even the children who were a few years old among them were grateful to the pirates who rescued them, these Marine executives felt as uncomfortable as if they had been stabbed by a knife. At this moment, there is no distinction between hawks and doves, but all the Marines here can't stand this kind of stimulation. Those who can achieve this position are basically Marines with justice in mind. Although they have different ideas, there is no doubt about their firmness in justice. But at this time, the roars of gratitude from these slaves were like slaps on their faces. Marine is protecting the slave masters. Pirates are rescuing slaves. How ironic. It was as if everyone had fallen into an illusion, the world was turned upside down, and the reality was magical. But they all know that this is the truth, even though 90% of pirates are garbage. Although they don't want to admit it, these Marines have been maintaining the rule of slave owners since 800 years ago. The only stain on their justice is the celestial dragons. This is a hurdle that Marine will never cross. Crash. At this time, both Aokiji and Akainu bounced from the rubble, and the 2 returned to their seats without saying a word, but they did not fight again. It's ironic that pirates are saving slaves while we are protecting celestial dragons. After watching the live broadcast for a while, Kizaru suddenly said such a sentence. Both Akainu and Aokiji looked at him at the same time. They all know that among the 3 Marine admirals, their old friend is the strongest. It's just that he has seen too much darkness of the world government, and it was at that time that he seemed to lose interest in everything. You know, the 3 of them once wanted to become the Marine Marshal and change the world. And when Kizaru found out that Marshal Marine was just a bigger dog under Tianlong's command that day, he completely gave up on this world. What is he coming back for now? Just as they were thinking about this, the thick voice also sounded at this time. "So, Mr. Kizaru, what do you think of this filthy holy place, Marie Joyce?" Kizaru suddenly shook his body, turned his head to look at Fujitora who was smiling at him, then he gave a wry smile, shook his head helplessly and said, "Is it important how I choose? Haven't you 3 guys already made your choice? I just follow the crowd." Hearing this, Vice Admiral frowned, looked at Kizaru and said, "Kizaru, what do you mean by that?" "Grandma Crane, you have to ask the 3 of them, I just rushed back." Kizaru pouted and glanced at this expression. Fujitora, Aokiji and Akainu were all silent at this moment, without saying a word. The other Marine Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals were also confused at this time, not understanding what the hell these big shots were doing. "Don't fool me, old woman. It's about this time, you bastards." Crane Vice Admiral was immediately furious when he saw this. Kizaru said helplessly, "Grandma Crane, don't be fooled by the bastard Sakazuki and Kuzan. I just realized it when I saw the old Fujitora's expression. Grandma Crane, do you think that with the knowledge of these 3 bastards, they will not perceive that those little pirates of Katakuri are saving people at their feet? Do not make jokes. Now is the time of war, who would not be open to knowledge? Unless the color of knowledge can't reach that deep, it will naturally monitor its surroundings in an all-round way. But these 3 guys acted like nothing happened, as if nothing happened. Even if Sakazuki and Kuzan can't find it, can Fujitora not find it? These guys deliberately let Buggy's subordinates rescue the slaves from the slave prison. Really, I almost killed Jen. So, you 2 guys kicked me on purpose, didn't you?" As soon as Kizaru's words came out, the Marines who had been extremely depressed suddenly looked up, and they all looked at Akainu, Fujitora, and Master Aokiji with expectant eyes. If Kizaru's words are true, then their inner condemnation will not be so strong. For a while, Just because of Kizaru's words, Marine's overall morale rose a lot. Facing the eyes of everyone, Fujitora, Akainu and Aokiji looked at each other, but none of them spoke, only the corners of their mouths curled up. Although their duty, but they do not want to condone the slavery behavior of these celestial dragons. Now that someone is taking action for them, why not do it? In this way, they did not disobey the order of the world government. Isn't this an act of killing two birds with one stone? Cut. Crane Vice Admiral curled his lips, but there was a smile on his old face. What a few guys who make their own claims, Fujitora laments. As expected of Mr. Kizaru, who has just come back, did he easily see through our disguise? It seems that the old man's anxious words missed the trap. HMPH. Akainu pouted. Ah la la. Aokiji rubbed his chest and said. What a ruthless strike, Peluzalino. I almost got kicked to death. Who are you kidding? Kizaru pouted and rolled his eyes. Seeing this scene, all the marine executives smiled. Sure enough, these few are the existences who stick to justice. As long as their justice stands, the Marines will not fall for the celestial dragons. However, at this moment, after all the slaves in the live broadcast were rescued, the screen suddenly switched to Buggy's perspective. Before the Marines could react, they saw Buggy raised his hand, then waved his finger forward lightly, and said indifferently. Fire. Buggy's sudden opening surprised everyone watching the live broadcast. Zzz before everyone could react. They saw from a bird's eye view that the largest jet black gun barrel at the front of Pluton above the sky was gathering countless sea blue energies. In just a few moments, the front section of the pitch black gun barrel was surrounded by countless sea blue energy, and then the blue energy began to gather at the muzzle and get bigger and bigger. The diameter of the blue energy cluster has expanded to tens of meters. When the energy threshold reaches a limit, it will be sprayed out directly. Scoff. In the next moment, a huge blue beam of light with a diameter of tens of meters shot out from the gun barrel, and directly bombarded the periphery of Marie Joyce, the holy place in front of Pangu City, across a distance of several kilometers. Boom rumble next second. Surprise, the sound of the explosion in the sky resounded in all directions, and the huge blue explosion energy instantly overflowed, engulfing all the city walls, villas and buildings in a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Hurrah! The terrifying blast swept through the sky thousands of meters high, shaking countless clouds away. Woo woo woo! The power of the explosion brought endless howling winds, making the clothes and hair of Buggy and others who were walking slowly forward were blown and rattled. After a few minutes, the smoke cleared. From the perspective of the live broadcast, a huge pothole with a diameter of nearly 10 kilometers appeared in front of everyone watching the live broadcast from all over the world. The pothole was pitch black, and it was impossible to see how deep it was below. But everyone knows that if there were celestial dragons in this range before, there may be no bones left now. And those exquisite and luxurious villas within a few kilometers around this pothole have all been turned into ruins at this time. Even everyone could vaguely see celestial dragons howling and struggling among the ruins. If the potholes are shocking to the people watching the live broadcast, those celestial dragons who are dying in the ruins give excitement and fanaticism to people all over the world. There really are celestial dragons. Many people can't believe that someone in this world really dared to deal with celestial dragons so cruelly. Now they believe it. How many celestial dragons will die with this shot? Kill. Keep killing. Kill these bastards. At this time, people all over the world, whether they are members of the world government or non-member countries, are gnashing their teeth and shouting angrily. These people have been persecuted by the celestial dragons whether they pay the sky gold or not. So they hate celestial dragons. Seeing the miserable appearance of celestial dragons now naturally makes countless people happy. Fried. Keep frying. At this moment, countless people all over the world are crying in their hearts. And Buggy seemed to have heard the voices of everyone, and saw him raise his hand and pointed forward and said again. Pluto, fire. Immediately afterwards, above the midair, Pluto's voice sounded. As you wish, my lord. Zzz, just like before, sea blue energy began to gather on the huge gun barrel. After a few breaths, the terrifying Nengwang gun barrel once again fired a ball of arrogant blue energy towards the Holy Land Marie Joyce in front of it. If this blow is hit, the entire Holy Land, Marie Joyce, will die a large number of celestial dragons. Those celestial dragons who had been hiding in the villa at home now showed despair on their faces. Many people even stood on the street and roared in despair. Damn untouchables. Why rebel against God? Isn't it good to be a slave honestly? What about Marine Admiral? Go get Marine Admiral. The untouchables want to resist us. Damn it. It's over. It's too scary to hide. Are we dying? Help. Someone save us. The angry howls of countless celestial dragons finally had an effect at this moment. At the center of the Holy Land Marie Joys, a stream of golden light shot up into the sky, rushing directly towards the terrifying blue energy bomb. At the same time, the golden streamer flashed in front of it, and the endless golden light directly met Pluto's energy bomb. Boom. One gold and one blue, the two colors compete with each other in the sky. Endless light energy. After a few seconds of stagnation, the figure under the golden light shouted angrily. Pluto's terrifying Nengwang bomb was directly hit by the golden energy. Fly up and down. Boom. It wasn't until they flew thousands of meters into the sky together with the golden light that the two groups of terrifying energy completely exploded in the sky. The terrible aftermath of the explosion even completely destroyed all the clouds and mists above the sky, and the sweeping wind took away the explosion's smoke and dust, making the sky clearer again. This terrifying scene immediately surprised everyone watching the live broadcast. They couldn't imagine who could resist such a terrible explosion attack. And soon, the golden figure that resisted the attack of the Pluton cannon gradually solidified, and then a wretched man in a yellow suit appeared in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, the man pouted, and the iconic voice resounded through the sky. As expected of Pluto, I was almost killed by it. Marine Admiral Kizaru. The man called the Golden Flash by the world's strongest man, Godslayer, Dreamer, Buggy. Is this your true strength? Countless people were shocked. Are you sure, Enel? Seeing Buggy's previous performance in the distance, he turned his head to look at the shocked Enel with a half smile. When the latter heard this, a confident smile appeared on his face again and said, Captain, besides you, no one can say that they are sure about Kizaru like this, right? However, I believe in myself. I believe in my own efforts over the past few years. Leave Kizaru to me, I will definitely win. Okay, let's go. Buggy nodded with a smile. All he wanted was Enel's indomitable spirit. No matter what his final score is, he is always in the picture, and there is no possibility that Enel will be killed by Kizaru. What's more, Kizaru without Conqueror's Haki wants to kill Enel. I'm afraid it's impossible to kill Enel. Scoff. In the next moment, Enel's figure turned into a blue lightning bolt and aimed at Kizaru in the distant sky. Feeling the mighty momentum of Enel rushing towards him, Kizaru pouted and said solemnly, Every time I see you, you seem to be getting stronger. You are indeed Thor Enel, so scary. Don't pretend to be weak, old man. We all saw the ability you showed just now. Enel rolled his eyes, then looked at Kizaru solemnly and shouted. Today our battle will not end halfway, Kizaru. I will defeat you and send my captain to the throne of the King of the World. O King of the World. Kizaru also looked serious. It's really scary. Let's fight, Kizaru. Enel pointed the long golden stick in front of him and shouted angrily. 100 million volt discharge thunder dragons roar. Just as Enel gathered thunderlight all over his body, a tyrannical blue-black lightning swept towards Kizaru with a tyrannical momentum. Kizaru in the distance just made a move, and was suddenly shocked by the sudden momentum. His pupils shrank and stared at Enel and said in a deep voice. Conqueror's Haki. Didn't expect you to have this kind of power too? The Buggy pirates are really scary, they are as strong as monsters. 8-foot Chonguyu. Although Kizaru was shocked by Enel's Conqueror's Haki, he was not restrained by this momentum, but used his ability without hesitation. When the Buggy pirates below saw the Conqueror's Haki used by Enel, many people immediately exclaimed. Especially Crocodile, the corner of his mouth couldn't help showing a smile. It seems that this guy has also mastered this kind of power, as expected of you. Unexpected, but also within reason. Bullet said affirmatively. Ha ha ha, it seems that Enel's strength is going to be improved again. He is really a guy with terrifying talent. Duolingo sighed with a smile. The others also nodded. It must be known that Enel 2 years ago was still immature in mastering Haki, but after 2 years it was promoted to this level. During this period, he must have fought with everyone in the Zhongji pirates. This condensed Haki, and the appearance of conquerors all prove that Enel has definitely been training and fighting desperately in the past 2 years. Think about it, a guy who already has the strongest Logia's Thunder Fruit ability, his own talent is not bad, and he works so hard, he will almost kill him. What I am most afraid of is the guy who has better talent and ability than you, and works harder than you. Apparently Enel is that kind of guy. Roar. In the next second, the 100-meter-long brontosaur with blue lightning roared and rushed towards Kizaru hundreds of meters above. Zzz. Kizaru above the sky crossed his hands, like a round of scorching sun. Countless golden lasers shot out from his body and blasted towards the thunder dragon that was charging below. Boom boom boom. In the next instant, the roaring brontosaurus and countless golden lasers collided in the sky and made a huge roar. Although Thunder Dragon was shot through by the laser, it still struggled upwards to approach Kizaru. Just when Kizaru was about to increase the laser output to completely crush the Thunder Dragon, the corner of Enel's mouth rose above the sky in the distance, and the golden long stick danced a stickflower with blue thunder pointing forward and shouted. Burst. Boom rumble immediately, under the shocked gazes of audiences all over the world. The brontosaurus, which was only a few tens of meters away from Kizaru, exploded with a boom, instantly engulfing Kizaru and the laser together. The range of the explosion directly swept hundreds of meters, and the airwave exploded. Zilla facing the aftermath of the explosion, Enel in the distance did not retreat but advanced. He instantly locked Kizaru's position with his knowledge and knowledge. Zzz. Immediately afterwards, thunder flashed all over Enel, and within a few breaths, a ring-shaped thunder field with a diameter of hundreds of meters was formed. This field followed Enel's lightning and flashed across the sky, chasing Kizaru, who rose from the aftermath of the explosion. Up. 500 million volt discharge Wanlei heavenly prison introduced. W. Kizaru, who had just escaped from the aftermath of the explosion, couldn't help being surprised when he saw such a terrifying thunder power. This Enel gets stronger too fast. How did this guy train? Naturally, he didn't know that Enel had not only been cultivating knowledge and developing fruits every day over the Scarlet Empire for the past 2 years, but also used the thin air in the sky to exercise his body. In the past 2 years, Enel has been monitoring the Empire with knowledge and radio waves, but it is not without effect. It was in this situation that his thunder fruit was awakened, and his knowledge was also increased. It can be said that Enel's strength is evolving rapidly every day. This is where Thunder Fruit's true strength lies, and it's where Enel finally realizes his talents. Although his armament Haki has not yet reached the advanced level, his knowledge color has reached the peak of the advanced level, and he has even mastered the knowledge color of predicting the future and the special Thunderlock. That is to say, as long as it is locked by Enel, unless it is a strong person who has mastered knowledge and killing, he will not be able to rely on his attack at all. Coupled with his Thunder Fruit's terrifying attack power, he is simply a guy with a humanoid lock. At this moment, Kizaru felt that he was struggling, and the feeling of being unable to dodge the attack at all was so uncomfortable. Boom boom boom. The collision of the thunder and the light laser produced another explosion that swept nearly 1,000 meters in the sky, and the aftermath of the explosion blew away all the surrounding clouds and mist. Everyone watching the live broadcast from all over the world swallowed subconsciously. A battle of this level is really no different from a god for ordinary people. Enel, this guy, has become stronger very quickly in the past few years. Redfield, who was next to Buggy, couldn't help sighing. Buggy chuckled and said, "This guy has been training day and night for the past 2 years, but this is a special product of Thunder Fruit, and it cannot be imitated by others." Redfield nodded. Except that Haki is a little weaker, he basically has no weaknesses now. Of course, he wants to surpass the old man. It is still very early. Who was not a genius? Hearing Redfield's words, everyone in the Buggy Pirates burst into laughter. As expected of you, Lonely Red. But if you think about it, Redfield, who is too young now, is definitely qualified to say this. He already reached the pinnacle of the world in physique, swordsmanship and hockey, and now he has eaten a phantom beast fruit that can bring him back to youth and improve his ability. What is his strength so far? No one knows yet. Perhaps only when he really fights can he see what level he has reached. Everyone was thinking about various situations. Bypassing the big hole blown out by Pluto, they finally came to the central square of Marie Joy's. After arriving here, most of the combat power prepared by celestial dragons has been completely displayed in front of everyone. There were at least 100,000 white-clothed long spear troops standing in front of them, and everyone looked at Buggy and the others with stern expressions. Each of these army soldiers wore white visors on their faces, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. And behind the 100,000 troops, behind almost every 10,000 people, there was a knight in silver-white armor standing on the high platform behind. After seeing these people in silver-white armor, Buggy and the others knew immediately that they should be members of the Knights of God. Each of these members is also wearing a silver mask, so that people can't see their appearance. If we look at the members of the Knights of God that we met before, I am afraid that these people are also clones. Who exactly cloned it is unknown. But being able to be placed in the Holy Land by the 5 elders is definitely not easy. Before coming here, Buggy had analyzed the situation of the Knights of God, and now it seems that it is really as he thought. At this time, behind the Knights of God are 3 high-backed chairs, Fujitora on the left, Akainu on the Vice Admiral, and Aokiji on the right. As for other Marine executives, I have not seen it yet. Behind the 3 Marine Admirals, there was a high-backed chair, and Kong, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies who hadn't appeared for a long time, appeared there. When he saw the empty space, Redfield suddenly became excited, and the laughter shook the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. Ha 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 ha, Kong, I didn't expect you to be sent to fight at such an old age. It's just that compared with decades ago, your strength is much weaker. Now I am stronger. I am very curious, how are you going to stop us today? Just you and these 3 admirals. Let me tell you, it's not enough to watch. Hearing Hong's words, the color of Gangkong, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, is also ugly. He really didn't expect that Ladefield actually returned to his youthful appearance, which made him suddenly have bad memories. At the beginning, I was defeated by him. If Garp and Sengoku hadn't appeared, I'm afraid I would have been F***ed by Redfield. Now facing the younger Redfield who also possesses the ability of the aesthetic beast Devil Fruit, even Sora doesn't know how to restrict him. But facing the swearing 5 elders, he has nothing to do. Thinking of this, he glanced at the member of the Knights of God out of the corner of his eye. He was very curious, what kind of cards the world government had prepared to give them such confidence. Impossible. The members of these 10 Knights of God are all Admiral-level combat power, right? That would be outrageous. Do you think Admiral is Chinese cabbage? With these in mind, Kong said without showing any weakness. Snort. I want to see how you can surpass the 100,000 Gods Punishment Army. They are all the background of the world government, a group of monsters who are not afraid of death. You bunch of pirates still want to overthrow the world government? Idiots talk about dreams. Hearing Kong's words, Buggy's expression was indifferent, and his figure slowly floated into the air. Standing up, facing the Kong Road in the distance. Didn't your Marine staff tell you that the large army is of no use to me? HMPH. That's not necessarily the case. Kong's mouth is as hard as steel. Don't compare the God's Punishment Army with your group of pirate soldiers. Ah. Buggy chuckled, then clapped his hands together, looked at Kong in the distance and said. The older you get, the more confused you become. Forget it. You are a frog in a well. Let you have a look at the unevenness of the world. Any army is no different to me. Birth of the tree world. Birth of the flower tree world. The complexion of Kong in the distance changed greatly when he heard the words. He never thought that Buggy would make such a quick move, and immediately shouted. Attention everyone. The strongest man in the world is about to make a move. Hearing this sentence, Hawkeye, Crocodile, Marco, and Ace who participated in the summit war below all had strange expressions. No. Why do you seem to have heard this sentence somewhere? Click 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 click. Ha, but before they could react, countless gigantic vines emerged from the ground beneath the feet of the God's Punishment Army in front of them, and shot up into the sky, killing the 100,000 God's Punishment Army in an instant. The array rushed people off their feet, boom boom boom. Immediately afterwards, those huge vines intertwined with each other, and in the blink of an eye, huge trees with a height of 100 meters were formed. After that, 10 flowers bloomed on these trees. A scarlet flower. Rustle after these flowers bloomed, countless pale pink pollen enveloped the 100,000 Gods Punishment Army. A tree world and a flower tree world are directly engulfed by the array of tens of thousands of Gods Punishment Army. Especially in the forest, those vines were like living creatures, like giant pythons, tying up the Gods Punishment Army who were caught off guard. The bound Gods Punishment Army was quickly drained by Sensen Fruit's terrifying absorbing ability, and turned into a mummy. This kind of situation keeps happening all over the forest, and only a small number of them are captured by the live phone bug. But even so, it made everyone watching the live broadcast around the world feel their scalps go numb. 2 such huge forests have been created in such a short period of time, and the trees and vines in this forest will also attack the God's Punishment Army in the forest. This terrifying ability is like a god. Is this the strength of the strongest man in the world? With just a slap of both hands, the world government's 100,000 Gods Punishment Army was swallowed by the tree world. Even though the people watching the live broadcast from all over the world have shot many times, they know that this man's strength is far beyond that. Not even playing at all. This immediately made everyone watching the live broadcast excited. They really want to see, Now that Buggy is so powerful, how can they resist? Especially in the face of the current situation. World government is not about destroying it, nor is it not destroying it. If these forests are destroyed, the gods' punishment army inside will inevitably suffer heavy losses. If these forests are not destroyed, the gods' punishment army will also die slowly. With just one move, the 100,000 gods' punishment army, which is one of the world government's trump cards, was wiped out. Even though they knew Buggy was strong, they didn't expect him to be this strong. At this moment, cold sweat was pouring out of Kong's forehead. According to the information, he knows that Buggy's strongest fruit has never been this dense fruit, but the split fruit that has not been used until now. Is there any reason for him? Why can this guy eat 2 devil fruits? It's outrageous. God's Knights, go up. Seraphim Legion, you are too. Kong doesn't care so much now, anyway, since the 5 elders said that the 10 Knights of the gods have strong combat power, let them go. Why can't we let the 3 admirals tick now? I just went out for a Kazaru and was stopped directly. Originally, when Kong saw that the 5 elders brought him so many top-level combat power, he wanted to say that he had never fought such a rich battle, but now it may not be enough. But they are only the front-end battlefield here. Those 4 talents of the 5 elders are the final battleground. No matter what cards and confidence they have, at least they can't let Buggy bring too much combat power to the last Pengu city. Following Kong's words, more than a dozen figures shot up into the sky and rushed towards Buggy and the others. Finally coming? Bullet licked his lips, eyes wide with excitement. These guys just let us do it. Duolingo spread his wings, rose from the sky, and rushed directly towards the little Doflamingo in the Seraph Legion. That's right, we can't let our admiral go first at this time, can we? Then Sabo couldn't help but nodded, and as he stepped forward, he raised his body by a meter or two and entered the Dragon Man state. He tilted his head and gave Ace a thumbs up and smiled. Ace, I'll go first. Ah. Ace also grinned. Although he and Sabo have known each other for a long time, being able to fight side by side is not something that makes him very happy. Thinking of this, he felt a little more grateful for Buggy. He didn't expect that the 3 brothers would meet again one day. It can be said that apart from Marco and the crew of the Whitebeard Regiment, Ace has only 2 brothers, Saw and Luffy. That is, this time Luffy didn't know that Ace and Sabo would come, otherwise, he would definitely come to help. But this time, Ace and Marco already had a goal when they came here. It's just that it's not suitable for shooting right now. Iha. The cadres of the Revolutionary Army, let's go too. With a loud roar, Ivankov's head became bigger several times, and he rushed directly towards a masked knight of the gods. Oh. The 4 army commanders of the Revolutionary Army rushed up without hesitation and directly picked their opponents. The members of the Knights of God were stopped immediately. The opponent chosen by Sabo is another Seraphim S. Moonlight, which is Moria. Gecko Moria in the rear was a little uncomfortable seeing his clone for a while. He, I didn't expect Lousy to be cloned. Gecko Moria glanced at it and smiled. If that guy Doflamingo knew that he was also cloned, he would probably be so angry that he would come back to life. He. That being the case, Lousy should also choose an opponent. I am afraid that the opponent behind is not something I can deal with. You are very self-aware. Crocodile choked on Moria, pointed to the front and said. Marine's combat strength has also come out, and it seems that a full-scale war is about to begin. Moria turned her head to look, and sure enough, she saw a group of Marine Vice Admirals headed by the T-Dolphin Smoker also come out from behind at this time. Leave the T-Dolphin to me. At this time Lu Chi suddenly stepped forward and said in a deep voice. He has the ability of Zone's Phantom Beast species, so it's more suitable for me to match him. Good. Crocodile also knows that Lu Chi has awakened his fruit ability, so he is very assured of his strength. Bang bang bang. After Lu Chi finished speaking here, his figure rose directly into the sky, and after a few airwaves in the sky, he rushed towards the T-Dolphin in front, and kicked out mercilessly. Tempest Kick Guy Bird. Whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, 7 or 8 bird-shaped tempest kicks with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters blasted towards the T-Dolphin. Hey, Rob Lucci. What a scary guy. Faced with this attack, the T-Dolphin did not panic, wrapped its arms around its armed colors in an instant, and then jumped up with a bang bang bang. Several punches that directly smashed the 7 or 8 huge bird-shaped tempest kicks into pieces. Shave. Almost when the T-Dolphin smashed the guy bird, Lu Chi had already appeared behind the T-Dolphin, and then fiercely blasted out dozens of finger shadows. Finger pistol lion Madara, porpoise armor. The T-Dolphin doesn't seem to be good at speed. Facing Lu Chi's move, he didn't react it, but used his ability directly. In the next second, the whole body of the T-Dolphin was immediately covered by a layer of khaki leather armor, and his hair was also counted down, and then two long and sharp fangs appeared from his mouth, and the fangs were still burning. Orange flame. Although the T-Dolphin who resisted this blow was not hurt, his figure was still blasted dozens of meters away by Lu Chi's move. At this time, he looked at Lu Chi with a solemn expression and said, "Rob Lucci, you are much stronger than you were 2 years ago." "Yes." The corner of Lu Chi's mouth curled up. "But you don't seem to have gotten much stronger. It seems to be underestimated." Ji grinned his big mouth, and a ray of orange flames spit out from his mouth and growled. Beast transformation, flaming dolphin armor. Hurrah! Following the T-Dolphin's words, the flames on the fangs at the corners of his mouth instantly exploded, and then enveloped him whole. The T-Dolphin, who was originally a little fat and short, suddenly became thinner and taller, and his figure suddenly rose to a height of 3 or 4 meters. Bathed in the flames, a long tail swung out from behind him. At the same time, there were 2 orange flame streamers behind him. Seeing this scene, Lu Chi shrank his pupils, then grinned and said, "Is the fruit awakened? Everything in the world is born according to the wish. Let you also feel the power of Zone after awakening." Ka ka ka. After Lu Chi's words fell, his figure was also raised by a head again, and his figure also reached 3 or 4 meters. Dian also wrapped 2 black clouds of smoke behind his back and under his arms. Zone awakens. After Rob Lucci's ability appeared, many people on the battlefield couldn't help being surprised. Among fruit ability awakenings, Zone's awakening is the most dangerous. Because Zone's awakening may turn himself into a monster with the will attached to Zone Devil fruit itself. If one's own will doesn't defeat the monster in the fruit, then it is very likely that he will turn into that monster. In the deep sea prison, there are a few Zone Devil fruits that failed to awaken. They have basically lost the human factor, leaving only some obedient instincts. And Rob Lucci's successful awakening really shocked many people. At present, among the Marine and world government, the only capable person who can completely complete the awakening of Zone is Gang Kong, the 3rd Army Division. As expected of you, Rob Lucci. Ji smiled, "Then come on, let's have a good fight." Whizzing after finishing speaking, the 2 figures soared into the sky again and fought crazily in the air. Just as Lu Chi and Professor Jia Ji were at the time, one of Marine's high-end combat powers rushed out again. Smoke cloud. After he rushed out, the ground and the trees within hundreds of meters around him all turned into a ball of rolling white smoke. Moreover, the white smoke is still expanding rapidly, and it seems to spread to a kilometer range in the blink of an eye, trying to surround Buggy and the others. Sha Lan. Chi 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 chi. In the next moment, the white smoke on the ground turned into yellow sand in the blink of an eye, and several tens of meters of huge sand blades directly cut the white smoke into several tens of meters of holes. Ha 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 ha. Then Crocodile's figure emerged from the tornado ahead, and his trademark laughter echoed in the sky. "Another fruit awakener? Arlogia's smoke fruit, are you a smoker? But aren't you a little too greedy? Do you want to surround us like this?" HMPH. Crocodile. Smoker looked serious. He stared at him and said, "Since you made a move, I will arrest you personally to make up for the regret that I failed to arrest you personally more than 2 years ago." Ha ha ha. Crocodile laughed triumphantly and said, "2 years ago I was able to subdue you, and I will still be able to conquer you 2 years later." Fruit awakening. Who wouldn't? Reincarnation or ocean sand explosion burial. Crash. As soon as Crocodile finished speaking, the ground under his feet turned into a sea of sand hundreds of meters away, and then as he raised his hands, he directly set off a 100-meter sand wave and swept towards Smoker in the distance. Seeing this, Smoker's pupils shrank, and he didn't dare to be careless. He clenched his fists and wrapped armament hockey around his arms, and then suddenly disappeared towards the overwhelming sand. White blast. Whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, the shadow of the fist composed of white smoke slammed into the sand waves without covering it. Boom boom boom. The abilities of the 2 Logia ability awakeners collided in midair, and terrifying energy and gravel were scattered in all directions. 2 streams of energy, one white and one yellow, wrestle with each other on the ground, occupying the areas they want to elementalize. Well, the enemies have been snatched away by you. Those guys are too weak and I don't want to do anything. Seeing this scene, the little Hancock on the side immediately pursed his lips. Little Eagle Eye patted the long knife and said with a smile, Don't worry, Snake Girl, the background of the world government is not enough. Just wait, there will be stronger opponents. Well, hopefully. Little Hancock folded his arms. Ace and Marco, who were with them, couldn't laugh or cry when they heard the words. The other teammates burst into laughter when they heard this. When they assigned opponents here, Buggy, Redfield, Shanks, Hawkeye, Empress, Dragon and others didn't stop at all, and walked straight towards the road ahead that was swept away by the tree world. On this road, they can see that one by one has been absorbed by the tree world into human king god punishment stars. And people with a strong sense of knowledge can also notice that there is a strong life energy pouring into Buggy's body rapidly under Buggy's feet. Buggy is like a bottomless pit, unceremoniously absorbing all this huge vitality. Even Redfield and Shanks, who were following on both sides of him, couldn't help but look at Basil in surprise. If the timing wasn't right, they all asked Buggy twice, wouldn't he explode and die after absorbing such a huge amount of life energy? But seeing Buggy walking forward as if nothing had happened, they didn't ask any more questions. People watching the live broadcast from all over the world felt extremely shocked after seeing this scene. New World, Sea Area of All Nations, Supernova Alliance Island. Kid, Hawkins, Apu and others were stunned by the battlefield in front of them. Is this the strongest strength in the world? One move directly ruined the world government's 100,000 gods punishment army. It's too outrageous. Buggy is the undisputed king of this era, and he is already the king of One Piece after he gets One Piece. One Piece. Maybe people don't pay attention to it at all. What he wants to do is the king of the world. Hey. So strong, is this the hidden combat power of the world government? Shichibukai can be cloned. Isn't there something else that can also be cloned? And the Knights of God. They were able to stop the commander of the Revolutionary Army one-on-one. That crow is Logia. Who are these Knights of God? Hey, are you a liar? Marine and didn't the world government's various hidden combat powers stop Buggy's progress? How is it possible? Didn't you see it? None of the main cadres of the Buggy pirates made a move. Jabba, Bullet, Empress, Sunbelle, Optimus Prime 1, Crocodile. Air Sea, I can't even count. After today, the world will be completely changed. It has to be said that the fighting power of the Buggy pirates really shocked the people watching the live broadcast all over the world. Kong has put all its high-end combat power on, and it can't stop Buggy's progress at all. Some are ready to move. Coupled with the instigation of some members of the Revolutionary Army. The anger of these people who have been oppressed by heavenly gold for a long time is already burning in their chests, they just lack a chance. At the same time, Kong, who was on the high platform in the distance, looked at the scene in front of him with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect that there were so many Buggies of this level of combat power. Blue at this moment, the phone bug in Kong's pocket rang, and he immediately took it out to answer the call. Then, the heavy voice of Crane Vice Admiral sounded from the opposite side. Hey, Commander-in-Chief. Our Marine can no longer be dispatched. All ships have been destroyed by the Sea Kings, even Marineford can't get out. What? Kong exclaimed in disbelief. You said that all the ships in Marine were destroyed by Sea Kings. Crane Vice Admiral, don't joke with me at this time. Do you think I'm joking? Crane said with a gloomy expression. I also just received a report from the headquarters. Not long ago, when the Naval Headquarters Army began to gather, countless Sea Kings went crazy and smashed the bottoms of all warships. We didn't even have time to fight back. Those Sea Kings retreated in an orderly manner. Don't you think this is a more terrible thing than the destruction of the fleet? Kong felt a chill in his heart. Indeed. There is no doubt that this incident was definitely done by Buggy's side. If the other party has this ability, then only Buggy can decide whether the sea will be chaotic in the future. Being able to control the abilities of the Sea Kings couldn't be more scary. And the fleet of Naval Headquarters has thousands of ships. With so many ships, how many Sea Kings would it take to destroy them all? The most frightening thing is that the Sea Kings retreated in an orderly manner. Thinking of this, Kong suddenly looked up at the huge black warship floating in the sky, ancient weapon Pluton. Since Pluton has been found by Buggy, it is not surprising that Poseidon was found by him, right? With this in mind, Kong didn't want to wait any longer. He decided to hold off a few opponents first, and let the four old men deal with them later. Fujitora, Akainu, Aokiji, it's time to do it. Ah. Hearing Kong's words, the three of them nodded at the same time, then got up and shot at Buggy and the others without hesitation. Gravity Knife Tiger, Great Eruption. Storm Pheasant's Mouth, After seeing 3 Marine Admiral shots, people watching the live broadcast around the world also became nervous. Is the top combat power finally going to make a move? Leave Fujitora to me. At this moment, Jabba soared into the sky, facing the attack from Fujitora. He raised his hand, and the surrounding wind and air were instantly controlled by him, and then he raised his hand 10 miles away and turned into a giant 10 square meters. The axe struck without hesitation. Uncle Buggy, yes, Akainu will be handed over to us. Fire Fist. Leave Akainu to us. Phoenix Seal. Almost at the same time, 10 orange, red and 10 golden and blue figures soared into the sky and rushed directly towards Akainu. At the same time, a huge fire fist and a blue shockwave struck Akainu's great eruption across 100 meters. Boom boom boom. The attack of several people completely exploded in the sky. Boom. Then leave Aokiji to me. Bullet bent and flicked his legs, turned into a blue streamer and shot up to the sky, smashing Aokiji's Stormbeak with a punch, and then turned around in the sky and went straight to Aokiji. The people who watched the live broadcast saw 3 admirals, or 4 admirals were stopped so easily, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva subconsciously. Powerful. Too strong. This kind of Buggy pirates feels invincible. Blah blah. Buggy kept walking, and walked directly towards the Kong high platform in front of him. He smiled and said, "Now you are the only one left, Commander Kong. Are you sure you want to attack me? I won't show mercy just because you are a centenarian." As soon as Buggy said this, Kong's expression on the high platform changed immediately. Shanks on the side couldn't help laughing and said, "Buggy, you have a bad mouth. Master Kong is not even 100 years old." Yeah? The corners of Buggy's mouth turned upward. That's a pity he didn't have the chance to live to be 100 years old. Redfield couldn't help but shook his head and said, Kong, after more than 20 years, I didn't expect that it would be like this when we meet now. As the commander-in-chief of the world government, have you ever thought about the situation where you are alone and helpless? I have to say that the words of Buggy and Redfield are really a bit of criticism. Moreover, Kong's situation at this time is indeed a bit helpless in terms of matching. Whether it was the Seraph Legion, the Knights of the Gods, or Marines' high-end combat power and the 3 admirals, all of them were stopped by Zhongji's players at this time. Even if other people want to help Kong at this time, they are powerless. Because there are several strong people around Buggy who are at least at the admiral level. Needless to say, Redfield, Redhead, Long and Hawkeye, One Piece, Boa Hancock, Sunbell et al. Faced with such a high-end combat power, if the Buggy pirates choose to besiege, Sora will definitely die. Sora looked solemn, staring at Buggy in front of him and said coldly, "Buggy, I'll fight till the end even if I'm alone. I heard that you are the strongest in the world today. Do you have the guts to fight me?" Tisk. Hearing Sora's words, Red Hair, Redfield, Long and the Empress all took a step forward. Before they could speak, Buggy raised his hand to stop them, and then Buggy stepped out with a chuckle. Swish. In the next moment, when it reappeared, it was already 30 meters away from the sky. At this time, Buggy, with a blue horse tail fluttering in the wind, raised his hand to stroke his long beard on his forehead, and his white cloak fluttered. He looked at Kong and said calmly, "For the sake of your loyalty, I'll give you a chance, this loyal dog of the celestial dragons. You want to use the fight with me to get out the information on me, right? Come on, if you have the strength." Hearing Buggy's words, Sora's eyes twitched. The high-end Marines below were all furious when they heard the words, but they didn't say a word. If it's really Buggy, it's too heartbreaking. But they didn't have any reason to refute. Ha ha ha. No matter what you say, I am the official, you are the thief. Kong raised his head and laughed, and at the same time, his whole body was instantly covered with white hair, his figure instantly rose several meters, and a long white tail was thrown out from behind him. Immediately afterwards, Sora's white hair was dyed with strands of black streaks. Muscles explode. Just like a standing white giant tiger. Roar. With Kong's roar, the next day's first wave and air wave directly hit Buggy. An ordinary person would probably be blown hundreds of meters away with just one blow. But Buggy's figure remained motionless, and those sound waves were automatically shattered by the platinum mask in front of him 2 or 3 meters away. Crack. 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 Seeing this scene, Buggy raised his hand and clapped his hands, nodded and commented. Zone Maomao Fruit White Tiger awakens. As expected of Commander Kong, being able to awaken Zone Devil Fruit, which is the most difficult to awaken, is really powerful. Unfortunately, you are too old, even Hockey is too weak. Little Devil. Don't look down on the old man. Roar. On the high platform, Kongbei Buggy almost broke his defense with one sentence to the left and one sentence to the right. After a roar, he turned into a white streamer and rushed towards Buggy. Zilla mighty conquerors wrap around the fists, with flowing hockey at the front of the arm. Batanga emission. Standard equipment for the world's top powerhouses. Even though it is Kong who is over 90 years old, his attack power is still extremely terrifying. If this move hits Aokiji, I'm afraid Aokiji will also vomit blood. This is the terrifying power of the Awakened Zone Fruit ability user, not to mention the tyranny and advanced armament hockey. The Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admiral below were all excited when they saw such a fierce Kong. It has appeared. The Awakened White Tiger, Commander Kong's aura is still so terrifying. Too strong. The strongest in the world, it will be hard to face this, right? However, in the next second, the smiles of these excited Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admiral froze on their faces. Boom. Above the sky, a dull sound echoed, and a huge wave of air shook, and everyone looked up in shock. I saw that Buggy just casually raised his hand and stretched forward to grab Kong's huge 1-meter diameter palm, as if he didn't lose much strength at all. What? How is it possible? Kong himself was shocked by Buggy's strength. He looked at Buggy in disbelief. Even a double fruit ability user can't have such a powerful power. What's more, you are only the Awakened of Paramecia and Logia. Wait. You are the 6th style master. This time, not only Kong was shocked, everyone in the battlefield was shocked by Buggy's understatement of taking Kong's move. That's the Awakened ability user in the form of Zone's White Tiger, and it also comes with Conqueror's Winding and Advanced Armament Hockey's attack. How could it be accepted so lightly? At this moment, the entire battlefield was in an uproar. The people watching the live broadcast from all over the world subconsciously swallowed their saliva, their eyes filled with shock. Swish swish swish. Yes, I'll give you some rewards. But before everyone reacted, Buggy grinned at Kong, pinched the nails of Kong's huge white tiger hand, and lifted him up. Then, under everyone's horrified eyes, he directly lifted Kong's afterimages appeared around the body. Call out boom. Immediately, Buggy raised his hand violently and threw Kong out, smashing him directly onto the high platform, causing Kong's body to smash through the high platform and continue to fly backward hundreds of meters, smashing down a dozen houses behind him one after another. Stop. After this scene appeared, the entire battlefield was silent for a while. Although they thought that Buggy was very strong, they never imagined that this man also possessed such terrifying physical strength. They just heard Kong's words, 6th style master. What is this concept? So far, there is only one person in this world who can reach the level of a 6th style master. That's Garp the Fist. Not even Kong can reach it. Now there is one more person. Godslayer, Buggy. Taijutsu, fruit abilities, and hockey are all on the ceiling of the world. Such a man is worthy of the title of the strongest in the world. Naturally, Buggy couldn't do much damage to Kong. It just let everyone and Kong see the gap between him and Buggy. Even if Kong is old, he still has an admiral level of combat strength, so it is naturally impossible for Buggy to be killed without using any abilities. Clatter bang bang bang. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, Kong knocked off all the gravel on his body, soaring into the sky and rushing towards Buggy again. Buggy. Kong roared, opened his mouth wide and shot a beam of light towards him. Boom. Buggy in the air bent and flicked his legs, and rushed towards the white energy ray without retreating, then raised his fist and hit the ray with 10 fists under the shocked gaze of the Lord. Bang Kai. In just a split second, the ray with terrifying power was instantly exploded. The blow just made Buggy's body freeze for a second. Shave. But it was also in this second that Buggy's figure disappeared directly in place. Not good. Kong immediately searched the surroundings frantically, but found nothing. However, the next moment Buggy appeared in front of him upright and took a volley barb without hesitation. Boom. Right in the head of Kong. Scoff. Platinum, black and purple colored lightning burst out, and the powerful hockey and attack power directly kicked Kong from the sky. Bang. There was another loud bang, and the ground within a radius of several hundred meters sank into a large pit instantly, and a large area of surrounding buildings collapsed directly. Kong vomited blood and lay in the center of the pit. The crowd on the battlefield saw that Kong had just taken off for a few seconds, and was kicked into the ground by Buggy again. The appearance of being completely hanged made everyone on the battlefield and watching the live broadcast tremble with fear. That's Marine Admiral level combat power. to be beaten so easily. This is too outrageous, right? Is this the true strength of the world's strongest man? No, this is not his true strength. Because so far, the two abilities that everyone in the world knows best about Buggy is that he is useless. Lying in the big pit, Kong's expression was extremely serious at this moment. Want to get things, is want to get. The opponent only used 6 moves to hang him up and beat him. If you really use your ability. No, maybe he still has a chance to use his abilities. After all, no matter how fast his wood is, it is not as fast as his own. Thinking of this, Kong smiled wryly in his heart. Did he actually pin the outcome of the battle on such a thing? I really am old. Just as he was thinking this way, Buggy spoke again, but as soon as this sentence came out, suddenly, everyone present and watching the live broadcast felt their hairs stand on end. Commander Kong, you are really old. Same as Saturn San, one of the 5 elders, good ability, but too weak in physique and hockey. Even though you are a loyal dog of the celestial dragons, let me give you a face in terms of what you have done for the sea over the years. As soon as Buggy said this, the entire battlefield fell into an uproar. Even on Buggy's side, many people were shocked. One of them was red-haired, and he asked in shock without any scruples. Buggy, you just said Saturn, one of the 5 elders, what do you mean? Swish. When hearing Hongfa's words, everyone on the battlefield subconsciously separated a certain distance. They also wanted to listen carefully to what was going on. And the 4-5 elders in the depths of Pengu City also sank face to face when they heard the words. They already had a bad premonition in their hearts. Sure enough, the next moment Ba raised his hand and slapped his forehead with a smile. It seems that I haven't told you about this yet. When I came back from Vegapunk before, I met the Valkyrie of Science Defense Saturn Jagolucia Satan, one of the 5 elders, who fought with you not long ago. The Knights of God led by the team. Then we played a game with them. Finally, you should know. All members of our Buggy Pirates were not damaged. Saturn Satan, one of the 5 elders, and his Knights of God were all wiped out by us. Quiet. Deathly silence. At this time, the entire battlefield fell into an extremely strange situation. Everyone's eyes widened in horror, and they looked at the man above the sky in disbelief. At this moment, the man had his hands in his pockets, and the corners of the mouth on the clown's makeup had a rebellious arc, making people feel like they dare not look directly at him. After a few seconds of silence, the entire battlefield erupted into a shocking uproar. Wow! The people watching the live broadcast from all over the world finally came to their senses at this time. Everyone was holding their heads full of shock and disbelief, and most of them still had a little joy in their eyes. Hey, are you a liar? Did what I heard really happen? 5 elders. That's one of the rulers of the world. Was it really killed? Ha 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 ha. Long live Lord Buggy. Long live the Scarlet Empire. What the F*K is the helm of the world. Tien is the helm of the world. Long live Buggy. Ha 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 ha. Godslayer indeed. Execute the celestial dragons first, then the 5 elders. I'm asking who else? The whole world is in a frenzy at this moment. However, unlike the shock of others, Buggy's expression is extremely calm. He looked into the distance and got up from the pit, looking up at him in shock. Kong said calmly. Alright. Let's call it a day. I'm still in a hurry. Now, I will fulfill your decency, Commander Kong. Snapped. Following Buggy's words, before everyone could react, his voice echoed above the sky. True several thousand hands. Boom boom boom. In the next second, a blue light shone on the ground, and immediately countless huge vines shot up from the ground of the red line, and within a few breaths, a giant Buddha hundreds of meters tall was condensed. This is because Buggy deliberately controlled the size. Under the shocking eyes of everyone, there are thousands of folded palms behind the giant Buddha, which seem to be ready to go at any time. And that's exactly what happened, turning Buddha on the top. Buggy spoke without delay. Whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, the countless clasped hands behind the Buddha turned into huge fists and smashed down on Kong Chen below. Kong was horrified in his heart, and after letting out a thunderous tiger roar, he rose up into the sky without any fear and smashed the fists of conquerors in high-level armament hockey at that place. These huge wooden elemental fists. However, following Buggy's thoughts, the countless giant fists that hit Kong were instantly entwined with the super armament hockey, and countless black and golden flames surged on the fists. Collided with his fist under Kong's horrified gaze. Boom boom boom. Kong could throw dozens, even hundreds of fists in the air at first, but the number of shadows falling down could be thousands. Boom boom boom. In just an instant, Kong was engulfed by the black and golden shadows of the fist and smashed into the ground of Redline, splashing the sky with smoke and dust. Caw 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 caw. The ground is sunken down from the initial radius of hundreds of meters to a radius of kilometers. The entire ground was completely sunken. Before everyone could react, a wooden elemental palm was pulled out from the dust and mist, and it was holding a man covered in blood. It was Kong, who had turned into a normal state. But at this time, Kong still has a powerful haki surging around him, and seems to want to fight back. However, Buggy looked down at Kong below indifferently with his hands in his pockets, and said calmly, "Farewell, Chief Kong." Snapped. In the next moment, before everyone could react, the two huge bergamot hands clasped together. Kong's aura, which originally had a strong aura, instantly weakened. In the bergamot hands invisible to everyone, Kong's horrified expression was instantly sucked into a human body, the powerful power of the dense fruit surged, and all of Kong's vitality was instantly evacuated. Feed to Buggy, and Kong's breath disappears. Commander-in-Chief of the three armies, Kong Kong, die big. Buggy's true several thousand hands and top Buddha are really shocking. Everyone on the battlefield was shocked by this terrible expressiveness and stopped their hands one after another, for fear that such a large-scale attack would affect themselves. Compared to the shock of everyone on the battlefield, everyone in the Buggy Pirates seemed very calm. After all, they have seen this move many times. At this moment, almost everyone looked at Kong, who was sandwiched by Buggy's clasped hands. Many people almost subconsciously scanned the past with their knowledge. With a sweep of this, their expressions all changed. In the next moment, the entire battlefield was in an uproar, especially the Marine side, who couldn't believe it. "Why can't I feel Commander Sora's aura anymore? Hey, you are lying. Why is Commander Kong not breathing anymore? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Commander Sora is dead? Don't be kidding. Commander Kong is the one who awakened Zone's ability. No matter how much his strength declines, he can't be eliminated so quickly." New World, the island of the Supernova Alliance. At this time, all the pirates held their heads in their hands, their faces full of shock and disbelief. Even Kid, who is avoiding me, opened his mouth wide at this time, with a dumbfounded look. How long has this battle started? Damn it, what level of strength has that man reached? Has the first death of a top combat force finally appeared? It's really unexpected. The commander-in-chief of the world government, Kong, was killed so easily? As far as Kong's expressiveness is concerned, even if it declines, it is still at admiral level. It's really not that Kong is too weak, but that One Piece is too strong. Ha. I don't know if it's luck or misfortune to live in the same era as a man like this. The most terrifying thing is that even the 5 elders died at the hands of this man. If you include the first Marine Admiral Green Bull, at least 3 admiral-level combat forces died at the hands of Zhongji. There are still 2 royal grades. All the pirates talked a lot. They were all shocked by the information exchanged with each other. What a horrible man. Even when fighting Kong, he didn't use all his strength. He only used 1 fruit ability to deal with an admiral level. This kind of combat power that hardly belongs to one dimension, how can the world government stop it? Can't stop it. Can't stop it at all. At this time, almost all Marines above the red line are the aspirations. Those who chose to watch the live broadcast at Naval Headquarters because they couldn't go to the Holy Land couldn't help but feel lucky at this moment. Almost 90% of Marines think so. Fortunately, I didn't go to the Red Line battlefield, otherwise most of them would end up with the God's Punishment Army. Other officers at the rank of General and Colonel may not be able to do anything to Buggy and others. Faced with strength, ordinary people can almost just sit back and wait for death. At this time, the few vice admirals who were left behind by Naval Headquarters couldn't help feeling grateful that they listened to Vice Admiral's words and delayed their departure if they could. Otherwise, all of Marines' forces will really be wiped out in this battle. Crane Vice Admiral, is this what you expected? At this time, several Marine Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals commanding the headquarters breathed a sigh of relief. But then they were secretly ashamed. Not to mention how ashamed Marine is. After Buggy killed Kong, he directly stripped his abilities from his body. Bluno, who had been paying attention to his movements, immediately had a tacit understanding, and a door of space opened beside Buggy. Whoosh! Immediately, Buggy threw the white ball of light into the space gate. Bluno took out an apple and threw it into the white viewing ball. Zone cat fruit white tiger form, devil fruit is here. After putting it into Pluto's treasury, he returned to Pluto again, staring at the battlefield, quietly waiting for the next time he is needed. Bluno is very clear about his position, so he will not waste his physical strength in battle. In the past 2 years, he has been using the door fruit continuously, and he has become more and more proficient in using the ability of the door fruit. With the enhancement of his physical strength and physique, Bluno has a feeling that it won't take long for him to be the same as the former fruit-capable user in Sun God Kingdom. Any door to the world. Ability to connect the entire scattered world together. This is also his wish. But the premise of connecting the whole world is that the whole world must be connected. Only in this way can he have the opportunity to display his abilities. He firmly believes that as long as he follows that man, he will be able to see the day when his dream will come true. After killing Kong, Buggy didn't stay here for long. He just put Kong's body on the roof of a tall house, giving him a face. Immediately, he nodded at Shanks and the others. Let's go. I'll leave it to them here. Let's go in and meet those 4 old guys for a while, and see what kind of surprise they have prepared for us. Shanks and the others smiled and nodded when they heard the words, and they also walked towards the deep Pangu city. After walking through the first half of the Holy Land Marie Joy's, they could see a huge ancient castle standing on the ground thousands of meters away. Looking at the ancient castle ahead, Shanks, Redfield, and Long frowned at the same time, and then Shanks said in a deep voice. In that castle, I have a very uncomfortable feeling. This feeling has not appeared for a long time. This old man also feels this way. Redfield nodded in agreement. Me too. Long also said. Hawkeye just looked a little more serious, but didn't speak. Hancock still pinched his waist with one hand and ignored the front with cold arrogance. After killing the Celestial Dragon's member of the Knights of God on Egg Point Island that time, Hancock's knots have been completely untied, and her hockey has risen to another level. Therefore, even when she came to the Holy Land Marie Joy's, she no longer had the thought of fearing the Celestial Dragons in her heart. Compared to the uncomfortable aura coming from Pangu City in front of everyone, Hancock's killing intent has overwhelmed the aura that made her feel uncomfortable. This really hates the Weilong people to the core. Up. It seems that those 4 old men and that Imson have prepared a lot of surprises for us. Buggy chuckled and walked forward. His current state of mind is very peaceful. To be honest, many world governments have perished at this point, and he died. There's nothing to worry about anymore. Therefore, Buggy is not in a hurry, and still looks at the scene around the Red Line like a tourist. With such a large area of the Red Line, it is a pity that it is only used for Kailong people to live. According to the map situation of this world, the entire Red Line should present a ring around this world. If only the area where Marie Joy's is located is so huge, this area on the Red Line has a lot to offer. No wonder that when the Sun God Kingdom ruled the world more than 1,000 years ago, the Red Ugly Continent could become the political and economic center of the world. Some pity sighed. So many Celestial Dragons' buildings should not be destroyed. After all, those buildings are very beautiful and luxurious. If this is kept and used as a villa area in the future, it is estimated to be a considerable income. Buggy. Why are you sighing suddenly? Shanks looked at Buggy in surprise. I'm sorry for these Celestial Dragons' villas. Buggy repeated his thoughts. After being stunned for a few seconds, everyone suddenly burst into laughter. Good guy. Buggy, you have already taken the assets of Celestial Dragons as your own before you win, right? As expected of you, Buggy. Mr. Buggy is really confident. Buggy and the others arrived at the gate of Pangu City while chatting and laughing. When they came here, Buggy and the others stopped. Pluton, who was in midair behind Buggy and the others, also stopped. Before the battle, Buggy asked them to keep a distance from the live broadcast. Now Pluto naturally followed Buggy's words and stopped in the air 10 kilometers behind. At this time, there are not only Uta, Robin, Stussy and Tezzolo above Pluto. Katakuri, who rescued the slaves before, and the Charlotte family did not leave immediately, but chose to stay and watch the live broadcast. But what appeared on the live broadcast at this time shocked everyone. Because at this time, besides Buggy, there was a group of people standing solemnly at the gate of Pangu City. In the middle are naturally the 4-5 elders, Nashoro-san, Peter-san, Woqiu Lee-san and Moss-san. And to the left of the 5 elders is a surprising group of people, the Blackbeard Pirates. For the Blackbeard Pirates to appear in this place, everyone who watched the live broadcast felt no surprise. After all, the world government's combat power is not enough, and it is a common thing to join forces with pirates. What shocked Katakuri and the others the most was the people on the right side of 5 elders. What? Katakuri is a man who has experienced 2 eras, so he recognized the people on the left of 5 elders at a glance, and he stood up suddenly after seeing these people. Full of unbelievable exclamations. To the right of the 5 elders stand 3 people. A tall man with spiky white hair standing on end. A man with short white hair and a beard. A man with long white hair holding a cigar and 2 knives. These 3 people not only have white hair, but also have a pair of huge black wings behind them, and there is a group of orange-red burning flames in the center of the wings. Although there are some changes among the 3, anyone who has experienced those 2 eras can call out that name. Brother Katakuri. Do you know them? Seeing Katakuri's shocked appearance, Bree, who didn't even hide her big mouth, asked suspiciously. Uda and the others also turned their heads to look. Katakuri said in a deep voice the names that horrified the world. Captain Rox Pirate, Rox D. Zebek. Roger Pirates Captain Gold D. Roger. Captain of the Flying Pirates, Golden Lion Shaki. Is this the last card of the world government? It's terrible. Hearing this, the whole world seemed to be paused at this moment. When Katakuri said the names of those 3 people, all the people watching the live broadcast all over the world fell into aphasia. Although many people don't know these names about Rox, they have heard the name of Roger, the One Piece King. And the captain of the Flying Pirates who also dominated the New World, Golden Lion Shaki, is naturally famous. Now that these 3 big pirates who were once well known appear in the eyes of everyone with such a posture at this moment, it is really hard for people to accept for a while. In fact, the most unacceptable thing is Shanks, who is with Buggy. Boom. When he saw Roger's face, Shanks' terrifying haki shot up into the sky, splitting the clouds in the sky in 2. World government. Shanks looked gloomy like water, and the terrifying haki was shaking everywhere. He never imagined that the world government even cloned Roger. This has touched Shanks' reverse scale. Feeling the terrifying haki of Shanks soaring into the sky, even 5 elders couldn't help but change their expressions at this time. But before they had time to speak, Blackbeard let out a burst of laughter. Thief, ha 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 ha. Shanks is surprised, isn't he? I was taken aback when I saw them. How is it, Shanks, Buggy? How does it feel to be reunited with the old captain now? Teach. Shanks turned his head to look at Blackbeard with an indifferent expression, and then set his sights on 5 elders. Buggy was not at all moved by Blackbeard's provocation, but looked at Rox, Roger and Golden Lion with great interest, then turned to look at 5 elders and said. By the way, I killed one of the cloned Golden Lions last time. And last time it still had the ability of lion fruit. So what about this one? How much can he match the strength of Golden Lion Shaki? Can it be compared with that old man Saturn Satan? Hearing this, the 4-5 elders twitched, and one of them, the horned and bearded Woqiu Lisheng sneered. Snort. It seems that Saturn was really killed by you. But don't compare the last clone with the current trio. Since you have fought against them, you should understand their strength, right? There are also 2 seraphs in your team, you should be able to see clearly. They are fused with the genes of the Lunaria family, and they are the strongest clones we have cloned in the past 20 years. The strongest clone? The corner of Buggy's mouth curled up. I didn't expect you celestial dragons to respect the Lunaria tribe so much. So the crazy pursuit of the Lunaria tribe in the past 800 years is because of the fear of them? Worried that they will one day drag you off the throne of God again? You. Wachu Lisheng's face turned red with anger at Buggy's words. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Redfield couldn't help laughing out loud. Seeing Rox, Roger and Golden Lion with blank expressions, Redfield sighed. I don't know how Roger, Rox, and Golden Lion felt when they were cloned by their most hated celestial dragons after death. It's a pity that they don't have the ability to pull souls back from hell, otherwise I really want to see their expressions. Hey. Biloric, you guys are too wicked. Long was a little bit dumbfounded. It's just a feeling. Redfield shook his head and chuckled. The 5 elders on the opposite side saw that Buggy and the others didn't lower their combat power here, and immediately became angry. Peter Saint sneered even more. You don't want to stall for time and wait for those of you who are on the front line of Marie Joy's to come to support you. Then stop delusional. Although the 2 god knights on the front line are not complete, there is still no problem holding your subordinates. Now the high-end combat power is our advantage. There are also Garp, Sengoku, and Momosagi, 3 admiral-level forces rushing towards us, and they will be able to rush back to the Holy Land in a short time. At that time, I will see how you will deal with it now. After Peter Saint finished speaking, everyone watching the live broadcast realized it. In the current situation, It seems that Celestial Dragon's high-end combat power has the upper hand. Although the overall strength of Buggy and the others is stronger than that of the opponent, it is really difficult to say in a fight. As Peter Saint said, Garp, Sengoku, and Momoshiki, all of whom have Admiral-level combat power, are already rushing here. If the Celestial Dragons choose to drag on until the three arrive, the scale of the war will be completely tilted towards the world government. At this time, Celestial Dragons here includes 4-5 Elders, plus Blackbeard and Shiryu, a total of 7 Celestial-level battle records. On Buggy's side, there are only 4 Admirals, namely Redfield, Shanks, Hawkeye, and Dragon. The Empress can only be regarded as the peak of the Quasi-Admiral. In other words, at least one person on their side must face 2 Admiral-level, or even 4 Emperors-level combat forces. If Garp, Sengoku, and Momoshiki can really come back in a short time, it means that Zhongji and the others must have at least one of them facing 4 battle forces above the Admiral level. Although Garp and Sengoku are old, their strength is beyond doubt. If the two of them work together, it will be even more difficult to win from them. Not to mention, there is an Admiral fillet for the rabbit. And Momoshiki's strength is undoubtedly at the Admiral level. Such a disparity in combat power seems to be a bit of a disadvantage for Buggy here. Uda and others, who were broadcasting live on the Pluton behind, also became nervous. Tezzolo gritted his teeth and said, "If it doesn't work, I'll go down with Juan, and I'll definitely be able to hold back an Admiral-level force. In this case, Captain Buggy can quickly resolve the battle by himself." At this time, Katakuri, who had been silent for a long time, also spoke. "I also really don't like Celestial Dragons, now that we have come this far. If necessary, I can also help hold an Admiral." Really? Uda looked at Katakuri in surprise, with surprise on his face. "Don't forget about him." Stussy also spoke at this time. Hearing this, Tezzolo suddenly became excited and said, "In that case, let's go. With the 3 of us, plus Juan, Sunbel and Jinbei, it's enough to hold back 1 or 2 Admirals. As long as Captain Buggy can take out a 5 Elders quickly like last time, then the tide of battle can be completely turned before the 2 old guys Garp and Sengoku come." However, just as Tezzolo finished speaking here, a dragon chant suddenly came from the sky covered with dark clouds. Roar! Everyone looked up subconsciously, and saw a huge orange head popping out of the clouds, followed by the 10 faithful orange dragons with meters-long wings flying towards Pengu City from the sky. Just when the giant dragon was about to approach Pengu City, a figure first fell from the sky and landed in the middle of Buggy and 5 Elders. Call out bang! Immediately afterwards, a large pit sank into the ground instantly, and after the smoke and dust dispersed, a burst of hearty laughter came out. "Ha ha ha ha. I didn't expect to catch up, Buggy, Shanks, Dragon. It seems that your luck is not very good." Hearing the sound and looking around, he saw an old man with a cloak of justice on his shoulders, a white suit, and short white hair jumped out of the big pit at this time, looked at Zhongji and the others opposite, and sighed. Hurrah! At the same time, the orange dragon falls, and Sengoku and Momoshiki jump from above. Marine's 3 highest battle strengths were finally assembled. The emergence of this scene has completely tilted the balance of the battlefield to world government. At this moment, the moods of countless people watching the live broadcast instantly sank to the bottom. Is it only possible to go here? The background of the world government is still too strong. With so many Admiral-level and even Emperor-level combat power, how can Mr. Buggy resist them? No. The combat power is too great. Even if Mr. Buggy is strong, even if he can fight 2 against 1, he can't fight 4 against 1. It's over. It's over. Why? Vice Admiral Garp hates Celestial Dragons so much. Why did he come back? In the final analysis, he is still Marine. Standing on a different standpoint, it is impossible for him not to come back. If Garp is not on the frontal battlefield, Marine's soul will be completely lost. Damn it. Is it really over? Everyone is complaining, resentful and unwilling. Obviously, so many Celestial Dragons have been killed, and they are about to reach the end. Why is there such an unexpected situation? However, the scene that really made everyone feel desperate appeared in the next second. I saw a woman wearing a golden crown nearly 1 meter long and a woman in a long red dress slowly emerge from the empty void behind the 5 Elders and the others. After she appeared, everyone present was shocked. Immediately afterwards, a scene that shocked the world appeared. 5 Elders, and even the clones of Rox, Roger, and Golden Lion turned around at the same time, knelt down on one knee in front of the woman, and shouted in unison. "Meet Lord I Am. Meet Lord I Am." 5 elders, as well as the clones of the 3 legendary great pirates, all knelt down towards the figure that suddenly appeared in the void behind them. The appearance of this scene completely shocked the whole world. Even Redfield, Shanks, Long, Hawkeye, and even Hancock were stunned. They had never thought of this unexpected scene. Who were the 5 elders? Rulers of today's world. Even if Buggy once said that there is a real king of the world on the void throne of the Holy Land Marie Joyes, but they did not expect such a scene to appear before their eyes. World's tallest ruler, 5 elders, kneels down to a woman. This is simply an unimaginable scene that just appeared in front of my eyes. It is self-evident who that woman is. The woman who can make 5 elders kneel down, together with her name, and the former, Sun God Kingdom, Science Division Neurona who appeared when Robin interpreted the historical text. A world king who has controlled the world for more than 800 years. It can be said that the appearance of this woman took away the limelight of Garp, Sengoku and Momoshiki for a while. There is no way, no matter it is the status of this woman, or her posture at this time, as well as her glamorous beauty that turns all living beings upside down, people's eyes cannot be separated from her. Even Buggy's eyes were fixed on the woman named I Am at this time. She was very curious, what kind of ability does this woman possess, and why has she controlled the world government for 800 years? Compared to everyone's shock, Shanks' anger at this time has reached an ultimate level, and the originally terrifying Haki around him instantly subsided, and then he stepped forward. Meanwhile, Shanks' shouts echoed over the holy land of Marie Joyes. Even if it's the captain's clone, I won't allow you to insult her like this. Under everyone's shocked eyes, he directly slashed out with a knife. God avoids. Conqueror's Haki, the god's refuge in one sword. The moves of the former One Piece Roger, Buzz. Scoff. In an instant, a golden sword aura spanning hundreds of meters directly slashed towards the 5 elders. It can be said that Shanks' move was extremely unexpected, and almost no one thought that Shanks would make an angry move at this time. The 5 elders who were still kneeling on one knee also felt the hairs on their backs standing on end. An angry shot from a top 4 emperors. Even the few of them were horrified by this terrible attack, especially since they had no time to react at this time. Because the speed of this move is really too fast. Time stands still. But in the next second, Im's indifferent and emotionless voice suddenly sounded at this moment. The next moment, the space around 5 elders seemed to tremble suddenly, and the whole space froze like that. Including the divine evasion that Shanks cut out just now, it just froze in midair. Everyone could even see the Golden Conqueror's Haki lightning, and the super armament Haki wrapped around the knife light. Such a terrifying move, if it was really hit, even if the 4 of the 5 elders shot at the same time, they would definitely be injured. Blackbeard, who was standing in the distance, saw this move, and couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Although his dark fruit is strong, he can't absorb this kind of move. Unless it's a shock with shock fruit, but in that case, he will definitely be seriously injured. He doesn't have the monster-like physique of Whitebeard, and he can't control shock fruit so easily. Especially his Haki is not as strong as Shanks. After seeing Shanks' sword, everyone understood why Buggy still didn't panic even after seeing Garp and Sengoku present. If the several top fighters in Buggy's team have the strength of Shanks, if the battle goes to the end, the Celestial Dragons are really not sure whether they can win. But now there's a woman who looks stronger among the Celestial Dragons. Even the 5 elders will kneel. This is definitely not just as simple as power, but also has absolute strength. Especially the scene that appeared at this moment made the hearts of those who watched the live broadcast and hoped that all the Celestial Dragons would die completely chilled. Because the terrible blow that Shanks shot with anger was directly frozen in the midair minister. What? After seeing this scene, Shanks couldn't help being shocked. Even the Buggy above the sky also shrank his pupils. Is this ability related to time and space? Time stands still. The weight of these 4 words is too heavy. When Redfield, Long and Hawkeye saw the scene in front of them, their expressions became serious. Shanks, you bastard. The 5 elders who reacted couldn't help being scared for a while. Nishu Langshang immediately got up, avoided the direction of God's avoidance, and shouted at Shanks angrily. As a member of the Figaland family, how dare you treat us like this? Did you know that your uncle has been killed by Buggy? Do you still want to watch your Figaland family be exterminated by Buggy, a vicious criminal? As soon as Nasi Sholangshang said this, no matter it was the people present or the people watching the live broadcast from all over the world, there was an uproar. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, their faces full of shock and disbelief. Hey, What did I hear just now? What did the glasses 5 elders say? Hey. If I'm not mistaken, he seems to be saying, Shanks are celestial dragons? Hiss. Isn't that terrible? Why did a celestial dragons get mixed into Mr. Buggy's team? That's outrageous. That 4 emperors red-haired Shanks turned out to be celestial dragons? I seem to remember that there seems to be a family in the celestial dragons family that is indeed red-haired. So, is it possible? No way. How could that redhead be celestial dragons? Don't be kidding me. After hearing that the red-haired identity was exposed, it was the people in the red-haired faction who couldn't accept it. After that came a group of people from the Buggy faction, all of them frowning. At the same time, on the Pluto, Tetsolo also said with a cool face. That's right. If what Nashao Langshang said is true, the celestial dragons Figaland family's people are all red-haired. I have seen many celestial dragons of the Figaland family. Ah. Uda was also shocked at this time, immediately shook his head and said. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Shanks be such rubbish as celestial dragons? Robin on one side said relatively calmly, even if Shanks has the blood of Figaland, it doesn't mean he is from Figaland. I believe Buggy can tell the difference. Sister Robin is right. Hearing Robin's words, Uta also nodded heavily. At the same time, above the battlefield below, after Shanks heard Nasi Sholangshang's words, he was taken aback for a moment, then raised his hand to his forehead and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. As Shanks laughed, the hockey around him surged out and directly pressed towards the few people on the opposite side, regardless of how many top fighters were on the opposite side. Snort. The 4-5 elders were also not to be outdone, and after a cold snort, 2 of them actually used Conqueror's hockey to contend with Shanks. But it's just a balance. It takes 2 Conqueror's hockey of the 5 elders to be able to compete with Shanks alone, and the momentum is obviously still suppressed by Shanks. Everyone watching the live broadcast was shocked at this moment. Shanks alone can suppress 2 5 elders. Isn't this strength a bit too strong? Blackbeard on the other side also said solemnly. Shanks, this guy hockey is too strong. I really have to fight. Shiryu rolled his eyes and said, Captain, you are really the first person I've ever seen to admit love so easily. Bastard Shiryu. No one treats you as dumb if you don't talk. Old Blackbeard blushed and said, I originally wanted to wait until the shock fruit was developed until it was awakened, and no one thought that time would run so fast. Just give me another year, and I'll be as good as my father. Damn Buggy, this guy is amazing. You're still called Daddy. It seems that you really recognize your father, Captain. Shiryu's mouth was extremely poisonous. Ha ha ha, the rest of the crew burst out laughing. But this time Blackbeard didn't intend to refute anything, instead he admitted in a very bachelor way. If it wasn't for the appearance of this fruit, I wouldn't have carried out my plan. It would be nice to be his son all the time on the ship. Having said that, he paused and raised a middle finger at Shiryu and others. At least it's much happier than staying with you scumbags. Hearing this, everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates burst into laughter again. Boom boom boom. While the Blackbeard Pirates were enjoying themselves, Nishoro and Peter, who had collided with Shanks' conquerors, finally couldn't hold on, and were shocked to take a few steps back, staring at Shanks with ugly expressions. Nashu Langshang roared. Shanks, what on earth are you trying to do? Don't you really care about the Figaland family? You. Don't be so naive, Nasujiro-san. Shanks directly and indifferently interrupted Nasi Sholong Shang, holding a sword in one hand and pointing to Luojak's long body, saying. From the moment you took out the captain's clone, we are immortal. In my Shanks life, the only relatives are the captain, everyone in the Roger Pirates, and my red hair pirates. As for the Figaland family you're talking about, from the moment they threw me into the sea, they had nothing to do with me. You're bringing out a clone of Captain Roger, and a clone of Rox. You don't think it's going to irritate me and Buggy, do you? If you really have this purpose, then you are naive and stupid. It seems that all these years in Marie Joy's has made you a lot of fools, if not made you look like those ordinary celestial dragons. Shanks' words immediately caused the 4-5 elders to break the defense. Presumptuous. Shanks, you court death. Arrogance. Hey. Shanks, do you really think it doesn't work? If it doesn't work, why were you so angry just now? Hearing this, Shanks sneered and said, facing the world's top combat power, you were still doing it before the war. Prepare to provoke them. Do you think you guys are really smart? You may be able to bear the anger of a top powerhouse, but what about 2 or 3? Are you sure you can handle it? At this time, Garp and Sengoku also came to the three clones of rocks, Roger and Golden Lion. The two of them were looking at the three clones. At this time, the three clones were all expressionless, and they looked the same as other seraphs. It should be that there is a controlled chip in their minds. If there is no accident, the highest command authority of these three people is very likely to be in the hands of the woman who is still standing silently above the void. Garp and Sengoku looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Before they came, they just didn't want the world government to be destroyed by Buggy, which would lead to greater turmoil in the world. Not to mention they are Marines. Even if there is his own son on the opposite side, but like some at war, it will be a matter of time before they have different positions and finally come to the opposite side. As early as after the dragon betrayed Marine, Garp was already mentally prepared. It's just that after coming here, before he had a passionate parent-child interaction with his son, he saw a scene that shocked him for 100 years. That 5 elders, who always yelled at Marshal Marine, knelt down to a woman. Still in the crowd. This outrageous thing almost broke the 3 views of Garp and Sengoku. Even if this woman is very powerful, as the ruler of the world, 5 elders wouldn't kneel in front of so many people, right? The factors involved are a little scary when you think about it. If the 5 elders have to kneel down, then there is a possibility that the 5 elders may be the 5 puppets of this woman who control the world. There is another possibility, that is, the strength of this woman has reached a level that 5 elders cannot understand. From a certain point of view, she is like a god to 5 elders. Combined with Robin's previous interpretation of Raftel's historical text, this woman named I Am may have really ruled the world for more than 800 years. More than 800 years. No matter how poor the talent is, the strength may have reached another dimension, right? Thinking of this, cold sweat dripped from Sengoku's forehead. If it was really as he thought, then this woman might really be the god of this world. Immediately, Sengoku looked at Buggy and the others with complicated expressions. If it wasn't for Buggy, they wouldn't know that there is such a powerful woman behind the world. At this time, the alliance countries all over the world also looked extremely dignified after seeing this woman appear. The previous world government's claim to the countries of the world was that the world would be jointly governed by all member countries. And no one can sit on that void throne, it exists only to witness the friendship of the former 20 kings. However, at this moment, the appearance of the woman who made 5 elders kneel in public directly shattered the last trace of luck in the hearts of these franchise countries. Most of those who can sit on the throne are not idiots. They also understood almost instantly what this woman, I Am, represented. Especially since she just spoke the law and easily imprisoned Shank's terrible attack, everyone also understood a little bit. This woman not only represents absolute power, but also represents the absolute power of the world government. Could it be that she is the real trump card of the world government? Or in other words, the last hole card? Compared with the guesses about Im's identity from all over the world, Buggy is not very interested in it. Regardless of Im's status, there will always be a fight in the end. Anyway, if you win and take the world, if you lose, even if you lose your life, it's not certain whether you will survive or not. Buggy was prepared for this before coming. Of course, he is extremely confident in himself. Having absorbed so much powerful life energy, he didn't even know how far Buggy's own strength had been raised. Anyway, he could feel that his current strength should have at least reached the pinnacle of the planetary level. But no matter what, you still have to try it. With Im's presence, he can also arouse his interest in fighting. But what Buggy wants to do the most right now is not to fight, so he turned his head to look at Shanks in doubt and said, "Shanks, what did you mean by that sentence just now? Listen to what you said, I really want to have a relationship with rocks." After hearing Buggy's words, Shanks was taken aback for a moment, then looked at him in surprise and said, "Buggy, you don't even know? Should I know?" Buggy looks at Shanks. The latter was speechless. Ha 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 ha. The 4-5 elders on the opposite side burst into laughter, and then the bearded Valkyrie USS Saint raised his finger to Rocks and said, "Buggy the clown, it seems that Roger and the others didn't tell you the truth. This is actually normal, and it's all for your safety. After all, if your identity is the child of Rocks D. Zebek, the king of the previous era, was exposed, judging from the situation of so many enemies in Rocks at that time, I am afraid that you would not live long at all. Especially after the Roger pirates disbanded. In fact, we only discovered this information after cloning Rocks, and of course we only noticed you after you became famous. How about it? How does it feel to see your own father being cloned by us?" Ha ha ha, now that their own strength has greatly increased, the 5 elders are relieved a lot. Of course, the most important thing is that Lord I Am is behind them. In their view, the buggy is already in their pocket at this time, so they are very relaxed. What? Buggy is the Rock's kid. What's the situation? First Shanks is Celestial Dragons, and then Buggy is Rock's kid, great news. Compared to 5 elders who looked relaxed watching the show, everyone on Buggy's side was shocked. It has to be said that they heard 2 explosive news within a short period of time, which made their melon-eating souls burn a little bit. If it wasn't for the wrong timing, they would definitely start asking about the situation immediately. But it's not only them who are curious, even Buggy himself is very curious. I'm the Rock's kid. Shanks, how do you know? Buggy looked at Shanks in surprise. Is it so bloody? Shanks also said dumbfoundingly. I also overheard Captain Roger talking about it by accident. Originally he wasn't going to tell me this secret. But think about the possibility that your identity will be exposed in the future. It's better to let me know in advance, so that I can tell you in more detail later. It's just that I didn't expect that the world government would clone rocks. It's really unimaginable. Buggy said thoughtfully. It seems that the Vegapunk guy's technology leaked. Otherwise the world government would not be able to clone Seraph so easily. But I'm still curious, since Rox is cloned, does he still have the ability of Dark Fruit? While speaking, Buggy raised his eyes to look at the 5 elders opposite. Is this your first reaction? This is your father. Nashu Langshang mocked and stimulated Buggy. Buggy spread his hands. As long as I don't recognize him as my father, he is naturally not my father. Why do you need to identify my father's identity? Isn't it nice to be alone? Slavery committed, like to give to my father, right? Then you might as well just recognize me as your father. Come on. Nasi Sholong Sheng calls out to Dad, come and listen. Puff. As soon as Buggy's words came out, the crowd watching the live broadcast didn't collapse, and they laughed out loud. Redfield gave a thumbs up directly, as expected of you. They thought that Buggy would be shaken because of this relationship, but now it seems that he doesn't care at all. Seeing Shanks hesitant to speak, the eagle eye on one side directly opened his mouth and said, since Rox abandoned Buggy, it's normal to deny him as a father, you don't need to say more. Shanks was taken aback, thinking that his own situation seemed to be similar, and he immediately understood. You guys just keep your mouth shut. Nashu Langsheng was so angry that his glasses were crooked. Before he could continue to speak, several people rushed towards him above the sky behind. Whoosh whoosh. A few seconds later, 3 figures descended. Boom boom boom. It was Tezzolo, Katakuri and Stussy who came. Captain Buggy, we're here to help hold some guys down too. Tetzolo immediately looked at Buggy excitedly and said, you guys can rest assured to fight. I just took a look. Everyone from the Red Hair Pirates is also here. Beckman and Legilu will be here soon. Are they coming too? The redhead froze for a moment, then smiled and said, Buggy, now we don't have to worry too much. Buggy said calmly, actually, it doesn't matter to me whether they come or not. You start picking your opponents, and I'll do the rest. Also, stay away from Tezzolo, Katakuri, Stussy, and Juan. Fighting at this level is not something you can participate in right now. It's fine to swipe on the side. As soon as Buggy's words came out, there was an uproar on both sides. Although they know that Buggy is very strong, isn't it too outrageous for a 1-on-4? What's more, there is an unknown instance of IM Street on the opposite side. That woman has lived for more than 800 years. How could such an existence be weak in strength? Especially the fruit effect of that time ability is still in front of everyone. The divine avoidance slash of hundreds of meters that Shanks just cut was still frozen in the void without any trace of dissipating. This ability looks very strange and powerful. If Buggy wants to face the other 4 alone, it is a bit too reluctant. Are you sure, Buggy? Compared to the shocked crowd, the eagle-eyed Kachin looked at Shangba and asked calmly. Sure. Buggy also responded calmly. Okay, then I will choose the goal from the beginning. Base. After Hawkeye finished speaking, the black knife on his back unsheathed and pointed at Nishoro Shengdao on the opposite side. Come out. I heard that you are also a powerful swordsman. Let me see how strong you are as a world ruler. Hearing Hawkeye's unceremonious words, the corners of Nasi Sholang's eyes twitched, and he tightened his hand holding the demon saber and said coldly. Hawkeye. What did I do to make you disrespect me so much? Forget it, let you, the #1 swordsman in the world, fall here today. After Nishoro's holy words, he struck Hawkeye with a sword without hesitation. Is it decisive to shoot after deciding to fight? It's interesting. The corner of Hawkeye's mouth was raised, looking at the gray knife light. He didn't have any intention of making a move, until the gray knife light cut across hundreds of meters in front of him. He raised the black knife to easily slash the blow, and then he's shaking his head. If you only have this strength, then I will keep your head today. Shanks heard this, and immediately whispered. Mihawk, be careful, that guy is definitely a capable person. Hawkeye nodded slowly when he heard the words, and then waved the knife in his hand seemingly casually. Buzz. In the next instant, a cyan slash pierced through the void and pointed at Nasi Sholong Shang. The powerful sword energy and sense of oppression made the expressions of the people on the opposite side change. The sword light obviously did not touch the surrounding ground, and the ground was still blown away by the strong wind of the sword light to a layer of ground surface 1 or 2 meters deep, and it struck Nasi Sholong directly with terrifying power. Seeing this scene, Nasi Sho Langshang in the distance changed his expression. He now also knew the power of Hawkeye. The gap between their two sword lights, one in front and one behind, is really too big. Nasi Sho Langshang snorted coldly, and then his shadow changed for a while, and his body was instantly elevated by more than 1 meter, and blue and gray hairs grew around his body immediately. The original bald head turned into a hairy wolf's head, especially at this time when Nashao Langshang's previous pair of glasses were hanging on the wolf's head. At the same time, his arms turned into wolf claws, and his legs also turned into thick and powerful wolf legs. While a huge gray-blue wolf tail was thrown out behind him, there was also a hint of lightning, which looked extremely miraculous. In the end, there was a blue-gray streamer of flame clouds, passing through Nasi Shoshung's armpits and floating behind him. Facing Hawkeye's slash, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of lightning, and then lightning flashed all over him, raised his hand and swung another slash. At this time, the gray slash with lightning and eagle eyes collided in the air. Boom. There was a huge explosion sound, and while the energy and airwaves were overflowing, Hawkeye's slashing attack was actually stopped by the werewolf on the opposite side. Seeing this scene, Shank's pupils shrank involuntarily and said, Zone dog fruit phantom beast, you poot form. Oh? Shanks, it looks like you've seen the complete Devil Fruit illustrated book. When Nasi Sholangshang in the distance heard the words, he suddenly showed a look of surprise, and then grinned and said, With this ability, Hawkeye, give up, you can't be my opponent. The improvement of Devil Fruit's strength is beyond what you can imagine. Especially for young beasts, what? Nasi Sho Langshang's self-confidence was extremely inflated at this time, and he always had a condescending attitude towards Hawkeye. Facing the gesture of the other party, Hawkeye just chuckled. Interesting. But one day I need clarification. Except for Buggy's chop fruit, there is no devil fruit in this world that can make a swordsman give up. But there is one thing worth commending. Your current strength is enough to arouse my interest. HMPH. Arrogance. Nasi Sholangshung, who was proud of himself on the opposite side, was furious when he heard Hawkeye's words, and his figure flashed on the spot, leaving only a ray of lightning before disappearing. Hawkeye's speed was also not slow, and he didn't feel flustered by the disappearance of Nasi Sholangshang on the opposite side, but disappeared in place in a flash. Clang. The next moment, 100 meters away, the figures of the two appeared in that place almost at the same time, and then a series of sounds of swords colliding came, and the sword energy scattered in all directions, cutting the ground of Cholu hundreds of meters away. Long knife marks. Every attack on Nashijiro Sheng's side has violent thunder, and this old guy's hockey is not bad. At this time, under the burst of full force, there is a terrifying momentum that overwhelms the quartet. At this time, Hawkeye is like a flat boat in the sea, suppressed by the powerful hockey of Nasi Sholangshang, and it looks like it will be chopped at any time. But Hawkeye always dodges dangerously. 10 seconds later, Hawkeye couldn't help shaking his head slightly and said, Is that all? Buggy is right. You guys have been at the top of the world for too long and haven't fought for too long. And, your Phantom Beast ability is not what you said, it can provide much increase to your swordsmanship. Worth mentioning. I'll let you see how far you are from the world's real top players. When Nasi Sholangshang, who was fighting with Hawkeye, heard this, he was furious and shouted at Hawkeye. Don't be so crazy, Mihawk. Clang clang clang. For a while, Nasi Sholangshang's attack became more ferocious and crazy, but even so, Hawkeye still easily dealt with it. Clang clang. After a few more knives to force Nasi Sholangshang back, Hawkeye stood with a knife, and hockey around him began to surge wildly. Woo woo woo. In the next second, a blue-black lightning swept towards Nasi Sholangsheng with a strong wind. Is that what you're talking about, conquerors? Who wouldn't? Nashoro Shang let out a loud roar, and the powerful conqueror's haki burst out instantly. Just when he collided with Hawkeye's conquerors, Nashoro's expression changed. Without him, Hawkeye's conquerors is too strong. Moreover, it seems that there is more than just conqueror's haki. Ah! A frog in a well. Hawkeye let out a sneer, raised his hand and waved the black knife, and suddenly, a huge cyan sword entwined with cyan black lightning rolled towards Shang Nasi Sholong from his knees. Not good. Seeing this scene, Nashu Langshang's pupils shrank. Although Hawkeye's ridicule caused him great mental damage, if he didn't dodge at this moment, it would be more than just mental damage. It's that simple. But in the face of this situation, if you want to hide, you can't just hide. After all, not everyone can master knowledge killing. How could it be possible to escape while being locked on by the color of knowledge and knowledge? Shield of Yu Put. With this in mind, Nasi Sho Langsheng immediately raised his hand and slapped the ground violently. Wow! In the next moment, he lifted a rock slab with a diameter of more than 10 meters from the ground, and then the rock slab turned into a huge black shield with thunder flashing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and within 100. There is also a mark of the hoof of the Tianxiang dragon in the middle of the shield. Boom boom boom. But in the next instant, Hawkeye's 100 slashes landed on the giant shield, and the terrifying force directly blasted the giant shield for more than 1,000 meters until Nasi Sholong Sheng's body collided with it. It stopped after a red hill. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. He has a deeper understanding of Hawkeye's strength. During the Summit War, Hawkeye resolutely conceded defeat to Buggy, and many people thought that Hawkeye's strength was nothing more than that. But the current situation is not what they thought at all. At this time, many people think of the ability of Buggy's other fruit. No matter how the sword cuts, it can't hurt Buggy. Thinking about facing this kind of ability, Hawkeye, who is a pure sword pressure, really seems to have nothing to do. Moreover, even Buggy from 2 years ago was 1 against 2 in Summit War, entangled the existence of Sengoku and Kizaru. Although it was suppressed at that time, it was facing 2 Marine admirals. Even Whitebeard would have to die in this situation. Thinking about it, Buggy's strength was already terrifying 2 years ago. What is the problem? Seeing Nisijiro Shang being beaten, Redfield pouted and said, "TCH, such a strong devil fruit was blinded for nothing. I thought how strong 5 elders could be. Sure enough, the position of the helm of the world has been sitting for a long time, is it neglected to fight? I'm not picking 5 elders then, too weak." While talking and shaking his head, Redfield ignored the gloomy faces of the other 5 elders. He turned his head to look at Garp with a grin and said, "Garp, let's play a game. Don't blame me for young people bullying old comrades. Of course, it is not impossible for you to go with Sengoku. It's not like I haven't done it before. Really? Then let's go together?" Hearing Redfield's words, Sengoku spoke with a blank expression. Puff ha ha ha. Garp burst into laughter and said, "Don't worry about Sengoku, let me chat with him first. I also really want to know, when Balorik was young and coupled with Devil Fruit's ability, what kind of strength has he reached? Bring it on." Whoosh! After Garp finished speaking, his figure shot up into the sky. Redfield also appeared in the air in a flash, and punched Garp without hesitation. Boom! Before the fists of the two collided, the powerful conqueror's lightning had already intertwined with each other, and the terrifying force shot up into the sky, tearing the sky in half in an instant. Crack the sky with one blow. The world is terrified. Boom boom boom. After the powerful haki collided, terrifying energy spread around. No one expected that just the first fist bump between the two would cause such a huge fluctuation. Garp, you're really old. With a roar, Redfield's right arm muscles instantly swelled. His fist broke through Haki's barrier and hit Garp's fist, and then directly smashed Garp flying in the air with his fist. Whoosh bang. Garp's whole body turned into a white streamer and was directly smashed into the ground in the distance from the midair, causing the ground to sink into a huge pit of hundreds of meters instantly, and the red soil on the ground suddenly cracked and spread in all directions. After Redfield succeeded in one blow, he didn't have the slightest intention to hold back his hand. Standing above the sky, he raised his foot and immediately kicked 100 slashes towards the smoky pothole below. Tempest kick rainstorm. Swish swish. Almost in a breath, a series of huge light blue moonblades slashed from the sky towards the bottom of Garp's pit like rain. Everyone around was shocked when they saw this scene. My heart said that these two old guys fought really hard. up and down. However, Garp below was not so easy to be hit by combos. Standing in the hole, he threw away the broken cloak and threw 10 consecutive punches at Redfield above the sky. Fistbone meteor. Whoosh whoosh. In the next second, dozens of huge fists with a diameter of more than 10 meters were shot out by Garp, and directly tilted from the ground and blasted upwards. Boom boom boom. The Tempest kick and the fist collided in the sky, and there was another explosion immediately. Whizzing however, after the attack, Laidfield and Garp did not stop at all, and once again soared into the sky to start the confrontation. Boom boom boom. The fist-to-flesh attacking methods of the two instantly caused the terrifying hockey to spread out above the sky, and the airwaves rolled over the turbulent sky. Boom. After another collision, the two separated again. Garp looked at Ryderd and grinned. Byloric, it seems that you are not as strong as I thought. Yeah? Lonely Red grinned and said, don't you forget that the only fight I had with you was physical skills? Garp was taken aback and said, oh, besides your physical skills, you don't seem to know sword skills? Nonsense. Redfield raised his hand to hold the void, and immediately a long sword made of solidified black air appeared in the palm of his hand. Moreover, black mist is still flowing on the blade of this long sword at this time. Seeing this scene, Garp couldn't help being surprised. It's very similar to Kizaru's move. Well, almost the same meaning. Redfield did not hide his thoughts, and said directly. However, is Kizaru's swordsmanship worthy of me? Garp. Feel my peak swordsmanship. Raising the sword breaking the sky. Buzz. While Redfield was speaking, the Conqueror's hockey around him instantly poured into the long sword condensed from the fruit ability in his hand, causing a layer of surging red and black air to appear on the originally pitch black long sword. The terrifying sword energy and sword intent here made Hawkeye, who was pressing down on Nasi Sholong Shengda in the distance, couldn't help but look back. What a powerful sword! Hawkeye's pupils shrank suddenly, and he exclaimed. Even Shanks said in a deep voice at this time. Has Mr. Byloric finally used his full strength? Mr. Garp is in danger. The pupil of the dragon on one side couldn't help shrinking slightly. On this sword, he actually felt a threat to his life. It is conceivable that this sword is terrifying. Garp's expression is also extremely dignified. In the next moment, his whole body was instantly wrapped by the turbulent armament hockey, and he stared at Redfield in the distance with an incomparably solemn expression. Swish in the next second, Redfield swung out his sword, and the sword energy spanned hundreds of meters and instantly slashed in front of Garp. Fistbone conflict. Garp roared, Conquerors and armament hockey gathered on the fist, and a fist slammed on the black and red slash. Boom. Zzz before the fist collided with the slash, the hockey of both sides clashed above the void. Scoff call out bang. But after the two sides only stagnated for a moment, Garp was once again pressed down by the black and red sword energy, and the sword energy slashed on his chest, blasting Garp into the ground, and then a huge explosion occurred. Everything within a radius of 1 kilometer was engulfed by the aftermath of the explosion. A huge mushroom cloud rises into the sky. No one thought that Laidfield's sword energy had the ability to explode. This is simply not too outrageous, Garp. Sengoku's pupils shrank in the distance, and he exclaimed suddenly. As the world's top combat power, he can naturally see that Garp was unable to catch up with the sword energy of Conqueror's hockey just now. He didn't expect that the sword energy even had an explosion effect. What is this? Condition. Vice Admiral Garp. Momoshagi, who was watching from behind, also exclaimed. She felt her scalp go numb. The attack just now was simply too terrifying. Ask yourself, if you were the sword just now, you would definitely not be able to take it. Maybe this move will seriously injure her, or even if it is a little more serious, she may directly lose her fighting ability. Not only Momoshagi and Sengoku were shocked, but the 5 elders behind were also wide-eyed in shock. They knew how powerful Garp was. Just that punch from Garp made their hair stand on end while they were so far apart, not to mention the shocking sword aura. If any of them came to pick them up, they would definitely end up seriously injured. On the world government side, only the woman standing quietly above the void did not change in the slightest. Hula a minute later, the smoke dissipated. Garp had a hideous stab wound from his right shoulder to his left rib, and his body was even more red with blood. If Hockey hadn't been so tyrannical and directly stopped the bleeding, he would have been injured even worse at this time. But Garp's body at this time is not only wounded by the sword, but also the damage caused by the explosion, which made his short white hair a little blackened, and there are several holes in his clothes, making Garp look quite embarrassed. although the damage caused by this explosion is relatively small for him. But in the fights between top powerhouses like them, it is only after the advantage of the opponent is worn away little by little, that the winner can be slowly determined in the end. Although the current sword wound made it look like Garp was seriously injured, it was actually not a serious injury to Garp. At most, it is considered a minor injury level. If Garp was seriously injured so easily, then he wouldn't be called Garp. But because he is Garp, the scene of his injury shocked everyone. Gudong, not only the people on the world government side were shocked, even some people on Buggy's side were also shocked at this time. Especially Tezzolo, Katakuri and Stussy, who just got off the Pluto. They understand why Buggy told them not to shoot. Whether it was that sword move or Garp's punch just now, hiding on one of them will definitely cause the other party to be seriously injured, and may even directly lose combat effectiveness. This level of battle is really not something they can intervene in. Puff, after Garp tore off the broken suit on his upper body and spit out a mouthful of dirty blood, he looked at Redfield with a grin and said, "Billoric, when are you guys going to go all out? Don't you really think I'm old and you'll be merciful?" As soon as Garp's words came out, there was an uproar among the people present. Just now that kind of sword move was made, didn't he make it with all his strength? Real or fake? Not only the people present, but also the people watching the live broadcast from all over the world were dumbfounded at this moment. Isn't it a move that can injure Garp, the marine hero who ended the Rocks era and chased Roger S. pirates around, to such an extent? Is that a lie? At this time, the pirates from the Supernova Alliance who had just come out of the Paradise were the hardest hit. On the island of the Supernova Alliance, this is not only the main settlement of the Kid, Hawkins and Apu three-person pirate group, but also the permanent residence of the Grand Line pirates going to New World Korakuen. After all, this is the only place in the New World that is not the territory of other four emperors. If you are a newcomer, it will be easier here. Originally, some pirates who were ambitious after coming to New World, after seeing this war, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Now they finally understood why such a terrible guy like Katakuri was banned from the game by that man. In the face of this kind of monster, I am afraid that only the existence of the Admiral level has the real qualification to fight. Characters like them might not even be able to survive the front-end battlefield of Marie Joyce. At this moment, they finally understand how big the gap between themselves and the world's top combat power is. There is no comparison at all. At the same time, Redline, above Pengu City. After hearing Garp's words, Redfield's mouth curled up, and he said unceremoniously, "Yeah, I'm just worried that if I try my best to get rid of you all at once, it would be boring. Don't you understand what I mean? Garp, you are old. If you want to fight me, you go with Sengoku. Otherwise, you will die, alter." After listening to Redfield's words, Buggy couldn't help secretly praising this old boy for being too pretentious. Even if Garp was in a good state of mind, hearing Redfield's words at this time could not help but almost blown his mind. "Billoric, don't dig too hard. Let's talk about this after you defeat me." Garp roared, and the violent armament hockey rose up instantly, and at the same time, the Conqueror's hockey surged out and rushed towards Redfield in midair. Boom. Redfield also released his powerful Conqueror's hockey without showing any weakness, and the two streams of Conqueror's hockey collided in the sky, and their bodies collided again. Bang bang bang. Clang clang. During the frenzied fight between the two, the fist and sword energy scattered, causing the ground around Japan Ancient City to be blown up with stones flying around. The originally wide and flat square had become dilapidated under their battle. Scoff. Bang. After Laidfield and Garp fought fiercely in the sky for several minutes, Garp was once again cut down by Laidfield's sword, and then was directly submerged by the rain of swords. This time, Garp was solidly hit by Redfield's combo. Even Garp is beaten enough at this moment. However, everything was not over. Black air surged out of Redfield's body, and he also opened a pair of black bat wings on his back. The ears on both sides also became longer and sharper like bat ears. His original white hair suddenly turned into a scarlet color, and the upper half of his face seemed to be covered with a deep purple mask, which looked extremely strange. Especially at this time, the black mist behind Redfield soared into the sky, covering the sky within a kilometer range around it. Ha 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 ha. Immediately afterwards, Redfield's laughter burst out with his hockey. When the people watching the battle saw this scene, they couldn't help being shocked. Hockey's strength has risen to another level. How can this be? Does this Demon's Devil fruit also have an enhancement to hockey? If this is the case, then this fruit is too strong. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Even the Imshang, who looked like 10,000 years of ice in the distant sky, couldn't help frowning at this moment. She has controlled this world for more than 800 years, so she naturally knows that there is such a bat fruit phantom beast species that can achieve immortality in the history of this world. But that approach to immortality was not what she wanted. Moreover, according to Devil Fruit's illustrated book, bat fruit doesn't seem to be that strong. Is it because no one has ever achieved awakening with a bat fruit? Maybe this is the only explanation. Another ultimate fruit. Imshang's brows slowly relaxed. No matter what fruit it is meaningless to her. Because no one can make a mistake in front of her who controls the time. So strong. Sengoku didn't hesitate anymore at this time, and rushed directly to the place where Garp had just been shot down, and Garp looked side by side at Ladefield in the distant sky. You guys are such a monster. Garp wiped the corner of Bloodline's mouth and shook his head and sighed. You who didn't eat the fruit before, Conqueror's hockey, physical skills and swordsmanship have reached the top of the world, and now you have such a powerful fruit boost. It seems that the old man is really no match for you alone. It would be a waste of stamina to fight any further. For Garp's decisive surrender, everyone thought that Redfield would mock him. But he didn't expect that. Redfield just smiled and said, Garp, although it is said that hockey is the existence that overrides everything, if you swallow another devil fruit with your strength, I am afraid that your strength will not be inferior to mine. It can only be said that you have missed the road to enhance your own strength. Logically speaking, even if you do not understand, Sengoku will not understand. Or, when Redfield said this, he narrowed his eyes slightly after a pause and said, It's you who deliberately didn't eat devil fruit. Why did you deliberately suppress the improvement of your own strength? As soon as Redfield said this, both Garp and Sengoku couldn't help but change their expressions. They never thought that Redfield would guess his thoughts by mistake. That's right. As Redfield said, does Imp really think that being the strongest in taijutsu and being the strongest in hockey is enough? Judging from the number of times Garp has fought against the world's top fighters, he will not know that after his strength reaches the bottleneck, swallowing devil fruit is the best improvement. If he swallows a devil fruit that is suitable for him, then with his strength, he is definitely capable of competing with the peak Whitebeard, or even better than the peak Whitebeard. But why didn't he? This question is very intriguing. Sengoku glanced at Garp with a complicated expression, and then subconsciously turned his head to look at the dragon watching the battle in the distance. Almost in the next instant, the eyes of the dragon met Sengoku's, and at that moment, the body of the dragon couldn't help but tremble. At this moment he caught too much from Sengoku's gaze. It turned out that the fruit I ate was actually prepared for my father? No wonder. No wonder I got this zone phantom beast species function dragon king form fruit so easily. Everything is clear. But thinking of this, I feel even more guilty about my old father. All his life he wants to produce an outstanding talent for Marine. But neither he nor his son joined the Marine in the end, and even Ace chose to become a pirate. For Garp, it is a cruel thing, right? Although Garp is always smiling, always heartless. But in the dead of night, wouldn't he really feel sad and sad? Especially his own son who once became Admiral's backup. It can be said that it was a period of Garp's pride. Although Dad himself doesn't want to become an admiral, it doesn't stop him from wanting to cultivate an admiral. His father always silently supported him behind his back. Even if he defected from Marine, he didn't have any intention of stopping it. Even at the end, he gave himself this rare phantom beast devil fruit in that way. At this moment, Long deeply understood his father's deep love for him. He opened his mouth for a moment, but didn't know what to say. Especially at this moment, I and my father face to face in a hostile relationship at the top of the world, and even watch my teammates and my father face each other with swords. This feeling made Long Yi feel a little suffocated for a while. Ha ha ha. However, Garp's laughter sounded again at this time. Billoric, you're a genius yourself. Of course it's easy to say. I was stupid in my head. Being able to practice taijutsu and hockey to ultimate is the result of my hard work. As for the development of devil fruit, it is really difficult for me. What's more, who are you underestimating, Billoric? The old man is not dead yet. At the end, Garp became angry again, roared and killed Redfield directly. Conqueror's hockey is out again. What? But this time, the Conquerors released by Garp made everyone's expressions change again, because they could feel that Garp's Conqueror's hockey became stronger again. Can this guy keep getting stronger in battle at this age? Seeing this scene, even Buggy's eyes twitched. Shit. Old guy Garp is outrageous enough. And even if Redfield is stronger than Garp, it's impossible to kill Garp today. With Garp's stamina, another day of grinding with Redfield is not a problem. Although the final winner will definitely be Redfield, but that would not look good. Of course, the most important thing is that he has to take care of the dragon's feelings. Just now when Garp was sent flying by Redfield and was hit by a combo, he felt the dragon's mood fluctuating. In addition, when Redfield asked Garp why he didn't eat the devil fruit, Buggy captured the fluctuation of the dragon's mood. Based on this guess, Buggy can probably guess something. Perhaps the dragon's devil fruit was originally intended to be eaten by Garp, but Garp gave it to the dragon in the end. As a son, seeing his father being beaten like this in front of his eyes, but he was unable to help, this feeling is not very good. Think here. Buggy raised his eyebrows and said directly through the sound transmission. Byloric, use yours to send Garp away directly, or temporarily seal him in a different space. Give the dragon a little dignity, don't make it too difficult for him. We are here to deal with celestial dragons, not to block our teammates. No problem. You guys are so careful. But the different space is not good, it will be smashed by Garp, and there are many good things in it. It's better to teleport, but you can only teleport Garp one by one. Although Redfield was surprised that Buggy was able to master the sound transmission of observation hockey, he was relieved after thinking about it, and immediately replied to Buggy. Fine. Buggy smiled. While communicating with Buggy, Redfield also rushed towards Garp with a black tail flame, while still shouting. Garp, I told you, you are not my match. HMPH. Let's talk about it after you defeat me. Garp showed no sign of weakness, and once again slammed Redfield with a fist wrapped around Conqueror's unarmed god. Crash, but this time, Redfield didn't confront Garp head-on. Instead, he spread his bat wings and threw out 10 shadows covering Garp in an instant. Immediately, under the surprised eyes of the latter, a dark Uzumaki passage appeared in front of Garp. Caught off guard, Garp plunged into it because he rushed too hard. Scoff. In the next second, the space channel disappeared, and Garp's figure also disappeared into the sky. The change in this scene suddenly changed the expressions of everyone present, as well as those watching the live broadcast from all over the world. That Vice Admiral Garp just disappeared. Has it been killed? Dad. At this moment, the dragon couldn't bear it any longer, his pupils shrank and he subconsciously exclaimed. His figure turned into a blue light and appeared beside Redfield in the sky instantly. The terrifying aura of the two collided in the sky instantly. This scene made everyone stunned. What's the situation? How did the Buggy pirates fight among themselves? Etc. What did they just hear? The most ferocious criminal in the world actually called Dad. Who's Daddy? Seeing how he wants to kill Redfield now. Hiss. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. A wonderful result came to mind. The world's most ferocious criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, is actually the son of the hero Garp. Now the new 4 Emperor's Monkey D. Luffy in New World is the son of the dragon again. Marine hero plus Revolutionary Army leader plus new 4 Emperors. Looking at it this way, this family suddenly makes people feel scalp tingling. Is it really outrageous? The strongest family in the world is nothing more than that. Don't be impulsive. Byloric just sent Garp back to the Empire. Am I like the kind of person who would make friends and friends' fathers fight each other with swords? Don't worry. Just as the dragon's figure had just rushed to the sky, Redfield heard Buggy's voice in his mind. This made the face of the originally angry dragon froze. Redfield didn't miss this opportunity to tease the dragon, and said with a half smile. Why do you call me old man? Could it be that he wants to wrestle with the old man? It's not that I'm being arrogant, including you, except for Buggy and that woman. There really is no one who will be my opponent in a one-on-one match. Redfield's words were crazy, but judging from the fighting power he showed in his previous fight with Garp, his words were still very convincing. Snort. Sengoku in the distance snorted coldly and shouted. Byloric, what have you done to Garp? Bass. Momoshagi also drew her long knife. To everyone's surprise, the long knife out of the sheath in Momosagi's hand turned out to be a black knife. This also explains why Momosagi's strength can reach the admiral level. Being able to turn famous swords into black swords shows that the sword skills in Arm 21 color hockey have reached a very advanced level. At least it shows that she has the strength of a great swordsman. However, there is also a gap between great swordsmen. Just look at the battle between Hawkeye and Nishu Langsheng in the distance. Even Nishijiro Sheng, who ate the devil fruit, was still beaten by Hawkeye. Although the outcome will not be determined for a while, in fact, the outcome has already been decided. Long also reacted, and after smiling wryly at Redfield, he turned his head to look at the 3-5 elders. After Buggy's explanation, the dragon also showed a smile on his face, and he didn't go back at all. He shouted to the 3-5 elders opposite. 3. I am also the leader of the Revolutionary Army anyway, why don't you show me some respect? Come on, you have to come up with one against me, right? Or both together, and I don't mind either. Judging from the performance of that Nasi Sholangsheng, in fact, the two of you going together are not a big threat to me. As soon as Long's words came out, 5 elders on the opposite side suddenly broke the defense and roared. Presumptuous, arrogance, court death. Immediately, the legal martial god, Saint Vouchery, nodded at the two people around him, then raised his hand and shouted. Seraphim S. Lion, follow me. After finishing speaking, the figure of this Vauchuli saint rose a few meters at a speed visible to the naked eye, hula, 10 times behind him, and spread out a pair of electric wings burning with black flames. At the same time, Saint Vauchuli's big bald head also grew hair in an instant, and his head turned into the head of a golden eagle. Coupled with the fact that his arms and legs have turned into the shape of strong golden eagle claws, and his height is nearly 7 meters, it looks particularly oppressive. Seeing this scene, Guox couldn't help but said in a deep voice. Another phantom beast. As expected of the world government, this phantom beast is just like the free one. Redfield, who is also a phantom beast, was very curious about Vauchuli's phantom beast ability, so he couldn't help but turn to Shanks and asked. Shanks, what fruit ability is that? It looks cool. Zone bird fruit phantom beast Horus form, Shanks said in a deep voice. This is the guardian of the royal power in ancient legends, and his current identity. PFFTX. Redfield couldn't help laughing out loud. If this is the case, shouldn't the other 2-5 elders also be the power of the zone phantom beast? That being said, this world government is more like beasts pirates than Kaido. It's really all phantom beasts. Could it be that woman is also a phantom beast? Bold. Redfield, you are courting death. Hearing Redfield's ridicule, the 2-5 elders on the opposite side suddenly became angry. In fact, not only were they angry, but even the eyes of the woman standing silently above the void also flashed with anger. It's been more than 800 years, and it's been a long time since anyone dared to anger her so violently. With this in mind, she lowered her head and glanced at the Shanks she had imprisoned in midair. This divine avoidance has been frozen in midair for a long time. Originally, everyone thought it was only because of their ability that it stayed there. Unexpectedly, the appearance of the next scene made everyone feel stunned and shocked. Time turns. With the sound of the indifferent voice of Yuji, and with a wave of her hand, the terrifyingly powerful divine avoidance that Shanks slashed with anger turned his head towards Ladefield in the sky, slashed over. Long was still standing beside Redfield at this time, and he also felt the horror of Shanks' sword light, and his expression suddenly became serious. Although he didn't understand why that woman was able to do this, but at this moment, let's deal with this terrible first. With the thought, golden scales appeared on the dragon's right hand, which looked miraculous. But at this moment, Redfield's slightly excited voice sounded in his ears. Let the old man do it himself. Shanks, your kid's move is already comparable to that of Roger back then. Long turned around in surprise, and saw Redfield showing an excited smile, raised his hand and flicked it, and the Conqueror's haki instantly melted into the black long sword in his hand. It's the same as the move when he killed his father before. Long quickly judged Redfield's moves. Shanks below couldn't help showing a happy smile when he heard the words. Redfield's words are undoubtedly the greatest compliment for him. Use the sword to break the sky. Following Redfield's words, a black sword light with red lightning instantly cut hundreds of meters away and collided with the god Shanks cut out before. Boom. The two sword lights both sent out huge explosions, but it was obvious that Ladefield in his current state was superior. The pitch-black sword light with red lightning shot up into the sky after smashing the golden sword light of God Avoidance, and slashed straight towards I Am. Master I Am. The wingspan behind the just transformed Woqiu Lishang spread out just as he was about to soar into the sky, when a blue-gold figure appeared above his head, and at the same time, a terrifying force directly pushed the just flying Wacholi into the air. Shang Ji pressed back to the ground again. Boom. Feeling this terrifying power, Saint Vauchuli squinted subconsciously, and saw a golden dragon claw pressing on his right shoulder. Turning his head again, he met Long's half-face covered by golden scales, and his ferocious smile. Don't you dare to be distracted in front of me, isn't it too disrespectful, hey? The words fell. Boom. The dragon propped up his figure with his right hand, and then the long leg with the golden dragon scales was directly drawn on the golden bird head, and the huge figure of Woqiu Lisheng, which was more than 7 meters long, was thrown away several times in an instant. 100 meters. Didn't stop until a furrow was plowed in the red line ground. Fly 5 elders who also have the ability of demons with one blow. At this moment, the strength of the world's most ferocious criminal was finally revealed in the eyes of everyone in the world. It's just that when everyone saw the golden scales on the dragon's body, a thought flashed in their hearts. Could it be that the ability of the leader of the revolutionary army is also a phantom beast? Are good deals rarer than Logia? Today's scene is simply a chaos of phantom beasts, and it belongs to the emperor. Although the dragon's phantom beast ability is very attractive, at this time everyone's eyes are still on the world king I am in the distant sky. After Redfield's incomparably fierce sword light shattered Shank's divine shield, it shot straight up into the sky and slashed at I am above the sky. Just when the 5 elders who had just turned into an orc was kicked away by the dragon, Jian Guang had already arrived in front of I am. Facing the horrific sword light of the carrier, I am still didn't panic at all. Song Shi, please raise your arm under the red robe and point to the black and red sword light, and said calmly. Time stands still. Hiss. In the next instant, the terrifying sword energy that Redfield slashed stopped 2 or 3 meters away from I am. Just like Shank's divine avoidance, before, it was frozen in the air. Yi, seeing this scene, Tezzolo and the others immediately exclaimed. No way. Can this also be imprisoned? What kind of ability is that woman? Can such a terrifying sword move be still? How can I fight? There must be an upper limit. Isn't this ability a bit outrageous? Phantom beasts? Paramecia? Or something? It can't be Logia's anyway. Not only the people on the Buggy pirate side were shocked, but people watching the live broadcast all over the world were stunned at this time. Even Garp was injured by Redfield's slash just now, and even Shank's divine avoidance was shattered. Such a terrifying sword move was no different from Shank's previous move, God's avoidance, and it just stayed on the void in the distance. Time stands still? Does it follow the law? Stand still? Don't be too outrageous. At this time, many masters watching the battle from all over the world subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Even Garp, who was teleported to the flower capital of the Scarlet Empire by Redfield at this time, is still in a daze. When he was teleported, his figure appeared on the square of Flower City. At this time, on this square, the scene of the various forces led by Buggy attacking the celestial dragons was being broadcast live. The large screens on the left and right sides are the front battlefields of the Holy Land Marie Joys, but Garp locked onto the screen in the middle at once, and it is the battle on the square in front of Pengu City. The appearance of Garp also caused a commotion. Fortunately, Zephyr and others appeared quickly, calming down the commotion in an instant. Garp is also a bachelor, and when he knew that Redfield sent him here, he actually understood something. Especially after seeing the scene where the dragon is furious over his disappearance. Then he calmed down, probably because of what Redfield said to him. If Sengoku hadn't persuaded him before, he would have been happy and relaxed, and he didn't want to go to the Red Line to help the group of celestial dragons he hates the most. Now that he has a reason to withdraw from the battlefield, and he doesn't have to fight face to face with his son, he feels much more relaxed. Therefore, when Zephyr appeared, Garp followed Zephyr to the tallest building in the Flower City, and sat on it with Zephyr to watch the live broadcast. Garp, it seems that you have made a choice. Sitting down, Zephyr smiled at Garp. It's not that you don't know my temperament. I've always been annoyed by those world nobles. Garp shook his head and said, if it wasn't for the sudden arrival of the dragon and the constant persuasion from Sengoku, I wouldn't want to go to Pengu City. I don't want to be in a summit war situation again. It's not a good feeling to be hostile to your own son. Zephyr originally thought that Garp would still struggle a little bit, but he didn't expect him to be so bachelor, which made him startled for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Garp deserves to be you. Click, click, click. Garp grinned and picked up a piece of cooked dragon meat and began to feast on it. But soon, the two were shocked by the battle on the live screen of Vice Admiral. What? That's okay. Do you know what kind of ability that Garp woman is? How can she restrain the combined slash of Conqueror's Haki? This is already the second time. And Baloric's move is definitely better than Shank's divine avoidance. Even so, he is still imprisoned. What kind of ability can achieve this level? I've never heard of such a devil fruit. Degree. Zephyr exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. Garp also stopped the movement of eating a large piece of meat, looked solemnly towards the direction of the live broadcast and said in a deep voice. After that guy Balorik used his fruit ability to transform, his comprehensive strength has already surpassed me. Even on hockey. Logically speaking, it is impossible for Devil Fruit's ability to imprison a move that carries such a powerful hockey. But now it has happened for the second time, there is only one possibility. That woman's hockey is far above Balorik. Hearing Garp's words, even Zephyr, who was used to seeing big scenes, couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. What does it mean that hockey is far above Balorik? This kind of conclusion is simply too scary. With Redfield's terrible strength now, plus one of his fruit abilities, hockey can still be increased. His level can be said to be the best in the whole world. I'm afraid no one's hockey can compete with him except Red Hair and Buggy. But now there is a man with hockey far above Redfield, and the horror in it is hard to contemplate. In fact, Zephyr knows it too. What Garp said is probably true. Because if it is not that hockey is too strong than the opponent, it is impossible to make the opponent's attack with hockey invalid. It is precisely because the woman named Imson Hockey can suppress Redfield in all directions, so the slash he carries the terrible hockey can be easily suppressed by that woman. How can you fight this? How could there be such an existence? Is she really a god? Zephyr felt his scalp go numb at this moment. Garp said solemnly. She has lived for more than 800 years, Zephyr. With her current situation, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a god. Zephyr froze. Seems like that's really the case? Call after a while, Zephyr let out a breath and said. Just trust Buggy now. Yeah. I can only trust that kid. Garp also nodded slowly. If he can't do anything, then this world will be completely over. What Zephyr and Garp can figure out, Buggy and his group, who are far in front of Pengu City, can naturally figure it out. Just when everyone was shocked, Redfield snorted coldly and shouted. If you can stop one slash, how about 100 attacks? Raise the sword, Duanshan Xingyu. I have to say that Redfield is indeed a ruthless person. Knowing the difference in strength, he still didn't have the slightest intention of backing down. The fighter above the sky was holding the black long sword with both hands, and the terrifying hockey was brewing around him. That momentum even soared into the sky. 5 elders and others in the distance naturally knew that Redfield was planning a big move. As Im's servants, of course they couldn't just look at them like that. Immediately, Saint Peter and Saint Moss roared at the same time. Redfield, dare to provoke Lord Im, you are courting death. Roar. Seraphim, correct me. Almost in the next second, the two uttered a terrifying beast roar at the same time. A tauren with a height of 5 or 6 meters and a giant snake with a human head and a height of 12 meters appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing this scene, Gu Kessi's pupils shrank. Sure enough. Zone Niu fruit phantom beast species fertility god API's form. Human fruit, phantom beast species, Gigante's form. They are all phantom beasts, however, how could I let you succeed so easily? After Shanks shouted, his figure transformed into a stream of red light and rushed out, slashing at the giant raw-headed man. Clang. But in the next moment, Roger, flapping his wings, appeared in front of him and raised his knife to block Shanks' attack. In the next moment, a huge wave of air scattered and oscillated in all directions. After seeing the familiar face of the person standing in front of him, Shanks shrank his pupils and murmured with a complicated expression. Celestial dragons, dare to insult the captain, you are damned. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Shanks' hockey broke out in full swing. This made Seraph, Roger, who was standing in front of him, be shocked back a few steps by the terrifying hockey. What? The agricultural Valkyrie tauren Peter Saint in the rear was shocked by this scene, and he was obviously shocked by Shanks' terrible hockey. But as the world's top powerhouse, it is naturally impossible for him to be so suppressed by Shi-Chi that he cannot fight. Especially the rear is where his master, Im, is located. Shanks, die for me. Immediately, Peter Saint roared, his huge body turned into an orange streamer and led the mighty hockey to charge directly towards Shanks. Blackbeard, what are you waiting for? The other mossy Shang, who had turned into a giant with a human head and a snake body about 12 meters away, spit out a mouthful of purple smoke, looked in the direction of Blackbeard with cold eyes and said coldly. Do you really think that using the fruit of silence can escape our perception? Here are all the top combat forces in the world. How long do you want to be a clown here, or are you really frightened? After hearing Masen's words, Tezzolo, Katakuri, Jinbei, Stussy and others in the rear realized that Blackbeard who had appeared before was subconsciously ignored by them. If it wasn't for the 5 elders who spoke, they really wouldn't have noticed. Thief ha ha ha. After Ma's holy words fell, Blackbeard couldn't help laughing out loud. He grinned and looked at the battlefield and said, "Looks like there's no way to hide it. That being the case, brothers, get ready to fight. Now is the time when we have the upper hand. Let's shoulder each other's shoulders." Thief ha 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 underscore 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 underscore. Hearing Blackbeard's wild laughter, the red-haired man who was fighting 1 against 2 raised his eyes and said coldly, "Teach, you are still like this, sad. Shanks. The world has always been written by the victors." Naturally, Blackbeard understood what Shanks was talking about, and spoke without paying any attention. "Ah." Shanks kicked the charging Tauren away, and then swung his sword to kill Seraph. Roger smiled disdainfully. "I just expected you to. I'm not going to capsize twice in the gutter." Beckman. Just as the red hair finished speaking, the space above the void behind Tezzolo and the others suddenly blurred, and immediately all the red hair pirates appeared in the void. "Ah, it's been a long time waiting for orders." Beckman was carrying a gun and looking at the Blackbeard pirates in the distance with a toothpick in his mouth. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard's pupils shrank, and his smug smile disappeared. The appearance of the red hair pirates was something he hadn't expected. If you add the people behind Buggy, their Blackbeard pirates will be in danger this time. "Ha, it looks like we have the upper hand in terms of numbers." Sunbell grinned, revealing a mouth full of shark fangs. "Teach, your luck is not very good this time," Jinbei also said with a smile. "Didn't this guy say it before? Don't worry about it so much, let's go directly together." Tezzolo raised his hand and patted the ground without hesitation. In the next moment, the original red line turned into a piece of golden ground within hundreds of meters around Tezzolo as the center at this moment, and the golden ground is still moving towards. Spread forward. At the same time, Tezzolo turned into a golden giant with a height of tens of meters and appeared behind him. Especially now that this giant is carrying the mighty Haki. If this is hit by a punch, even if the weather is not very good. "I can't see that you guys still have this kind of strength." Stussy spoke in surprise. Tezzolo smiled triumphantly, then turned his head to stare at the 5 elders in front of him and said gloomily, "I haven't wasted the past 2 years. Ever since I found out about Master Buggy's plan, I have been waiting for the day when I will kill Marie Joyce in my dreams. Stella, you wait, I will kill all the celestial dragons and avenge you." Golden divine punishment. Anyone can feel Tezzolo's soaring anger. Already in a rage, he forgot what Buggy said before, and directly launched an attack in the direction of the Blackbeard pirates. The powerful golden light around him converged on the huge golden right fist, and he punched Blackbeard in the distance. Scoff. In the next second, a huge golden light with a diameter of more than 10 meters rushed towards the direction of the Blackbeard pirates. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard sneered and said, "It's really underestimated. Do you dare to attack me? Dark water." After Blackbeard stepped forward facing this golden light with terrifying power, a huge spinning black Uzumaki suddenly appeared in the palm of his left hand, and then just like that, he raised his hand and pressed it on the golden light from the bombardment. With a muffled sound, the golden light with terrifying power was actually directly absorbed by the black Uzumaki in the palm of Blackbeard's left hand within a few breaths. Receive. Golden God's punishment, right? It's a good name, I'll give it back to you. Thieves ha ha ha. Immediately, Blackbeard burst into laughter, a black air shot up into the sky behind him, and then a golden light suddenly burst out of the black air and rushed in front of Tezzolo. Mouth bang. Tezzolo was still in the shock of being easily absorbed by his strongest attack, but within a few breaths, his attack was turned back intact, leaving him too late. The defense was bombarded. Crunch boom. Afterwards, Tezzolo's huge body of tens of meters fell back on the ground like a jade pillar pushed upside down by a golden mountain, and a mouthful of blood was spit out from his mouth along with black smoke. The huge golden body became normal size in the blink of an eye. He was almost overwhelmed by his big move, number. It's not just as simple as your own big move. Just now when the Golden God's punishment attack came back, the armed color Haki attached to it was obviously much more than my own. No, it can be said that it is not a level at all. No wonder the captain kept himself from making a move. Especially in the face of the top powerhouse at this moment, if you make such a move, you can only be killed in seconds. The red hair pirates behind did not expect that Blackbeard was so strong. I'm still too weak. Stella this. Tezzolo looked downcast. Cough. Cough cough, Lord Buggy, I'm ashamed of you. Swish. Before Tezzolo finished speaking, he was interrupted by Buggy above the sky in the distance. There is no need to talk too much between partners, I will avenge your revenge. At this moment, anyone can hear that there is a hint of anger in the tone of the world's strongest man. Is it finally time to make a move? Boom. At this moment, Redfield above the sky in the distance finally charged up, and at this moment a black mist shot up from his body, which looked more evil than the breath of Blackbeard's dark fruit. There is also a strong smell of blood in this black air. After sensing Redfield's aura, the expression of the 5 elders suddenly changed. Even they have never felt such a terrifying breath. As for Lord Im's aura, they couldn't feel it at all. Therefore, the aura erupting from Redfield in front of him is even more terrifying than Garp and Locke, who were in the Valley of the Gods at their peak. This is the metamorphosis that occurs after the genius's various abilities develop to ultimate. Even Buggy's knowledge at this time can vaguely feel that at this moment, Redfield seems to have broken through the limit of the Emperor level and successfully reached the planetary level. This terrifying aura made the 4-5 elders no longer care about being injured, and Devil Fruit's ability, Hockey, and 6 forms of physical art broke out in an all-round way, and the 4 shouted loudly at the same time. Seraphim Lion. Seraphim, Roger. Seraphim, Rocks. Come with me and stop that guy. Sengoku, Blackbeard, Momoshagi, you all F***K me too. These untouchables are actually trying to attack Lord Im. Let me kill them together. When the 3 of them broke out with all their strength, Woqiu Lisheng, Peter Shang, and Nashoro Shang, who were suppressed by Shanks, Long and Hawkeye, ignited terrible flames and thunder all over their bodies. 2 types of damage. The sudden increase in combat power of the 3-5 elders made the 3 seraphs who had besieged Shanks, Long and Hawkeye with them free their hands one after another, and rushed towards Redfield above the sky. Past. Coupled with the fact that there is Mashung of Gigantes who has just turned into a giant snake body, and Sengoku and Blackbeard are besieging together, this posture seems to be besieged and killed by Redfield. Although the cadres of the Blackbeard pirates were stopped by the Red Hair pirates and Sunbell and others, the admiral-level combat power on the opposite side was still overflowing. No matter how powerful Redfield is, it is impossible for him to withstand the siege of so many admiral-level forces. Unless he stops this attack that has been brewing for a long time. But if it stops, the huge physical strength that Redfield expended just now will be lost in vain, which is also profitable for the world government side. After seeing this scene, the hearts of the people watching the live broadcast all over the world were tugged. They didn't expect that the 3-5 elders would go all out with their injuries to make room for the seraphs who were besieging their opponents with them, and let them go with the 7 admiral-level combat forces of Masen, Sengoku, Blackbeard, and Momoshagi siege Redfield. Ha ha ha! Seeing so many admiral-level combat powers besieging him, Redfield's body was full of black energy, like a demon god who came to the world. Looking down at the 7 admiral-level combat powers rushing towards him, he licked his lips, then he turned his head to look at Buggy and showed a crazy smile. Buggy, I don't want to stop this trick. I also really want to try it, the history of the king of the world who has surpassed the world for 800 years. How about it? Are you sure you can hold the 7 of them for a while? Buggy didn't expect that this old guy would be so persistent. It seemed that he really wanted to see Im's strength. Worth mentioning. I am also very interested. No problem, you just do it, and leave the others to me. Buggy took a step forward, and when he reappeared, he was tens of meters away from Redfield, looking down at the 7 admiral-level combat forces rushing towards him in the distance. Bang bang bang! At this moment, the Empress, who had been silent all this time, gracefully stepped out a few airwaves in the air, and came to Buggy's side in a few breaths, and then calmly said, Aisha can only stop that Momoshagi and leave the rest to Mr. Buggy. Enough. The corner of Buggy's mouth was raised, and a wanton and crazy smile appeared in the eyes of everyone watching the live broadcast all over the world. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the man who turned his hands into clouds and his hands into rain in the Summit War 2 years ago. Snapped. Immediately, everyone saw Buggy making that gesture again. Clap your hands. What are you calling? Wooden golem armed. Wooden golem armed. Laughing Buddha Jutsu. True several thousand hands. The blue light overflowed, covering a range of several thousand meters between breaths. After seeing Buggy's movements, the complexions of the 5 elders changed wildly. They all just saw that Buggy used this trick to easily kill the Commander-in-Chief Kong. That was almost an instant kill combat power, so that Demas Shang and others did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, the ground shook instantly, and then the rock plate on the red line ground seemed to be hit by some huge monster. Cracks appeared, and dozens of huge rock plates hundreds of meters long were lifted up. Clatter countless huge green vines with a diameter of several meters shot up from the ground, and after several entanglements merged, 4 wooden golems with a height of nearly 100 meters and surrounded by a huge wooden dragon appeared in front of the crowd. In front of. Boom, boom, boom. Just when Masashung, Sengoku, and Blackbeard's faces changed wildly, thinking that it was over here, a dozen huge vines shot up to the sky again from the ground. Immediately, a huge wooden golem Buddha statue with a height of 200 to 300 meters appeared in front of everyone. And behind the Buddha statue, there are thousands of giant hands standing like peacocks spreading their tails. At this time, Buggy and the Empress are standing on the giant Buddha standing in the center of the 4 wooden golems. The most astonishing thing is that this giant Buddha also has a layer of black and golden arrogance. Even if it is close to it, it will give people a feeling of hair standing on end. Ma Seshung, Sengoku, Blackbeard, and a seraphim who had just rushed halfway in the distance all stopped in midair. Everyone stared in surprise at the 5 giant wooden golems in the distance who looked like gods descending into the world. Gudong, the cadres of the Blackbeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates, who were just about to confront each other in the distance, couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw the scene in front of them. Too strong. What kind of monsters are those? The wooden golem created by these abilities has such a terrifying armament hockey. It's horrible. Doesn't armament hockey not want money? That level of armament hockey, Shanks is probably that level. Why can these wooden golem also have it? Hiss, if they punch you, half your life will be gone. No, the disadvantage of these wooden golems is that they are too slow, and I'm afraid they are not the opponents of those admiral-level combat powers. Nonsense. This is inevitable. But haven't you seen that man's battle? Those wooden golems can be repaired after being destroyed. That is to say, they are immortal. What? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked by Buggy's terrifying ability. Thief, ha 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 ha. At this moment, Blackbeard, who was standing shoulder to shoulder with the 5 elders in the distance, burst into laughter suddenly, and made a fisting movement with his right hand on one side of his figure and shouted, "Buggy, let me see if these wooden toys of yours can take a punch from my shock fruit. Air shock. Drink." After a loud roar, Blackbeard jumped up in the air and punched down in the direction of the 5 adults of Buggy. Boom. Click, 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 click. In the next moment, everyone saw that as Blackbeard punched down, the space where his fist hit instantly shattered countless traces and spread towards the direction of the 5 Buggy wooden golems. At the same time, the entire sky seemed to be moved, and began to shake slightly. In the blink of an eye, the space rift was the 5 wooden golems that swept across Buggy. Caw 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 caw. In the next second, dozens of cracks appeared on the body of Buggy's 5 wooden golems, which looked like they might be broken at any time. Thief, ha ha ha. Seeing this, Blackbeard immediately laughed and said, "Buggy, it seems that your wooden toys are not strong enough. If that's the case, then take another trick from me. Let me destroy you wooden golems." Earthquake. Drink. Boom. Click, 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 click. Immediately afterwards, the ground of the red line under his feet began to tremble instantly, and then countless cracks swept away from Blackbeard's feet to Buggy at ease. In the blink of an eye, those cracks swept across the area where Buggy and the 5 wooden golems were located. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the ground seemed to have been severely smashed by some huge monster. Countless stones were cracked, and hundreds of meters of stone slabs rolled up directly, like the end of the world. However, this terrible earthquake only caused the feet of the 5 wooden golems to sink into the ground a few meters, and did not shatter the wooden golems as Blackbeard thought. What? How is this possible? It's already full of cracks. Why not shatter? Blackbeard's face was full of astonishment. Tisk. Buggy chuckled and said disdainfully, "If it's Whitebeard at its peak, maybe he can use the fruit ability to shatter one of my wooden golems. You guys want to smash all my wooden golems without even reaching the awakening of shock fruit? Should I say you are fantastic, or should you say you are arrogant? Do you think these cracks will do anything to my wooden golem? As long as I think about it, the crack can disappear in an instant." Buzz. While speaking, Buggy raised his foot and lightly stepped on the top of True Several Thousand Hands' head, and the burst of blue light immediately filled up the cracks on wooden golem's body. Damn it. After Ma Seshung saw this scene, his expression suddenly became gloomy. Sword-breaking meteor. At this moment, the voice of Laidfield, who had been forgotten by everyone before, sounded in the sky not far away, and a terrifying aura shot up into the sky, and it instantly merged into the black energy long sword in his hand that was glowing black and red. Above. Seeing this scene, Ma Sesheng suddenly exclaimed. Not good. Stop him. However, from the moment they stopped halfway, it was already too late. I saw Ladefield swinging his sword at I am above the sky in the distance, and shouted excitedly at the same time. Let me see what kind of strength you, the so-called king of the world, possess. Swish 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 in the next moment, hundreds of slashes entwined with the terrifying conqueror's haki spanned 1,000 meters and slashed towards I am above the void at the same time. Seeing this, Im's expression, which had always been calm, finally changed slightly. She raised her hand and waved her hand, and the slash of Ladefield, who was imprisoned in midair by him before, shattered and dissipated out of thin air. Immediately, Imu's voice echoed above the sky. Sad mortals, let me let you understand the gap between you and the gods. Roar. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's shocked eyes, a phantom suddenly appeared in the void under Tian Yim's feet. This phantom solidified rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, a giant dragon with an invisible end, or a giant dragon salamander would be more appropriate. Half of its body is exposed outside the void, and half of its body is hidden in the void. On the top of its head are 2 huge antlers shaped like antlers, and above these 2 horns are 2 huge horns. Glows orange. It looked like it had flames burning on it. And I am turned out to have been standing in the center of the horns of this giant dragon newt monster. This huge dragon newt has golden red scales all over its body, and it looks very beautiful. Its claws can grasp the space, like a terrifying giant beast lying on a high wall and looking down at everyone, full of oppression. The void swallows. I am didn't give everyone time to react. He directly raised his hand and pointed at the hundreds of black and red slashing slashes that were horrifying in front of him. Afterwards, the huge golden red dragon source that was grasping the space with its 2 claws under her feet opened its mouth and sucked it violently. Shesh in the next second, every slash with peak emperor level destructive power was like a stream of water, and it was sucked into the giant mouth of the golden red giant beast and disappeared. What? This, how is this possible? No matter how good the mentality is, Ladefield couldn't help but explode in his mentality when he saw this scene. The attack he had been brewing for so long was actually resolved so easily? What's happening here? It wasn't just Ladefield who was shocked, everyone present was horrified by the scene in front of them. They never thought that this would happen. That thing, what kind of monster is it? It's terrible. Why can it absorb such a terrible move so easily? Didn't you notice? This monster seems to be a fusion of the void and the earth. Its claws grab the sky as if grabbing the wall. What kind of fruit can it be? Hey, Shanks, haven't you read Celestial Dragon's Devil Fruit illustration book? What kind of fruit did this monster eat? How could I know? I've never seen this monster before. Shanks also felt his scalp tingling at the moment. That wave of attack just now was definitely Redfield's full blow. Even if he took this attack, he would be seriously injured. If he was not careful, he might be killed directly. This is Bideo's slash with the peak destructive power of the Emperor. But any normal admiral may have to give a second. Horrible. However, this kind of terrifying attack was unexpectedly taken over by IM in such an understatement. No, to be precise, it was devoured by the servant monster under IM's feet. This situation can no longer be expressed clearly with simple ability. As far as the ability displayed by the monster in front of me is concerned, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the power of a god. First, time stands still. Then there is this monster that can devour everything. World governments whole cards one after another, it is simply overwhelming. You must know that their combat power has been exhausted. If even Redfield couldn't achieve any results against IM, no matter how much they believed in Buggy, they didn't think he could really kill the monster and IM. In a way, these 2 guys are a kind of terrible monster. Redfield let out a long breath, shook off the cold sweat on his forehead, and smiled wryly at Buggy. Buggy, those 2 guys look like I can't handle it. Now my physical strength is exhausted, and I can't maintain the vampire state for a long time. Next, I can only help you stop 3 admiral-level combat forces at most. Our combat power is still somewhat seriously insufficient. I have absolutely no idea what to do with that woman and that monster. I can't figure out what that monster is. Hearing Redfield's words, Buggy couldn't help chuckling, shook his head and said, "No problem. In fact, you should have heard the name of this monster. If I'm right, its name should be Uranus. Uranus, Uranus. When the name was spoken by Buggy, the whole world was in an uproar. When they watched the live broadcast before, they heard the history doctor Ms. Robin talk about the history before the world government. There are clear records of the three ancient weapons. It can be said that every ancient weapon has the power to destroy the world. Now that Pluto is in Buggy's hands, Uranus, Uranus also appeared. So, what about Poseidon Wave Winter? This idea popped up subconsciously in everyone's mind. What surprised everyone the most was that even the 4-5 elders were shocked at the moment. It turns out that Uranus has long been under the command of Lord I Am. Ha 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 ha. Let me tell you why we haven't been able to find it all these years. Even if Pluton is taken by Buggy, as long as Uranus is in hand, we don't have to fear any attack from Pluton. That's right. Uranus exists to counter Pluton. I just don't know where Poseidon is now. When several 5 elders were excited, Sengoku on the side suddenly said. Before I received a call from Xiaohei, she said that all the 1,000 warships in naval headquarters were destroyed, and even the fishing boats were destroyed by a group of sea kings. If nothing else, Poseidon should have also fallen into Buggy's hands. What? 5 elders startled and turned to look at Buggy. Buggy smiled lightly upon hearing this, nodded and said. That's right, Poseidon was also found by me. It's just that he didn't expect that King Yin would be such a monster. It seems that it is also a devil fruit ability awakener. Judging from this ability, it should be a devil fruit related to space. Shanks, is there any devil fruit with space ability recorded in the devil fruit illustrated book you read? Seeing that Buggy still had a relaxed expression at this time, everyone admired his courage. You must know that Buggy's combat power is currently at a disadvantage. As long as those 5 elders persist for a while, it is very likely that one of Buggy or Redfield will be besieged and killed by them. No, all devil fruit illustrations related to space and time categories have been erased. While speaking, Shanks turned to look at Redfield and said. Even Mr. Baloric's phantom beast has not been explained in detail, but it is only shown that it is an ordinary zone bat fruit. Tisk. Hearing this, Buggy looked at 5 elders with great interest and said. Your world government has really worked hard, but it's a pity that it's still at this point. Snort. Hearing this, Ma Sesheng, who was standing with Sengoku and the others, immediately sneered. Buggy the clown, don't be so arrogant. You are the one surrounded now. Wrong. Buggy raised his index finger and shook it, and said solemnly. It has always been you who are surrounded. Having said that, Buggy paused, and said with both hands. Flower tree birth. Boom boom boom. Immediately after the ground rolled and trembled, a large forest suddenly emerged in the ground surrounded by meters, surrounding Masi, Sengoku, Blackbeard, Momoshagi, and Zuzushin. Coupled with the 5 huge wooden golems standing in the woods at this time, they suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. Do it. Kill him. Seraphim, kill. These trees are definitely afraid of fire, kill those wooden golem first. Whoosh whoosh. Under Ma Sesheng's command, Seraphim Lion, Seraph Roger, and Seraph Rox soared into the sky. Huge black wings spread out in the sky, and the flames behind them suddenly surged. Immediately, the 3 people stopped drinking almost in unison, echoing in the sky. Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor. Ho ho ho. Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone, 3 pillars of fire shot up from the top of the 3 people's heads in the sky, and turned into a huge fire dragon with a length of 100 meters in the sky in an instant, roaring and rushing over. Jin's move? Seeing this, Buggy didn't panic at all, but showed a smile instead. I kind of understand why you celestial dragons are so afraid of the Lunaria. The talent of this race is strong, both offensive and defensive. Compared with your descendants of celestial dragons who are like pigs, they are indeed not worthy of giving them shoes. But if you think the flames can burn my wooden golem, you're not much different from Blackbeard. Frog in a well. Let you see the difference in the world. Armed with God's steel wood dragon. As Buggy kept drinking, a burst of blue light filled his body, and the next second, 3 of the wooden dragons wrapped around wooden golems suddenly swam out and were caught by wooden golem. Immediately, under everyone's shocked eyes, the main wooden golem grabbed the wooden dragon wrapped in black golden flames and charged at the main fire dragon that was on top of it and rushed towards them. Whoosh whoosh. 3 wooden dragons soared into the sky, directly replacing the 300-meter-long huge fire dragons. Rumbling, a huge explosion resounded in the sky, and then the 3 fire dragons were smashed to pieces by 3 wooden dragons with black and golden flames at a speed visible to the naked eye. Caw 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 caw. Then the 3 wooden dragons twisted in the sky for a while, and unexpectedly fell back to the adult below again and became entangled. What? How can this be? Armament hockey. Seeing this scene, the world government side immediately exclaimed. They didn't expect the clumsy wooden golem to be able to do this kind of action. There is no other way, go directly. Sengoku shook his head.
Kill. 5 elders. Ma Sisheng nodded, twisting the huge snake body and rushed forward, facing the 10 strips of electric vines and trees that swept over. He directly smashed them with a punch.
Thief, ha ha ha. Let's go. Buddha shock. Golden gong chop. After seeing that the Fire Dragon Emperor's trick of the 3 blazing angels didn't work, they also knew it was time to go straight to it. Masen, Blackbeard, Sengoku and Momoshagi shot up into the sky and attacked Buggy almost at the same time. Hula, seeing that the world government finally launched an all-out attack, Redfield suddenly grinned and said, "Give me the 3 seraphs in the sky. Buggy, you have to solve the battle quickly, or my old bones may not last long." "Don't worry, it won't take long." Buggy smiled. "Mr. Buggy, I'll go then. Taofeng will be handed over to me." The Empress turned her head to Buggy and gave Buggy a bewitching smile, then she jumped off the top of True several thousand hands. Boom. After stepping out a wave of air in the air, the Empress turned into a pink streamer and charged directly at the golden slash that Momoshagi slashed. Big perfume femur. Boom. The golden slash that split through countless giant trees was instantly crushed under Hancock's foot. In the next second, the Queen in the sky followed the previous strength, spinning in the air and kicking several times at Momoshagi in the distance. Aromatic emission land flower rain. Swish swish swish. Huge pink moonblades with a length of more than 10 meters fell from the sky. Momoshagi stagnated, and could only stop. She didn't dare to be careless in the face of the Empress' overwhelming terrorist attack, and immediately shouted. Lightning rabbit. Fanglei. Scoff. In the next moment, 2 pink rabbit ears popped out of Momoshagi's head, and then a blue thunder flashed all over her body, and instantly avoided the entanglement of countless vines and retreated hundreds of meters. Boom boom boom. The tempest kick kicked by the Empress followed Momoshagi's hind legs all the way forward, but Momoshagi dodged them. And the ground that was hit by the slash or those huge tree vines turned into a piece of gray stone in an instant. Seeing this, Momoshagi in the distance suddenly felt scared for a while. If she hadn't gotten more in time before, I'm afraid she would really be entangled in vines and turned into a stone sculpture. Is this the strength of Pirate Empress Boa Hancock? While the Empress was fighting Momoshagi, Buggy also made moves. Facing the attacks of Ma Sisheng, Sengoku and Blackbeard, he didn't panic at all, but was still bathed in the blue light. Without any movement, he just said calmly. Armed by the gods, half-step collapse fist.
Ho 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 ho. In the next second, under the shocked gazes of Sengoku, Ma Sisheng and Blackbeard, the 3 huge wooden golems took a step back, and then the black and gold armament hockey wrapped around their right fists and punched them respectively. Out.
Bang bang bang. After the 3 wooden golems hit the air with 3 punches, the air was instantly compressed, and a 100-meter punch blasted towards Ma Sisheng, Sengoku, and Blackbeard's attacks. What? Seeing this scene, Ma Sisheng, Sengoku and Blackbeard were shocked. Why does a wooden golem have mastered martial arts? This is so unscientific. What's the situation? This is it. If wooden golem really knows martial arts, it would be terrible. Not only them, but everyone watching the live broadcast from all over the world at this moment was so shocked that their eyeballs protruded when they saw wooden golem's punch. The huge body of Ma Sisheng, one of the 5 elders who rushed to the front, was the first to be hit by the impact punch of wooden golem, and the huge body of 12 meters was smashed like a cannonball and wound up countless times. The vines flew backwards for hundreds of meters, and did not stop until a gully was plowed on the ground. Sengoku and Blackbeard were still rushing forward, subconsciously glanced out of the corner of their eyes, and immediately saw Ma Sisheng, who was knocked upside down and flew out. Good guy. This terrifying power really startled the 2 of them. Immediately, he didn't dare to hold back anything at all. Sengoku immediately turned into a golden Buddha tens of meters high, stretched out his right palm and punched the fist that was coming towards him. Buddha shock. Bang. In the next second, the shock waves sent by Sengoku directly collided with the fist rushing in front, and a huge explosion was sent out immediately, and the air wave pushed Sengoku, the golden Buddha, back more than 10 meters. For this terrible punch, Sengoku is also terrified. I said in my heart that it's good that 5 elders Ma Sisheng made a show, otherwise, he was almost blown away by a punch when he went up. This kind of terrifying move, only using armament hockey and conquerors to wrap can't resist it. because the punch has armament hockey's arrogance blowing in and out, and the purple-black lightning is wrapped around it. What does it mean? It shows that this fist not only has the armament hockey with the level of armed gods, but also uses the conqueror's winding. The most important thing is that the impact of this punch is huge. Power alone might be able to blow a hill apart. This is why even Ma Sesheng, who had transformed into a phantom beast, was directly hammered away, because he thought that he could resist it with his brute force alone. Unexpectedly, there are two kinds of hockey's power increase, armed god and conquerors entangling, on top of the fist gang. Another reason is that Buggy's move was played too fast, leaving them no time to react and communicate, and they directly resisted according to their own experience. Just like Blackbeard at this time, he was the slowest to confront Wooden Golem's half-step collapse punch. Even so, he subconsciously used the ability of Dark Fruit, and a huge black Uzumaki appeared in the palm of his left hand towards the huge fist that was nearly 100 meters away. Just press it.
Dark water. Boom. Not good. Blackbeard felt the terrifying strength and the above two hockey almost at the moment when the dark water was attached to the fist, but it was too late for him to withdraw his hand. Aha poof. The whole person was directly blasted by Wooden Golem's punch, and the huge force sent Blackbeard flying hundreds of meters in an instant, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood with teeth in the air, and smashed hard on the ground far away. For a moment, of the three rushing toward Buggy, only Sengoku was alive.
Both Ma Sesheng and Blackbeard were lying in the ravine hundreds of meters away, and they couldn't get up for a while. In just a few seconds, they were already entangled by countless tree world vines. This kind of tree world vine is not just entangled. Every time you are entangled by them, your physical energy will be taken away quickly, even if it is a small amount. This battle time is not a small consumption. Especially when they are facing each other and it is impossible to solve Buggy immediately. So every time you need to draw some energy from Buggy. As for the extraction of life force, it can only be extracted when the opponent is severely beaten, or if the resistance is not strong.
However, simply extracting physical energy is an ability that is likely to be feared.
After such a battle, Buggy's physical fitness is still at full strength, but his life energy has increased by a large amount.
You know he drained Kong's life energy before.
Even Kong in his twilight years is still an awakened zone white tiger fruit ability. People with this ability have particularly strong vitality and high resilience. It can be regarded as a great supplement for Buggy.
At this time, Buggy stood on top of True several thousand hands, with his hands in his pockets, looking indifferently at the distant battlefield.
With one move, 3 admiral-level powerhouses were retreated. He hasn't even done it himself yet. Such a terrifying ability immediately increased the confidence of people watching the live broadcast from all over the world. The most exciting thing is New World's Scarlet Empire and Supernova Alliance. Facing 3 admirals alone, no, it should be said that there are still 2 Emperor-level combat powers, and they still have an absolute upper hand. Is this the style of One Piece? Too strong. Ha 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 ha. Lord Buggy is invincible. F** King Celestial Dragons. F** King 5 Elders. F** King Gods. My Lord Buggy is here to beat you. What's this called? It's called Wooden Golem knows martial arts, God can't stop it.
Didn't you pay attention? There are still 2 wooden golems on Mr. Buggy's side. The wooden golem in the center was killed by him before even the commander-in-chief of the world government.
That's right. Lord Buggy didn't use his full strength at all, maybe even only a fraction of his strength. Lord Buggy is invincible. Damn it. My blood boils when I see it. I really want to find some celestial dragons right away, grab them and beat them up. Celestial dragons, that's all. Come on. Master Buggy, clear away all the trash like celestial dragons.
The strength shown by Buggy at this time is like adding a boost to the restless hearts of the people watching the live broadcast around the world, and immediately makes them excited again. Ladefield, who was fighting 1 against 3 in the sky, also said in shock.
F** K. Buggy, is your strength growing so fast? Could it be possible to do this? How far has your strength reached? No, if you know you are so strong, why should I fight so hard? I leave this rocks to you. Hey, after finishing speaking, Redfield flashed his figure and plunged into the black mist of the void, and then appeared in the void behind Seraph Rocks in the next moment, raised his leg and kicked him off in the air.
Whoosh. Seeing rocks flying towards him, Buggy shook his head. Without hesitation at all, he directly made a move.
Turning Buddha on the top. Buzz. In the next moment, the huge true several thousand hands hundreds of meters high was instantly enveloped in black gold flames, and at the same time, purple-black lightning flashed and danced around it.
When Buggy's words fell, countless electric fists entwined with super-armored colors and entwined fists blasted rocks at the Shuo-Kai falling towards him. Hiss. Seeing this scene in the sky, Redfield gasped suddenly.
Even though this was the second time he had seen the Buddha on the top, he was still surprised by its terrifying moves. He now understands why Kong was given a second by this trick. Isn't this move very similar to his previous move, Sword, Duan Tian Meteor? Every punch of the huge wooden golem Buddha statue is the destructive power of the peak of the Emperor. Even if the Seraph has the defensive talent of the Lunaria tribe, it is impossible to survive this kind of move.
How can there be absolute defense in this world?
It's just that it can't reach the threshold of defense.
Boom boom boom. The next moment, under everyone's shocking eyes, flames rose from Seraphim Rock's body, instantly protecting himself. Puff puff. Bang bang bang. But it just froze for less than a second, and the defensive flames that could withstand Admiral's blow without injury were smashed to pieces in an instant, and then the body of Seraph Rocks was instantly submerged by countless huge wooden fists. Snapped. As Buggy standing on top of True several thousand hands clasped his hands together, the storm-like attack stopped instantly, and countless Bakelite hands shrank back behind True several thousand hands again. Only two huge wooden hands were left clasped together, and the body of Seraph Rocks, who was dying but recovering rapidly, was clamped in Vice Admiral. Life draw. After Buggy muttered a sentence in his heart, a dazzling cyan light exploded instantly from those two huge wooden palms, swish, twice from the cyan light, and then shrunk back into Qian's back.
Standing on top of True several thousand hands, Buggy suddenly felt a huge vitality pouring into his body, which made him feel that his strength had increased by a few points again. This feeling is simply intoxicating. But where Buggy is not a determined person, he is likely to indulge in this path of absorbing the vitality of others to strengthen himself.
In that case, I don't know what kind of monster it will become in the end. Therefore, Buggy has always restrained himself. Even in the face of the enemy, he will not deliberately absorb the vitality of the opponent. He would only do this if he was a strong person of the same level as him. No, it should be said to be a mortal enemy.
Because he doesn't want to become a kind of indescribable creature that is neither human nor ghost. Just as the thought of Buggy flashed, the Seraphim Rocks with Admiral combat strength, the flame behind his back has disappeared, his body looks like a mummy, and he fell from the sky with 10 vitality. Boom. The muffled sound of the impact of this heavy object seemed to hit everyone's hearts. Another Admiral-level combat power has fallen. They all died at the hands of that man, powerful.
Too strong. Even I am, the king of the world, looked at Buggy with a serious look at this moment, and spit out a sentence that everyone couldn't understand.
Have you already reached planetary level? As soon as Im's words came out, everyone on the battlefield was surprised and puzzled. Many people deliberately separated to fight, looking at the woman above the sky in the distance in surprise. After all, she had always maintained a cold appearance before, as if she didn't bother to talk to them at all. So, now she asks Buggy, making Hawkeye and Dragon curious. What does planetary rank mean? Seeing that Buggy has been silent, Im smiled contemptuously, shook his head and said,
Forget it, what's your fuss about a bunch of farm turkeys?
It is also impossible for you to know what a planetary level is. It can only be said that your strength has reached the ceiling of this world. Unfortunately, it is still too weak. Too weak? Im's words immediately made everyone dumbfounded. The terrifying combat power shown by Buggy just now is actually too weak in the eyes of this woman? What does it take to be strong? Has this woman really become the god of this world? According to the introduction of Mr. Buggy's subordinates, that is to say, this woman has lived for more than 80 years. Then, it seems that there is not much difference between God and God.
She doesn't pay attention to Lord Buggy's great strength, says this world really going to end?
Is it really impossible to escape the clutches of the celestial dragons? At this moment, many people watching the battle from all over the world once again fell into panic and uneasiness. Hey, you are really arrogant, no wonder celestial dragons are as virtuous as you. Hearing this, Buggy also showed a disdainful smile. And can you tell if I used all my strength?
It won't be at this time, you still don't know that I have the double fruit ability.
Are you so sure that you can beat me yourself? The opponent who used to speak big in front of me, now the grass on the grave is taller than you. Puff hearing this, Redfield in the sky couldn't help laughing out loud. Buggy, don't you think what you say is arrogant too? After all, He is the king of the world who has ruled the world for more than 800 years. Isn't it normal to speak arrogantly? You guy, you really don't know how to be sympathetic to the elderly. Buggy couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard that, thinking, what are you, old boss B, implying? Presumptuous. However, before Buggy could open his mouth, I finally got a little popular in the opposite sky at the moment, and there was an angry look on that cold and beautiful face. She stared at Redfield and said, if you don't know how to speak, just shut your stinking mouth. I am as immortal, and it's different from the aging of you lower dimensional creatures. Ha ha ha. When Im's words came out, not only had no deterrent effect, but it made Buggy burst into laughter. This made Laidfield, who was stunned by I am in the sky, also laugh.
The corners of the mouths of the people who were fighting in the distance twitched.
We are still fighting here, you two are about the same, don't go too far. That's right, hurry up and get rid of your opponent. The red hair, the dragon and the eagle eye are full of performance. Redfield also had this to say. The old man is 1 against 2, you should let Buggy kill that guy quickly. This guy has been pretending for so long, and killed one as soon as he made a move.
Obviously capable of killing them all in one go, what are you writing about? Do you still want to wait for that woman to strike first?
Looking at her haughty appearance, one knew that it was impossible for her to make a move unless she died under her hands.
They even called us lower dimensional creatures.
What arrogance. It's not that the old man can't beat her, I've already struck her with a few swords. I have to say that Redfield's words are still very reasonable. Click. 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 Buggy tilted his neck, and there was a crackling sound of bones. He looked at I am in the distance and said, you are really ready for the best hands. Worth mentioning.
Then I'll get rid of you loyal dogs first. If this kind of deformed world is in line with the upper dimensional world you think, then I think it is better to destroy it.
Masashung, Sengoku, Blackbeard, since you are on the opposite side of me, there is no need to say more. Go to hell. Snapped. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Masashung, Blackbeard who had just got up, and Sengoku in front of them all changed. Immediately, the latter shouted immediately. Be careful. The strongest man in the world is going to attack with all his strength.
Still want to breast me? I'm not Basie. Buggy raised his eyebrows, clapped his hands together, and shouted with a bright blue light all over his body. Wooden golem is divine. Shaved tempest kick. Earth breaker.
Moonwalk tempest kick tempest. Shave the flash, the divine wood dragon whip. As Buggy fell, a shocking scene appeared. The 3 wooden golems standing on the left and right sides of the huge wooden Buddha standing at Buggy's feet moved at the same time. Under everyone's unbelievable eyes, these 3 wooden golems actually used Marine 6 styles. Or the changed Marine 6 styles. Boom. I saw that the ground where the first wooden golem was located sank into a large pit with a diameter of tens of meters. The next moment, the huge wooden golem with a height of 100 meters disappeared directly in place, and when it appeared in the next moment, it turned out to be came to the top of Ma Sasheng's head.
Woo woo woo. The next second, under the horrified gaze of the opponent, wooden golem's long legs wrapped around Conqueror's hockey and black gold armament hockey slashed directly towards Masi Shungdang with a terrifying sound of breaking the wind.
What? How is it possible? Although Ma Sasheng was shocked and screamed, he immediately set up armament hockey to resist, because he knew it was too late to think too much now. Bang. In the next second, a huge explosion sounded, and Ma Sasheng's huge body with a human head and a snake body 12 meters high was directly smashed into it by this terrible kick without even making a muffled grunt. 100 meters underground. Bang 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 on the other side, wooden golem also used the 6 forms again under the shocked eyes of everyone. This time it's moonwalk. With such a huge body, he stepped on the moonwalk and flew tens of meters into the air, and kicked dozens of tempest kicks at Sengoku's arrogant golden Buddha body. Seeing the overwhelming huge tempest kick slash, Sengoku roared, and the golden Buddha body swelled up several meters again and roared. Who are you underestimating, Buggy? Want to beat me? Come here yourself. Hash. As Sengoku shouted angrily, a layer of golden Buddha light rose from the huge golden Buddha body, and then this layer of Buddha light condensed into a bigger golden Buddha.
It is as if a golden Buddha image appeared outside of Sengoku's golden Buddha body.
Bang 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 in the next second, the golden Buddha's face, similar to Sengoku's, shot up into the sky with an angry expression, and it actually smashed into dozens of huge tempest kicks, which knocked wooden above the sky. Golem got knocked out. However, this has served the purpose of the Buggy.
Naturally, he couldn't be arrogant enough to think that this wooden golem could defeat Sengoku.
All he wants is this wooden golem to keep Sengoku at bay first. Now the goal is perfectly achieved. Almost at the same time.
The other side. The wooden golem with shaved flash appeared tens of meters in front of Blackbeard.
Because Blackbeard was the furthest hit by wooden golem's punch before, Buggy changed his move. When wooden golem appeared dozens of meters in front of Blackbeard, the wooden dragon wrapped in black gold armed color and purple-black lightning had already been grabbed by wooden golem and smashed down fiercely in the direction of Blackbeard. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard's pupils shrank, and the hairs all over his body stood upside down. If he was hit by this move, he might not be far from losing his fighting power. Because of dark fruit's side effects, he needs to suffer twice as much as other people's injuries. The impact punch hit by wooden golem just now had done him enough, and he couldn't stand up for a while because of the pain. If he hadn't found that the surrounding vines were absorbing his physical energy, he probably didn't want to stand up at all. Now facing the wooden golem's attack again, Blackbeard didn't dare to be careless again. Even if shock fruit has not awakened at this time, it should be no problem to resist this move. With this in mind, Blackbeard no longer dared to hold back his right hand to make a punching movement. At the same time, his hand was wrapped with black and red conqueror's lightning, and he punched the flying wooden dragon fiercely. Empty shock. Drink. Boom. Click 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 click. Under Blackbeard's punch, the space in front of him instantly shattered, and the head of the huge wooden dragon that hit him also shattered along with the space. Seeing this, Blackbeard just showed a gleam of joy when he saw that wooden golem's figure flashed again, and the next time he appeared, he had already appeared in front of him, and he punched him in the head. Thief ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard suddenly smiled triumphantly. As long as it's not shockwaves and fists, any devil fruit's power is useless to me. Dark water. Boom. As Blackbeard said, when the wooden golem punched the black Uzumaki raised by Blackbeard's left hand, the entire wooden golem's body was shocked. Immediately under the shocked eyes of everyone watching the live broadcast from all over the world, the huge wooden golem with a height of 100 meters was absorbed by the black Uzumaki with a diameter of only 2 meters like a stream of water.
Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasped.
One of Mr. Buggy's wooden golems was killed? That Blackbeard is too strong. Is this the true strength of the Sea Emperor? Even this terrible wooden golem can devour it? Thief ha 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 ha. At this time, Blackbeard looked at Buggy on the true several thousand hands in the distance with great pride and laughed wildly. Buggy, I said it, I'm Devil Fruit's nemesis.
You, a drink. Before Blackbeard finished speaking, a mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth, his smile froze on his face, and he looked down with horror and disbelief.
At this time, on his chest, a palm glowing with white gold light and entangled with purple-black lightning came out from his back, and protruded from his chest. Teach, you shouldn't be here. You have a high ceiling.
Unfortunately, not only is your shock fruit not awakened, even Hockey is so weak.
Let it die. In the next second, Buggy's voice sounded behind Blackbeard, and immediately everyone looked over almost simultaneously. After seeing Buggy give Blackbeard a heart-pounding move, everyone. The pupils couldn't help shrinking suddenly. Captain. Seeing that Blackbeard's chest was directly pierced by Buggy, everyone in the Blackbeard pirates in the distance suddenly exclaimed in shock. Even Shiryu of the Rain was full of disbelief at this time. Confidence. They originally thought that even if Blackbeard was weaker than Buggy, he wouldn't be too weak. But they never imagined that Blackbeard, a dual fruit-capable person, would be so easily passed by Buggy.
Only Poison Q in the distance, and Lafitte's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Captain, it's all about success and failure. Can you create miracles? No. Impossible. I won't just die. Blackbeard's mouth was full of blood at this time, and his face was full of pain and unwillingness, but in the next second, with his dark fruit ability, his left hand directly grabbed Buggy and penetrated his chest. Palm. Then suddenly burst into laughter and said, Thief ha 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 ha. Buggy, I've been thinking about how to get close to you.
I didn't expect that you would come to your door yourself.
As I said, my dark fruit is the killer of devil fruit. No matter what kind of fruit, it is the same. As long as it is caught by me, it is like being locked by sea stone. You eat 2 devil fruits, that's double the restraint. Buggy, are you tired now? Thief ha 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 ha. It's too late to regret. Now, go to hell. Air shock. Finally, I forgot to tell you, Lousy is a man with 2 hearts. Blackbeard's expression was extremely fierce. Although the move of piercing brought him great pain, His excitement at this moment is obviously higher than his pain. Buggy's right hand was grabbed by his dark fruit, as Blackbeard said, as if locked by a sea stone. But for Buggy, who has armament hockey, Blackbeard's fruit ability can affect him a little, but it can't stop his actions at all. Just when the shock fruit ability aperture appeared on Blackbeard's right hand, Buggy's left hand also took it out from the back of his other side without hesitation.
How possible? Blackbeard looked horrified at the palm that protruded from the chest, with the black and golden armament hockey purple lightning, his face full of disbelief and disbelief.
Puff with Buggy's hands out. At this moment, Blackbeard felt that the physical strength in his body was sucked away like flowing water, and the halo of the poisonous fruit ability represented by the cloth fist was gradually dimming. Everyone who saw this scene widened their eyes in horror.
They didn't understand why Buggy was able to move even though his right hand was locked by Blackbeard.
Can't Dark Fruit's ability restrain him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
The first person to cry out in horror was Sengoku, who reacted. He looked incredulously at Buggy standing impassively behind Blackbeard.
In any case, he never expected that Blackbeard would be the first among them to be killed.
No, who said that Dark Fruit's restraint ability doesn't work? Compared to the unbelievably horrified Sengoku and others, Buggy calmly raised the palm of his left hand, revealing his blood-stained left hand and saying,
"If Dark Fruit didn't restrain my ability, how could my left hand be stained with his blood? With his Dark Fruit alone, it makes my two Devil Fruit abilities unusable. Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach, Buggy, would call you the strongest in terms of Devil Fruit abilities."
Puff. Hearing this, Blackbeard spat out another mouthful of blood. With two huge blood holes in his chest, with a self-deprecating smile on his lips, he turned and looked at Buggy with a grin.
"Buggy. Can you win? Inevitable."
Facing Blackbeard, Buggy answered confidently.
"Then. Devour me, too." Blackbeard gave a maniacal grin. "Let me be your nutrient. End this damned, deformed world. Dad, I am coming, thief, ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Buggy smiled and nodded in silence for 2 seconds. "As you wish." Crash! In the next instant, Blackbeard was engulfed by countless huge vines and dragged into the tree world.
4 Emperors Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach, dead.
That 4 Emperors Blackbeard died just like that? Everyone watching the live broadcast from all over the world felt a little dreamy at the moment. No one thought that 4 Emperors would die so quickly before everyone's eyes. Captain. Seeing this scene, Shiryu of the Rain, who was fighting Beckman in the distance, couldn't help being shocked. He looked at Blackbeard wrapped in countless vines in horror and shouted, "Hey! Teach, stop joking. Did you tell us about your ambition to dominate the world? Did you just collapse here like this? World domination? Stop kidding."
Beckman said coldly, "The world is so easy to dominate. This is not seeing your own fate." Hateful. The morale of everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates plummeted at this time, and they were immediately suppressed by everyone in the Red Hair Pirates.
Teach was actually killed. Even the redheads were stunned. Back then, this man was a 50-50 existence with him, even though that was what happened to him when he met Blackbeard when he was young. But Shanks has always recognized Blackbeard's strength. What's more, he later became a double fruit ability user. Coupled with his former strength, it has definitely reached a terrifying level.
But even such a Blackbeard was still beheaded so suddenly by Buggy.
For a moment, even Shanks was shocked. The dragon in the form of a golden dragon above the sky looked down at Buggy in the distance with a very dignified look, even though he had never fought against Blackbeard. But judging from his performance in the past 2 years, as well as the strength of the dual fruit ability user, he can definitely be called a master of the Emperor level. What's more, his 2 devil fruits can be regarded as the top batch of devil fruits. One ability is to devour everything, even able to hunt devil fruit, dark fruit that restrains demon fruit power. And a shock fruit that used to be world's strongest man, Whitebeard. The combination of these 2 fruits into one is an invincible existence no matter how you look at it.
However, it was a bit shocking that such a character died here today.
Is this your true strength? Hawkeye slashed Nasi Sholangshan with a knife, and his pupils shrank when he looked in the direction of Buggy. Blackbeard is dead. In the distant sky, Redfield had just completed a confrontation with Roger and the clone of the Golden Lion, but when he turned his head, he saw the scene that horrified him. At this moment, even Ladefield couldn't believe it. Even though he knew that Buggy was definitely stronger than Blackbeard, he couldn't believe that he could kill Blackbeard in such a short time.
You must know that Blackbeard's strength is definitely the closest to that of Redfield. Those who possess the ability of Double Fruit also master Conqueror's Haki.
With such a talent, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest in the second world in the future. But Blackbeard is literally down here right now. Even I am, who was above the void in the distance, could not help frowning on her cold face after seeing this scene. The strength of this man named Buggy seems to be a bit extraordinary.
She even felt the threat of heart palpitations at the moment before the outbreak.
This situation is very wrong. But that feeling was just a flash, and until now she has never found that feeling that made her feel dangerous. Is it an illusion? Just as she was thinking about this, she heard Redfield's voice sounding again in the distance.
Buggy, you bastard, what kind of strength have you reached?
Redfield looked at Buggy and couldn't help asking. After hearing Ladefield's question, even I am in the distance couldn't help turning his head to look over, and a look of curiosity flashed in those scarlet pupils. If you look at what our I am saint said, I should be considered a planet-level combat power now. The corner of Buggy's mouth curled up, and he spoke directly without any concealment. Planetary level. Impossible. After hearing Buggy's words, Redfield didn't say anything, but I am, who was above the distant sky, directly interrupted. How can you, a mere creature on the lower dimensional plane, know what a planetary combat power is? Do you want to use this to extract information from me?
Oh, I didn't expect to be seen through by you.
Buggy spread his hands and said, I'm actually curious about what you came into contact with over 900 years ago that made you look down on the world that once raised you. You and other lower dimensional creatures are not qualified to understand. I am still looked extremely cold. Hearing this, Buggy shrugged and said, if you don't say anything, forget it. Wait until I kill your subordinates one by one. At that time, you will tell me. Seeing the arc of Buggy's mouth, Sengoku, who was behind, couldn't help but shudder. Not an opponent. Not an opponent at all. After the fight just now, Sengoku knew it. Even a wooden golem might not be able to be dealt with by Mass Saint. And he himself gets dragged by Buggy with the wooden golem.
This may be the tactic that Buggy prepared from the beginning.
Then use the ability of Knowledge Kill to make Blackbeard unable to detect Buggy's approach. Finally, use the Fracture ability to give Blackbeard a one-hit kill. Although he still doesn't understand why Buggy can pass Blackbeard through his chest so easily after being caught by Dark Fruit's ability. But at least he understood a little bit. The strength gap between the two sides is already too great. It's like Rox, Whitebeard, Roger, and Golden Lion, who were once at their peak, facing an admiral one by one. Although it can't be killed instantly, its strength has almost reached crushing.
This kind of fight has no meaning except white hits.
But the battle situation has developed to the present, it is impossible to stop. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Sengoku's forehead. Now the situation is a bit unresolved. The two sides are endless. After today, one party will definitely disappear from this world. Compared with Sengoku's mixed feelings at this time, the people watching the live broadcast all over the world at this time have completely shouted crazily. Grand Line, Sabodi Archipelago. Rayleigh and Shaki sat on the tall mangrove tree trunks, watching the ongoing live broadcast in the square ahead, and at the same time, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Old Lay, isn't that guy Buggy too strong? Why do I feel that his strength has surpassed the former Rox?
Absolutely above and beyond. Rayleigh didn't even drink alcohol at the moment, staring at the live broadcast screen without blinking, and said in a deep voice.
And it's not even a little bit beyond. No matter in terms of Buggy, physical skills, or fruit ability, it is all-round transcendence.
Even the strength of the old guy Baloric, who is still above the peak of the past, is far from Buggy.
It's unimaginable. How did Buggy cultivate? Having said that, Rayleigh paused and suddenly said, Genshi. It's just that before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Shaki.
Want to go to the Holy Land? Ah, I want to see it. Rayleigh sighed.
Hiss. After Shaki finished smoking the cigarette in his mouth, he exhaled a puff of smoke ring, got up and stretched out his hand to smile at Rayleigh. Then let's go together. Good. Rayleigh smiled too. Blackbeard is dead. That Four Emperor's Blackbeard is really dead. Oh my god. I didn't expect that the Emperor's combat power would fall so soon. That's the Four Emperor's Blackbeard, who has the same double fruit ability as Mr. Buggy. He was killed by Mr. Buggy like this?
Too strong. Is this the strength of the contemporary One Piece?
The celestial dragons are already trembling. Ha 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 ha. I want to kill Marie Joyce now, and kill a few celestial dragons to have fun. Don't tell me, Don't tell me. I want to go too. Let's go. Let's go together. Let's do our part for Master Buggy. Go. To the Holy Land Marie joys. After the entire Sabodi archipelago cheered excitedly, some people began to yell and run towards the port, as if they really wanted to go to the Holy Land Marie joys. It wasn't just Sabodi archipelago that this happened. There is also the island of the Supernova Alliance in the Sea of all nations at the moment. Hey. Kid, are you crazy? No, are you guys really going to the Holy Land Marie joys? I'm going to witness the fall of the celestial dragons. Even that Blackbeard died at the hands of Mr. Buggy. I don't think the world government can still be Mr. Buggy's opponent. Don't be stupid, kid. There is still an old monster who has lived for more than 800 years in the world government. Exactly. If you are really targeted by that kind of guy, Mr. Buggy and the others may not be able to escape.
Hearing the words of the members of the Pirate Alliance behind, Kid, who stepped on the side of the ship, suddenly turned around, grinned at them and said,
If I can fight to the death with such a man, my life, Uda's kid, will not be in vain. Little ones, Yongfan, set sail. Ha 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 oh oh oh. Everyone in the Kid Pirates is also excitedly pulling up the sails, driving the ship directly to the Holy Land of Marie joys. From this moment on, the flow of people from all over the world began to converge on the Holy Land of Marie joys. Everyone wants to witness Ragnarok with their own eyes.